bida ang namumuno. Hindi pre, ang gumis na lang yun. At si KSA, tapos KSA gets the okay. KNP, yo, with that spray down. Oh, for KSA.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines battle.
Crossfire Philippines, dito na naman tayo ngayon sa isang edisyon ng Crossfire PH Regional Finals. No? Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sticky Frog. Kami ang makakasama nyo dito lang sa panel na kung saan tatlong matches ang makikita nyo ngayong araw patungo sa ating malupit na playoffs. And eventually, itong mga teams na to nangangarap makalipad papuntang Chengdu sa nalalapit na Crossfire Grand Finals 2025. Sticky Frog, kamusta ka naman dyan? Ano ang nilulook forward mo sa ating mga matches ngayon?
Redemption for some of the teams, maybe revenge for some of the others, pero depende pa naman pare, we are also inching closer no dito sa ating playoff, so the margins are getting thinner para sa mga teams para makapasok na nga dito pare.
Alam ng mga teams na yun, no, na bilang na lang yung mga araw talaga para magkaroon sila ng pwesto dito sa ating top 4 and hopefully reach that pinnacle na hinaharap nga nila. No? And bago tayo dumako sa ating mga laro, no, onting commercial lang muna sa mga gustong mangarap dyan ng 4 na permanent weapons. And meron nga tayong pa-event dito mula kay Stove at kay Smilegate kung saan meron tayong tinatawag na Stove PC Client Showcase event. Ang gagawin mo lang ay mag-login gamit ang Stove Client nga natin at maglaro sa angkop na oras. Mag-iipon ka lang ng points at pwede mong gamitin yun pang-redeem ng pinakamalupit na reward, the Chetak Dominator Noble Gold. Kasama na rin dyan ang Gatling Gun, M4A1S Obsidian Zilong at ang Desert Eagle El Dorado. Once again, kailangan mo lang mag-login gamit ang Stove Client, maglaro ng angkop na oras at makakakuha ka na ng mga points para ma-unlock ang Chetak Dominator Noble Gold. Meron na kami dalawa ni Sneaky Frog, ganun kami kabatak, gamit ang Stove PC Client. And that is it for our commercial. Sneaky Frog, balik tayo sa usapang Crossfire. Nakaka-excite actually yung mga matches ngayon. Kung kahapon, day of the upsets, eto nga na naman ang makikita mo, no, in a new landscape developed by these players themselves. No? Talagang gusto nga nilang umabot sa playoffs na may pinakamataas na pwesto, no?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the highest placing can probably punch you a ticket nga papunta nga dito sa ating year-ender tournament, no? And especially as of recent, yung mga lower table teams natin ay nagiging, upset-worthy. As in, pwede natin sabihin as we have seen yun nga, matches with their action yesterday. Pero titignan natin, of course, yung ating tournament format going into this regionals. And it is a very familiar format, pare. Of course, it is a group stage muna, 8 teams, 1 group of 8, single round robin with a best of 3 going into the playoffs, 4 teams, single elimination, best of 5. El Clasico prize pool, of course, first place, 10,000 USD, second is 4,000, and so on and so forth, Salvatore.
It's still the same old during the PH Masters, pero nandito pa yung mas mabigat na premyo, kung mga nakaraang liga qualification for Esports World Cup. Ito naman pre, ang culmination ng mga magigiting na players from all across the global scene ng Crossfire, from Vietnam, from China, and as well as EU MENA. Lahat sila dito pre, may pagkakataon mag-qualify sa Crossfire Grand Finals 2025. At hindi lang yun, syempre makakauwi ka rin ng life-changing money na pwede mo kang gamitin anytime, anywhere. So let's now take a look at the team standings. Naging malaki yung fallout actually, Sneaky Frog, ng mga matches yesterday. Team Stallions, nandyan lang sila. Pero sa ginawa ng Gaon Gaming from that upset against Vanguard goes down to number 5. At ang Gaon Gaming went straight up to the skies. Tinan mo nga naman pre, to the moon yung inangat nga nila, utilizing that number 2 spot, followed by EVOS, and Execration went down a bit, disclaiming that number 2. So meron tayong top 4 na hindi pa locked in, and I'm pretty sure with the impactful games that we have today, Sneaky Frog, malaki yung pagiging pagbabago nito.
Oh, for sure, no. I mean, Gaon Gaming being in second could be one of the more interesting stories going into yung group stage natin. Of course, Gaon Gaming being a perennial gatekeeper, dito sa ating top 4. And it would be nice if, one time na makita nga natin sila possibly on the land stage. Pero Execration, of course, medyo malaki-laki pa yung kailangan nilang habulin dito. But of course, Pacific Esports in not the best place para sa kanila dito. But of course, we are gonna take a look at the schedule for today's games, pare. Who are we gonna be, or not today's games, rather the schedule for the entire tournament. And it is gonna be group stage up until October 5, pare. At papasok tayo ng playoffs into October 11 and 12, man. It's a 2-day banger at the end of this.
Na kung may kita nyo, no, 2 linggo na lang ang pumapagitan sa atin heading into group stage. Tapos meron pa tayong 2 araw ng playoff. So kita-kita na lang tayo sa mga nakatakdang araw na yan. No? Kasi for sure, mas magiging mainit pa yung mga laban na yan. Today's matchup, no? Ano ba ang mga nakalinyang teams para sa ating pailaw dito lang sa ating tournament? No? Ang una nating laban ng duelo between Manila versus Cebu X Davao. It's going to be EVOS Esports versus NV Gaming. Fresh off a win last week, no? EVOS against MATTJESS at itong NV Gaming may gusto pang patunayan after that very close series against Stallions, followed by MATTJESS versus Pacific and as well as Stallions versus Gaon. A familiar foe, no, para dito sa ating match number 2 na kung saan magkakaroon ng onting mini reunion lang si KLB sa dati niyang team. Whereas match number 2, eto talaga ang inaabangan ko, Sneaky Frag. MATTJESS, grabe nga naman, strong win yesterday against Execration. Itong Pacific, nandoon na sila, gritting and grinding heading into top 4.
Yeah, and potentially, no, para dito sa matches, they can actually drag down yung record dito ng Pacific, and it would be unheard of, no, not to see Pacific Esports dito sa ating top 4 position. And para naman dito sa Stallions and sa Gaon, of course, it's kind of the same story as well. Yung lower table team or quote-unquote lower table team natin na Gaon Gaming kind of overperforming dito sa regionals, and maybe, just maybe, they can strike at the king dito, pare.
Yeah, for sure, no? Hopefully, ito yung mga teams na maglalaro ngayon will bring their A-game 100%. Wala silang hesitation dito sa pagkakaroon ng isang magandang performance. Give us the best games possible, no? At kaming manonood dito, talagang kagalak-galak na makita kayong mag-perform para sa inyo at para lang din sa amin. Now, let's talk about, no, the elephant in the room for our game number 1, Sneaky Frag. EVOS versus NV. Arguably the number 1 team currently, no, EVOS Esports with their back-to-back wins aiming for their 3-peat, no, tying Pacific Macta hopefully, yun nga ang inaasam dito ng EVOS. Whereas NV Gaming, parang from the amount of times na nagka-qualify sila dito sa top 8 nung ACX, MJ, Motomac Gaming, Chulanga Gaming team, and now NV Gaming, no, parang they are still the team na masasabi kong solid but not enough to actually see as the community as a threat talaga sa ating top 8. So ganun talaga kabigat yung timbang dito, no, Sneaky Frag. We have one already up in the heavens, at itong NV Gaming talagang kinakalmot pa yung ating mga kisame.
Yeah, for sure, no. I mean, NV only recently, no, na nakuha nila yung revelation na, you know, Devil is actually a damn good sniper para sa kanilang team, and I feel like him stepping in instead of itong si Heka was actually very, very good para dito sa NV Gaming, no. Kind of provided them a new perspective going into yung game, and obviously, yun nga, with Red playing better, CJ playing better, mas maganda na yung itsura ngayon ng NV. Pero EVOS is still EVOS at the end of the day, pare, no. So EVOS, of course, a win in this regionals, pare, would be very legacy defining para sa kanila dito. Obviously, they want to tie things up with Pacific, and, you know, a win, another Masters win, and another regionals win. I mean, possibly nasa usapan na sila sa greatest of all time, at least for the Philippines, pare.
Palong-palo na ngayon si Boss KSA, at kitang-kita mo nga naman na lahat na sila dito preparado na para bang si Sak Maestro, no, sa una niyang laban against 0R. Pero ito, pre, going back to sa usapang Crossfire, I believe EVOS, parang their numbers absolutely stuns everybody, you know. Kasi kung makikita mo, their primary top fragger, usually makikita mo yung mga naghahawak ng HK, yung mga attacker, ang primary top fragger ngayon, Sneaky Frag, sa standings at sa stats ng EVOS is none other than their sniper, Cetra, no? And with that generational of a 3-game series against Execration last week, makikita mo nga talaga yung jump niya sa standings ng ating KD leaderboards. And not just that, how impactful he is, kasi palagi siyang nandyan, no? That 1.03 kills per round, parang yun talaga ang kinakatakutan ng mga teams.
Yeah, I really do remember, no, when the conversation was it KLP or Revenge the best sniper dito sa Pilipinas, no, not too long ago, and then Zetra arrived at the scene and it just blew the conversation out of proportion, pare. And with his limited time in this roster, I mean, out of nowhere, he just became the best player, which is pretty insane, no? Kasi feeling ko EVOS, they really needed another star player other than dito kay KSA at kay Yobe, with him landing on the team with his impact na hindi lang sa pagkakuha ng opportunity para sa team niya, no, but his closers too. Salvatore, grabe,
Yep.
the amount of times that Zetra has saved EVOS from certain death. is insane.
And I really love this growth no, and not just from Cetra, no, the scouting prowess na meron dito ang organization na to, no, from the days na Batzera, Eevee, and Yobib to what we have right now. Meron na tayong KLR and Elvin being scouted by 7CF himself, no. So being able to produce talents like this, parang minsanan mo lang talaga makukuha. Diamond in the rough tong si KSA, because the moment that he stepped into competition, wala talaga siyang tinira. Tinibag niya lahat ng competition and everyone believed in this guy. So ngayon, nagkaroon talaga ng isa pang malupit na kortong si Yobib, no? And with this current season na meron ng EVOS, eto na ata yung masasabi kong peak na roster na meron dito ang EVOS Arcelia, and that is one heck of a performance so far, no? Kasi kung makikita mo from how they developed themselves from last year and now this year na, mawawala si Tino, their second in command, dadagdagan mo si Cetra, it's not even far away from what was impactful from Tino, nandun pa rin talaga yung angas at yung legacy niya na iniwan from KSAN as well as kay Yobib. So that's just drawing kung paano nga ba talaga katikas dito ang EVOS RC, that they should be respected. Kailangan nyo pa rin silang katakutan at sila pa rin na masasabi nating standard bearers kung paano nga ba talaga magdaro ng picture perfect Crossfire. Same in the conversation is Pacific and as well as Stallions, pero ibang ball game ang ginagawa ng EVOS pagdating sa takot sa mga ibang teams.
Yeah, no, I feel like it was just a matter of time nung si Keller kayo naging IGL dito sa team na to, that this team would finally take its final form, and I feel like this is probably it, no? Yung this squad, this is probably, the end game para sa kanila dito, and if they can peak with this roster, this would be an amazing run para sa kanila dito.
At hindi pa nga sila nagpipick, no? And speaking of pick, gusto kong malaman kung ano ang masasabi ni KLR sa mga pinagsasabi natin kanina dito sa ating interview. Boss Michael! Ikaw ang aming napili ngayon, no? Ikaw ang ating bunot ngayon, no? Boss Kel, kamusta ka naman?
Ayos naman ng buhay-buhay. Ito, titinda ng tao sa umaga, titinda pa ng balat sa gabi.
Iyon ang gusto ko kay Boss KLR. Kayod, lagare, kumbaga. Boss KLR, kalaban mo, NV Gaming ngayon for sure. Ikaw rin ang nagiging testigo dito kung gaano nga ba ka-solid ang NV Gaming. So heading into this matchup, sino ang parang kinakaabangan mo sa laban nyo mamaya sa NV?
Tingin ko wala Parang kasi ito yung mga gusto kong kalaban, yung mga hindi nagpa-practice. Sarap kainin ng buhay na ito mga to.
Yan, talagang well-trained sa PR si Boss KLR. Ikaw, Sneaky Frog, may katanungan ka ba?
Ikot natin to, pabalik nga dito ng EVOS, no? Actually, guys, nag-practice ba kayo para dito sa NV Gaming match nga? Nag-prepare ba kayo, pare?
Siyempre, nag-expect pa rin kami na bibigyan kami ng magandang laban na ito mga to.
Ayun naman pala.
Diba? Papabalanse lang, diba? Parang yin-yang lang yan, Boss Nicky Frog. Boss KLR, nasa iyo na ang entablado. Iabot namin sa iyo ang mic. Baka may gusto kang mensahe sa kalaban mo at as well as baka may gusto kang ipa-shoutout dyan?
Shoutout nga pala sa Arcelia Pam and EVOS Pam. Pati na rin sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin. Maraming salamat sa iyo. Pati sa Basher, ganun din. Thank you.
Yun, maraming salamat, Boss KLR. Sana mag-headshot lahat ng mga tutok mo dyan and good luck sa EVOS Esports.
Thank you.
Yun, tinan mo nga naman pre, no? Tilting the balance si Boss KLR, no? Kaya niya kang sabihin na masarap dumurog ng kalaban, pero kaya niya rin sabihin na, hindi, nag-practice naman kami, may respeto rin naman kami dyan sa enemy. Ganun lang dapat pre, may tamang timpla lang kumbaga.
Spirit of competition with a bit of spice, pare. Why not? It's the perfect blend para nga dito sa EVOS na you see every single time. Love them or hate them, pare. At the end of the day, they're still one of the best teams in the Philippines. And it's gonna be very interesting what they're gonna bring to the ball game, especially when they're gonna try to counter itong si Devil, to be specific. Ayun nga, I'm specifically looking forward to yung head-to-head natin between itong si Zetra at si Devil, actually. How Devil's gonna figure out itong si Zetra, fully knowing na I think their speed is about the same, no, pare, pagdating sa barrel dito.
Actually, no, parang kung di ako nagkakamali, pareho nga talaga sila dito ng impact pagdating sa kills per round. I feel like ganun din yung ginagawa talaga ni Devil nung series against Pacific and as well as Stallions. Na parang nandoon siya para kumuha ng isang pick, tapos kayo na bahala kung gagawa ka talaga kayo ng entry, because with that experience sa mga 8v8 na pinapakita ni Devil, I just know he is able to take space from the map, na parang kaya niyang sakalin lahat talaga ng pwesto, and that's how good of an addition dito si Devil. It's a breath of fresh air na kung saan si Heck talagang nagtatawag para sa kanila, and at the same time kailangan niya pa rin gumawa ng duties during his sniper role, which to me is mabigat, pero kailangan niya talagang punan yung responsibilidad na yun. No? Pero etong dahil kay Devil dito, the Nomad is now taking the lengths para talaga maging primary caller para sa team na to at nakita mo nga naman ang major improvements, Sneaky Frog.
Yun nga, no? I mean, I feel like ever since he really came into the team, there's a certain bite, no? Galing dito sa Envy, there's always a surprise at the start of the round, always Devil looking for opportunities, but at the same time, there's also that second half ng tournament natin where etong si Ared and si CJ suddenly started fragging again, and yun yung hinahanap natin every single time na maglalaro dito yung Envy Gaming. You always look for the Ared and CJ entry frags potentially, but also etong si Nomad to try and call his team to the right way dito, pare. Hindi naman naging pangit yung macro ng Envy Gaming for the past few weeks. It's just na, you know, some teams are really just outshooting them dito sa mga ibang laruan natin.
And hopefully this is now the Envy Gaming that could really be confident no, sa pagpindot ng left click nga nila. No? We see them a bit of hesitation during that series against Stallions to, na parang hindi nga talaga sila nakakapalag. But at the end of the day, can you really blame yourselves na hindi ka makapalag against Stallions? Talagang wala kang ibang ituturo kundi Stallions mismo. No? Envy Gaming, now you're shaping up in this competition no, kung saan parang ginagawa na namin ng litmus test kung kaya nyo nga ba talaga tumapad sa mga gods ng Crossfire. With now Stallions, nagkaroon ng onting dikit pero yung sub-base na yung makakalimutan nyo heading into this series against EVOS, isa na mga testing grounds ang makikita namin wala sa inyo. Hopefully talagang basagin nyo yung expectations namin sa inyo. Ito na nga ang kanilang schedule. No? We have EVOS Arc, yun nga yung mangyayari dito sa ating araw na to. MATTJESS for next week. Execration naman ang kasunod nun. At Gaon Gaming. No? Ito yung sinasabi ng Gaon Gaming na gusto nga nilang makalaban, which is Envy Gaming, at yun ang kanilang karapat-dapat na main event, pre.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a rough few best of three, or rough few best of threes para dito sa Envy Gaming, but still I think very winnable pa naman yung kanilang matchup up against itong MATTJESS. Arguably pare, feeling ko kaya nila manalo against Gaon and even Execration. I feel like Envy Gaming, the peak is there para sa kanila dito, kailangan na lang nilang hanapin naman.
Yeah. Totoo naman yun talaga, no, Sneaky Frog. And hopefully, parang sa preparasyon, actually, ng Envy Gaming, no, parang nasabi ko, parang kung di ako nagkakamali, meron pa rin silang gabay ng Diyos na may kapal, no, yesterday. At sana nandyan pa rin sila sa tabi nila, no, kasi parang in this kind of matchup, kakailanganin talaga nila. And this is one matchup that I feel like they should be well prepared of, physically and as well as mentally. At nakakarinig na ako ng kalebang dito kay Direk, no, na nandito na ang ating interviewin, no, Sneaky Frog, walang iba kundi si Mr. AK Headshot himself, Boss Ared. Kamusta ka naman?
Okay lang po. Kayo po, kamusta?
Okay lang din kami. Buti ka pa, kinamusta kami. Si KLR, hindi, no? Tatampo tuloy kami sa kanya. Pero yun, Boss Ared, jokes aside, ito, makakalaban nyo, EVOS Esports. Anong masasabi mo sa kalaban nyo na EVOS na knowing na sila yung nasa pinakataas ng standings ngayon?
Good luck na lang po sa amin.
Ay, sa inyo?
Oh.
Kala ko sa kalaban nyo hihingin yung good luck na yun, eh. Ikaw, Sneaky, tanong.
Pansin ko for the past few weeks, no, Boss Ared, may improvement galing dito sa Envy Gaming. I mean, other than pumasok nga dito si Devil, no, ano yung naging difference kung bakit mas gumaling kayo these past few weeks?
Si Devil kasi malaking impact sa amin kasi yung map awareness niya malawak.
Mas kita naman talaga namin talaga.
Mas kampante kami ng mga rifle na bumik kasi kaya niya makipag-trade.
Actually, totoo. Yun nga yung napapansin talaga namin. No? Doon pa lang sa laban ng Pacific, ramdam mo talaga na may impact si Boss Devil. No? So, good luck sa inyo, Boss Ared. Pero bago yun, baka may gusto kang batiin dyan. Shout out at may mensahe ka ba sa EVOS?
Good luck po sa amin. Good luck po sa EVOS. Good luck din sa amin. Shout out pala sa boss namin si JR. Tapos sa former teammates namin si Bustanggol sa Herbie Gaming.
Uy.
Yun, miss ka na namin, Boss Tanggol. Balik ka na ng Herbie Gaming. Hinahanap ka na ng dati mong kampe. Boss Ared, good luck sa laban nyo. Sana maging headshot lahat ng mga tutok mo. And good luck to the rest of your teammates.
Okay po, thank you.
Grabe pala yung
Back Sunday, Sneaky Frog, do.
Grabe yung mga
Shout
sniper
out
pala ng Envy, no, from Dark Angel to Devil, pare. Yan talaga yung mga nakikita nating roster changes dito sa CFPH. But ayun na nga, as we head into yung head-to-head natin, I feel like it is gonna be the head-to-head between yung snipers or at least yung one of yung riflers natin. Kasi honestly, I mean, every single player sa isang side, pwede may point out and they could be on the head-to-head. Pero dito naman sa Envy Gaming, there's at least 4 na pwede mong piliin dito. But, of course, we are gonna see the Zetra versus Devil matchup, pare. Ito talaga inaantay ko. I can't wait for this one to cook.
At inaabangan talaga natin dito how much space Cetra will take on the map at si Devil yun din yung gagawin niya no? Parang in-emphasize ni Ared na kayang pumik dito ni Devil and yun din naman yung hinahype natin dito kay Cetra. Sino yung mas flashy no? In terms of trying to get that one singular pick na pwedeng maging info para sa team mo and especially using that 4v5 as an advantage. At sa nakikita talaga natin Sneaky Frog, I feel like Cetra was the one that has the most impact kasi yung 4v5 na kinakailangan talaga ng EVOS yun, whereas Envy Gaming some rounds were not able to convert into winning rounds kahit nga siya yung nakakuha ng pick na yun. So this is a breath of fresh air. Isipin nyo nga naman sa dami nating mga matchups like Kano and Aldrin, eto sniper versus sniper tayo dito Sneaky Frog for our key players. And not to mention second dito sa KD leaderboard si Cetra with number 1 being Kano. So you have a rifle and as well as a sniper sa KD leaderboards. That's a good contrast sa mga players na meron tayo Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that is a good contrast para nga dito sa mga players natin. No? But I feel like Devil is gonna have quite a big responsibility para dito to really carry Envy over the hump dito pare.
It's a definitely solid matchup no na gusto ko talagang makita, pero eto pa mas lalo pa nilang gustong makita to pag naging apat nga ang ating mga frames dito no. Itawag ko na ang ating mga kaibigan na si Ramon at si Bipolar para sigawan tayo lahat para sa napapalapit na matchup nga no. Na-miss namin kayong dalawa, yan ang duo na hindi talaga matitibag na parang Kobe and Shaq, at ayan na nga sila magpapakilig sa inyo ating mga madla. Ramon, ikaw muna kakamustahin ko, kamusta ka dyan?
Pre, okay naman. Sobrang hard-hitting naman na games yesterday kahit puro 2-0. Hopefully, mga mas matatagal pa to kasi dami talagang kailangan ma-prove ng lahat ng mga maglalaro ngayon.
Ikaw, Boss Bipolar, eto, welcome back to the casting desk, no?
Yeah.
So, Bipolar, heading into the EVOS versus Envy Gaming matchup. Anong masasabi mo dito?
Alam mo, I'm just so excited kasi nakita nga natin dito na pinagsabihan dito ni KLR na ang buong Envy daw hindi nagpa-practice. So, that is gonna be a spicy thing. Pero kasi napapansin ko naman na parang si Ared is gonna be online pagdating sa ating labanan later on. So, I wanna see kung paano nga ba maglalaro si Devil and as well as si Ared. But for EVOS, it's EVOS eh. What can you expect but greatness? But nonetheless, nag-follow na ako, nag-quote na ako para sa labanan na to kasi alam ko from match 1 hanggang match number 3, mainit ang labanan natin.
Nothing to say much about EVOS kasi they all know to themselves na malakas nga talaga sila, and there shouldn't be an argument kung kanino nga talaga sila kinukumpara, whereas Envy Gaming, we need to hype them up kailangan talaga natin bigyan ng emphasis ang pangalan na Envy Gaming. They still have solid players, they have solid outputs pagdating sa kanilang mga numero no, and hopefully bigyan nila tayo ng isang magandang serye. Dumako naman tayo sa map dito mga aking katalent dyan no, sa aking mga katabi kasi itong map dito na to mahalaga actually, knowing na there should be an opening for sub-base kung hindi nga ibabanto ng EVOS. But so far, we have a very peculiar ban mula sa EVOS, no? Not prioritizing sa compound na kung saan during PH Masters, dito nila dinurog ang NB Gaming 10-1. Pero with that respect from yesterday's game against Stallions, parang sinasabi na lang ng EVOS wag na yung compound na yan. Sticky, any thoughts?
Yeah, at the same time, feeling ko ayaw yatang makot itong si Zetra na medyo maaga agad, especially pagdating dito sa new compound. Alam mo naman kung gaano ka-thin yung margin, especially for that initial B-pillar fight and then that initial mid-fight, especially with the new changes. So I feel like it's a lot more comfortable of a time para dito kay Zetra to just operate on port. Ang Kara being an option para dito sa EVOS, walang problema para sa kanila yun in terms of the map number 1. Kung umabot to na map 3, there is a shot para sa Envy Gaming para.
It's a shot.
Absolutely no pre. And about you Ramon, I would like to put some emphasis no dun sa ating first 2 picks. Ano masasabi mo sa Ankara and Port?
Actually, thank you so much kasi mukhang naganda ata ang Envy Gaming considering that this Ankara map pick is definitely something na pwede na lang nakita from their game against Execration, where EVOS were actually this close on losing it 2-0 sa kanila. They've seen a lot more holes in their defense. Kaya tingnan natin kung yun nga yung pwedeng ma-exploit ng Envy Gaming. Pero EVOS on their port map, it's always been a staple for them. Cetra's gonna do a lot of good things dito pagdating sa kanya on GR. I'm just expecting this to be a really good solid game plan para sa pera nating teams.
Yeah, last but not the least, Polar, no? Anything you'd like to add sa ating analysis sa ating map dito?
I mean, I just like what I'm seeing for EVOS right now. Port being open here, their most comfortable map dito at individual finals. Pero nga, pagdating ng sub-base dito, there might be a shot for both teams or basically even for Envy Gaming na makuha yung series nito if we do get into the decider map. Pero man, for Ankara, it's okay for Envy Gaming pero not the best.
I like this contrast yung balance talaga ng map dito na to, no? It just speaks to me na parang nahanap nga nila yung mga prior na mapa nga nila, no? And now it's time to talk about the predictions, gentlemen, no? Sneaky Frog, Ramon, and Bipolar, handaan nyo ng mga utak nyo, at especially dyan sa ating magigiting na viewers dyan na naka-live, na nagko-comment dyan sa ating Facebook stream. Pwede nga kayong makisama sa amin dito sa pag-predict sa magiging laban ng EVOS at ng NV Gaming. Simulan ko na nga. I just feel like EVOS is at their prime right now at walang pwedeng makatumba sa kanila other than themselves, and as well as a second in command siguro sa ibang team. EVOS, putting fate on them, 2-0 to. Sneaky Frog, you're next.
Yun nga, granted medyo nabaliktad yung 2-0 natin, no, from yesterday dun, Salvatore. I feel like this is gonna be, you know, more sure of a prediction para sa akin, EVOS 2-0.
Okay, Ramon, ikaw naman.
Yeah, mapakaster deck kumbaga, o kaya dun sa may comment section natin, walang makakapagdebate sa mismong magiging prediction dito. It's a 2-0 for EVOS. They're still one of the top dogs dito sa Pilipinas, but I'm hoping that NV actually shows us something different.
General consensus talaga, no? Bipolar, close it out.
I mean, yun nga, no, I just wanna see Arid and as well as Devil pop off pagdating sa ating tatlong mapa. But nonetheless, I will stand by my predictions before ng preview show. Tease 2-0 pa rin tayo para sa Kings of Crossfire Philippines.
Absolutely no debate whatsoever sa laban ng EVOS tsaka ng NV. Clear cut na nga talaga para sa ating panel and as well as to our viewers kung sino nga talaga ang mananalo dito. Boss JR, sorry sa mga nakikita mo, pero hopefully hindi ka iwan ng mga bata mo. Bibigyan nila tayo ng isang magandang serye at para sa inyo rin naman to, Crossfire Philippines. So that is it for our predictions. No, clear cut nga naman talaga, smooth lang kumbaga, lahat tayo 2-0 dito, but there is still a chance for NV Gaming to do something really special, no? Isang magandang headline mamaya na makikita nyo, possible pa, parang pinoforecast ko lang na NV Gaming 2-0 or even a 2-1 dito kay EVOS Esports. Pero tama na nga ang pagkukwento dito, no, ng mga pwedeng mangyari. Ipakita na natin kung ano ba talaga dapat mangyari dito sa ating loob ng ating map number 1. Ramon at Bipolar, bigyan nyo kami ng magandang serye.
Magandang hapon, Crossfire Philippines! Another day, another Manila versus Cebu na may halong Davao. Nga naman para sa pinakaunang serye sa araw ng Setyembre. EVOS versus NV, Ramon at Bipolar nga pala back together again since PH Masters Grand Finals. Pare, medyo na-miss nga kita no? Mukhang masaya magiging laruan natin ngayon, men!
Naku po, Nako po Ramon, don't say those words. Baka maghubad ako dito bigla kahit bawal. Pero nonetheless, kailangan kasi nating mag-ready, Ramon. So hindi ko gagawin yun. Kailangan natin mag-ready para sa labanan mamaya. Kasi tulad nga sinabi natin, NV, not the, in terms of win probability, mas mataas dito ang EVOS. Pero we want to see these players pop off. Sinabi nga ni Sneaky last time na this is a better this is a better team than before nung nakita natin sila sa Masters, and we know it by us, Ramon and Bipolar, nung kasi kinakasama natin yung games nila. It was not the best situation sa kanila, but now with Nomad in, with these players combining their forces, yung mga 2-0 natin, feeling ko it might crumble pagdating sa ating 3 maps.
I mean, syempre naman, di ba? Kahit yesterday pa lang, naramdaman pa lang natin na iba yung ihip ng hangin sa buong Crossfire scene so far, no? Muntikan nang magkaroon ng mga upsets. Muntikan pa nga tayong magkakaroon ng mga 2-1 victories, no? What if today is the day na magkaroon tayo ng headline tomorrow na ang NV Gaming nakapag 2-0 o kaya 2-1 ng EVOS Esports. Medyo malayo sa paningin ng maraming tao since so far ito nga naman ang isa mga pinakamalakas, kung hindi ang pinakamalakas sa Pilipinas, defending champions from PH Masters, defending champions from last year's regional finals as well, ang EVOS Esports. So talagang malaki talaga ang expectations para sa squad na ito na makahabol dito. Hindi na makahabol, kundi makataas nga naman dito sa ating matchup so far. No? Especially with the map pick that we have, balancing out when it comes to the strengths of each players. We have the riflers as well from NV Gaming, have been doing a lot of improvement. Pagkatapos ng laro nila against Stallions kahapon, talagang nagpakita sila na maayos dun sa kanilang naging laro kahapon. Pero I think it's also gonna be a true test sa kanila, especially para kay Devil, kasi naipakita na sa head-to-head na medyo mahirap nga yung may kalaban niya ngayon, si Cetra. Ang sinasabi ng marami na siya ngayon ang pinakamalakas na sniper sa Pilipinas. Ano yung masasabi mo doon, Bipolar?
I mean, looking at that head-to-head nga kanina, I think from our panel sinabi nila na this head-to-head was something na inaabangan nila from the past weeks pa. So, ngayon, Devil has to prove himself pagdating dito sa ating so-called other Filipino sniper na si Cetra. Pero kasi man, tulad din ng ano eh, tulad ng nasa isip na natin, Cetra is so good to a point na baka walang magawa si Devil pagdating sa mga labanan natin. I'm not hindi ko binababa yung galing dito ni Devil, pero pag kinumpare mo kasi siya kay Cetra, there's kind of a gap kung titignan mo.
Ano ba ang demonyo sa isang robot na naman no? Parang at one point talagang sinasabi ng ibang tao na isang hacker nga si Cetra sa kung gaano kagaling at kung gaano kabilis lang din no, mag-react ang batang to sa kahit sinong ang binabato mo sa kanya no? This is just the talent that we have sa Crossfire scene at misto lang talagang over the last year when nobody even knew about this kid up until yung stint niya dun sa Sunday Shrooms na pick up nga ng EVOS at ngayon pa lang nalalaman ng mga tao kung gaano siya kagaling and this is just gonna make a lot more moves para sa EVOS Esports. They're already solid core way back then when they were Arcilla Esports, just had a firepower upgrade with just this kid alone. Kaya ina natin kung yun nga yung propesya na may tutupad nga ngayon para sa EVOS Esports nga no. Since medyo kahit nanalo sila ng kinarami-raming trophies dito sa domestic, kahit na let's say respectable nga yun na ipakita nga nila dun sa international, parang parang may mga doubters pa rin no. Akala mo nung nanalo pa lang sila na PH Masters wala nang debate, pero so far parang meron pa rin pare.
Meron pa rin naman talaga no, kasi it's a different kind of Crossfire. Tulad nga ng naalala mo yung narrative natin nung Crossfire nung Masters pa lang tayo, nag-iiba na yung timpla ng buong Crossfire Philippines. Everyone is getting good. The past kings back then, ngayon hindi natin na-expect na nasa 5th spot natin in the standing. So that just means that it's evolving. That just means that it's improving. And that is why we're just craving for even more greatness just like these players. And yung mga ano nga rin naman natin dito, Ramon, no, na yung what do you call this? Yung mga nagiging factor din kasi yung mga roster changes natin towards this matchup. Kaya ngayon medyo baka may nagul sa inyo, Gaon Gaming on number 2 spot. Rightfully so, with their changes as well.
Yeah nga, kasi already solid na yung pundasyon nga ng Gaon Gaming. Talagang dinagdagan na lang nila ng mas, let's say, mas brusko yung pag-approach nila dito sa mga laruan natin no? Mas aggressive na nga yung mga naging frontliners sila, and sometimes that's more than enough para sa naging cases ng Gaon, katulad din ng EVOS. That's why that Cetra upgrade is something that we notably talk about time and time again. They already have a solid rifler duo nga naman na si KSA at saka si Yobib, so that already is a very good foundation when it comes to the firepower department. For NV Gaming naman, dito pa lang puro potential kasi yung lagi natin binabatong word sa kanila kahit nung PH Masters pa lang, kasi may mga times na close na sana pero kadalasan medyo hindi masyadong close no. But you can tell from the individual talent that this team has. Si Nomad, siya pa lang talaga when the team plays around him, literal na he can move mountains sa performance niya pare. At saka kung tuloy-tuloy lang yung mga multi-frags ni NL pare, okay na sana tong NV Gaming Ano bang masasabi mo dito sa team na to?
I mean, for them, that dating acceptance, right? Ngayon, NV Gaming naman, they are a force to be reckoned with kung iisipin mo talaga ng masinsinan. Kasi, just like what you've said, individually as a players, you know they are crazy. Kapag nakikita mo nga na, I can compare these players to Lons. Napunta siya sa regional finals, ganun siya kagaling individually. Ganun din ang NV, pero when you put it in a team, kailangan talaga nila ng isang player tulad ni Nomad. So, kailangan pa ata mag-adjust ni Nomad at that IGL position, pero this might be the time na baka makita natin as a whole team mag-pop off ang buong NV.
Nakakita tayo ng mga close moments na ganun at sana nga matuloy ang pagiging team nga dito para sa NV Gaming, pero kami makakapag-adjust muna kami ng mabilisan kasi medyo kailangan lang ayusin ng konti-konti ang mga technicals para sa regional finals natin, kaya magbabalik muna tayo in just a short break. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si BF Polar at huwag kayong haalis, magbabalik ang sharing ito.
At si KSA tapos, KSA gets the 4K. KNP.
Yo, Beb with that spray down!
For KSA.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Take to tayo direct, lights, camera, action para sa unang set ng EVOS versus NV, Bipolar and Ramon. At balita ko, ready na tayo makipagbakan sa Angkara ngayon, Bipolar.
Yeah, so tama ka dyan na magbabakbakan nga talaga tayo mamaya. And of course, pagdating sa laban ng EVOS and NV, marami na tayong nasabi. It's all up to the players ngayon kung paano nga ba nilalabanan yan. On Ankara, pinag-usapan nga rin natin kanina na NV, they love this map a lot. Hindi sila nagpa-perform well, pero they do enough for them to get some rounds in. Pero up against EVOS, it might be a different story. Pero for EVOS, it's also a good map for them kasi it provides them a lot of room to play around. So, hindi pa natin sure kung paano nga ba talaga ang timpla natin dito.
Look, mabilisan lang naman yung may isip ko dito. It really is the battle between talaga. Kung gaano ka-online yung mga riflers ng pareho nating koponan. Kasi ultimo, parang up and down nga naman yung naging simula ng NV Gaming. Pero pinakita nila kahapon na may mataas silang ceiling dito. Pero iba na yung magiging harang nilang kalaban. Ang EVOS Esports kung saan napaka-solid ang YoBiv at KSA duo sa entry. So Bipolar, ready na tayo ngayon.
Eto na nga, mag-ready na tayo for EVOS and NV. This is where the real rally begins. Let's get straight into game number 1!
Napaka-solid ng pasok natin dito as a CJ Tunnels. Brilliant even gets himself a double. Oh my god, KSA with the first blood at mukhang NV Gaming. They start off with a beautiful 2-for-1 special dito, pare.
Yeah, nakita nga natin ngayon, no, Elvin and Kel are already out of the game. NL, mawawala na rin. Pero may sagot naman si Devil. Here comes the shots mula dito kay Yoben, kay Zetra. Pero ubusan na nga agad dito ng lahi as Zetra is the last player for EVOS. Ared and CJ, rifles in hand, both HK. Marami pa rin naman ditong utilities ang ating defending side right now. Pero kailangan nila mag-connect dito. They do have the C4 dito sa slide. So mahirap to para kay Zetra, pero this man has been doing wonders ever since he was born. So titignan natin ngayon kung kaya niya nga ba muli gumawa ng isa. There goes that one shot. Red falls down, pero CJ ngayon wants to claim his 4th kill of the day. Pero gusto pantayan dito ni Zetra yung 3 kills ni CJ. The C4 still so far out of reach. Ngayon, with so much time, 1 minute, lagpas pa. 1 minuto dito ng ating round number 1. And ganito na agad maglarong ating mga players. Very disciplined in terms of plays. Now, coming in from tunnel, CJ is very low, Ramon. So medyo kailangan niya mag-ingat dito kasi mas spot out pa ata ni Zetra. Shots not gonna be connecting. Pero ngayon, alam na ni CJ, he just needs to wait for time. He does still have a grenade. So kailangan niya gamitin to ng masinsinan.
Yeah, talagang nag-ikutan pa nga para natin kupunan dito no. Talagang from the aggressive mid push, agad-agad nakakala ng EVOS makakuha sila na mabilisan lang nakuha yung tunnels B just to get themselves that split going. And Zetra already inside of the site. Umulis na nga yung sniper na dito. CJ nakatingin lang. Backs turned up para sa kanya. Zetra might actually have an angle dito.
20 seconds. They will peek out. CJ with a wide peek. Instant heady para sa kanya, and first round goes towards NV. Parang nag-practice naman talaga ang NV. Parang mali ang information doon ni Kellar.
Oo, mukhang todo FFA ata si Bossing CJ, no? Picking 4 kills in the round, aggressive mid setup, and a split coming through as well. Talaga maayos yung naging gising ng NV pakatapos ng solid performance para kay CJ. But Devil already starting well, getting the first kill kanina. Now with the second, papunta kay Zetra. And with this head-to-head sniper setup, mukhang makaka-first blood na agad si Devil dito sa matchup natin.
Alright, let's see. KSA, waiting for the flash. Here comes the flash. Going in, instant kill para dito kay KSA. Mag-isa lang dito ang player coming in from NV. So kailangan nila mag-flash out or at least umalis muna dito sa site na to para it's a 4 versus 4 situation. Devil, ang malademonyong movement coming in from him already in the flank up. Elvin, very close by as well for one of the players of EVOS. Quick headshot para kay Devil. And now it's a 3v2 situation kung saan si Yobe very much low. Elvin ngayon will peek out, shots will connect. At dahil dyan double kill para sa kanya, it's an easy fight now for EVOS. Pero nga lang, NL dito sa kanan, nakuha na isa. Kukuha nga ba ng pangatlo? Kailangan nyo mag-defuse. You just need to wait for you just need to play for the defuse. And there you go, have it. Envy now. At hindi pa binigyan ni Ared dito ng kill ang EVOS.
Nako po, sayang para kay Elvin pare. Ang stable pa naman sana naging CA position niya dito kasi not only is he able to actually watch yung flank ng players all the way from EVOS, he's also able to actually find himself the kill over the Devil, who honestly just got himself a multi-frag right here. KELR pushing one, yun nga lang si Ared nandito na din na mag-push all the way towards second mid. 1-for-1 setup para sa NV at saka sa EVOS, both making very proactive moves all across GR and BL dito pare.
Active pushes right now mula sa tunnel. Yobib and KSA will eat some flashes there. Ared nakakuha ng isa pero Yobib may trade-off agad. Ngayon, split na naman ang ating mga players coming in from EVOS. Two players coming from Hotel. Nomad spotted through the smoke and that is not a good sign for Envy ngayon since it is now a 2v3. Buhay pa rin naman si Devil, so this TRG needs to hit every shot right now with him very much close by. He is very much a deadly person. Elvin looking at some kills right now, able to get one. And it's all up to Devil ngayon. Ramon, 1 minute, 18 seconds on the clock. Ngayon, paplanta ng bomba dito si Yobib. What can Devil do? All he can see is kills through the smoke. That's one for him. Can he get the second? Malapitang kills mula dito kay Elvin. Tatangkain yung bomba pero hindi naman yan hindi naman yan factor para kay Devil. Instant quick shot to the right mula kay Devil. And now he needs to play for time but 20 seconds is not a lot, etc. Also, this is the head-to-head competition na inaabangan nating lahat. Devil might catch Cetra off guard and yes he can. The Devil pursues and the Devil gets 3 kills.
Ang pinakadakilang pandinin lang na ginawa ni Devil ay ang pagkumbinse sa EVOS Esports na hindi siya umiiral. 3 kills in the 1v3 all the way through the smoke. Rushes all the way across the map para lang makahanap ng napakamaayos na angle kay Cetra na nakatingin sa kabilang side. Grabe si Devil, 6 kills and already set up para sa tunnels. Kills up ng si Elvin, on fire so far para sa EVOS. You'll see them slow down, try to take control of LA, kaya maayos ang naging kwenta nila dito. KELR gets another kay NL, so really EVOS are trying to find their way para makabawi lang dito kay Devil.
Oh, CJ already at the BL spawn. Cetra needs to do some damage here and look at that! A collateral! All the way from boxes. Cetra able to get 2 kills. Now it's 2 players left once again for Envy. It's just like before. And it's Devil once again. Together with Red. Trying to go for the retake. Cetra, KSA and Yobib. A formidable push mula sa kanila. But they're taking their time. Alam naman nila, there's still a lot more things to look at. But now, here comes the C4 being planted. Cetra holding down exit. Red waiting for the prime opportunity pero they don't have a lot of utility here, Ramon. So medyo mahirapan sila pumasok. They're gonna be going in for the play. Flash grenade will be coming in pero hindi magpupush agad si Ared. Devil. Some bombardments mula sa dito sa EA. And Ared instantly falling down. Cetra with the second double kill para sa kanya. And EVOS finally gets on the board.
Yep. Just a good coming through from Cetra. Ringing through papunta sa ENV na maayos na sana yung pag-sandwich play nila dito. Already knowing that LA was gonna be possibility, Cetra just turns back in towards that shot. At yung CA control na ginagawa nga agad ng EVOS just definitely gonna be the strong point so far that they had in the round. CJ only getting the spray down, but Yobib here to get the trade. That's a KSA and Yobib duo for you, and Yobib just shines through, getting the double. And with a quick scope, Devil just strikes dito kay Elvin to make it a 3v3. Duguan pareho si Yobib at saka si Devil dito para makapag-plant na C4 ang EVOS Esports.
EVOS planting the bomb now. Ared trying to push, slowly crawling his way towards the site. Now he peeks. Yobib falls down. Easy kill para sa kanya. Now they activate. It's all up to KELR and Cetra to stop this push. Pero Ared has been on fire. Pero Cetra has been hot in his hands. Now it's all up to Nomad and Devil. Pareha silang low. They need to hit shots quite clearly. Nomad ngayon leading his team. Devil, ayaw mag-defuse. Ikaw na bahala dyan, IGL! Kasi kaya ko naman puntiryahin yung ulo ni KLR. What a shot from the Devil!
1 HP, a shot from the TRG, and you can tell the Devil is fiery hot sa server natin. 4-1. NV Gaming striking so many shots papunta sa EVOS Esports. And even in one of the rounds where EVOS actually won, it was this close para makapanalo sa if it wasn't for Cetra's collateral, pare. You could tell na ibang-iba yung NV Gaming ngayon kumpara sa week 1 na nakita natin sa kanila, pare.
I mean, parang in-underestimate kasi dito ng EVOS with the statement na sinabi dito ni Keller on the interview. But nonetheless, you have to give them props, man. Devil is insane. He is a beast pagdating dito sa TRG. Tulad nga sinabi dito ni Salvatore and even everyone, I think, it was one of the hardest 1v3 so far. And him, parang hindi siya, it's just another day for Devil here. Parang na-outshine tuloy si Cetra. Nako po, mag-abang-abang ka na, Cetra. Baka may papalit agad sa'yo. Pangalan niya, Devil.
Nako po. Ano nga ba ang robot sa isang demonyo nga naman sa server ngayon, di ba? Talagang iba na ipapakita ni Devil at saka ang NV Gaming, pero simula pa lang yan at hindi pa nagtatapos ang first half natin. 4-1, oo, pero EVOS, the type of team that is not gonna be going down without a fight, as Devil controls the mid side again with that TRG, trying to see if he can get control kasama ang NV Gaming ngayon.
Slow pace game now for both teams. At pa rin ng 3 points dito ang ating NV, but now a very aggressive push mula sa tunnel. Cetra instantly decapitates Devil. Mamaya ka na daw, wag ka muna gumalaw. At dahil dyan, NV medyo very mad na napatay agad nila dito yung star player nila. And it's an interesting hold, by the way. Kung titignan nyo, NV has 3 players on A and just 2 players on B kung buhay pa si Devil.
Oo nga eh. Just putting all the trust that they have on the star player. Only gone in a blink of an eye dahil lang sa naging disciplined approach ni Cetra, as now some forward space from CJ. So it could be set as well for EVOS as they now are focusing sa pagtaas dun sa may mid setup as well. So that try setup na meron dito sa NV is gonna be their strong point dito. So despite Devil being lost here, as long as they have a stable defense dito, pag pumasok nga itong si KSA, kapag maganda yung flashes, maybe they could break up the trifecta, pero si KLR lumalapit na kay Nomad.
Crazy place now. Both people going in simultaneously at dahil dyan, KSA activates here on the entrance. Tatlong players going in without any flashes. Ared falls down. KSA with a double pero Yobib with 1. It's all up to CJ with the HK. Looking at kaliwa, makakuha ng isa pero Cetra is there for the instant trade. 2 points now for EVOS.
I'm telling you, man, one good flash breaks the trifecta of players na meron sila on the A site. And as long as you have the trust within your teammates to trade you, even if ikaw blinded ka din, wala talagang mangyayari. Pero for KSA, it's easy as that. Pero para kay Devil, another shot papunta kay Cetra. That is 3-1 so far sa head-to-head ng snipers natin. And si Devil ang so far leading against Cetra right now.
This is a crazy battle mula sa ating head-to-head players, Devil and Cetra. Parang cinema moment every time, para tayong nasa anime fights. Every time we see them against another, pag nasa LOS sila ng parehas na sniper, it's always a battle kung sino nga bang unang pipitas at sino ang mas magaling tumutok. But now, the battle goes silent. Napansin nga natin na may adjustment na rin ditong EVOS. They've become more disciplined in terms of pushing this out. They're not that aggressive without using those flashes, without using those smokes. Pero nag-setup na sila ngayon, trying for some kills here. KLR with the TRG.
Yeah, and you can tell that they're also like prioritizing yung CA lang nila kasi NV has been the type of team that sometimes will double flank, possibly flank as well kapag nag-execute na sila. But a good shot from KLR will make all the difference once he kills off Nomad here.
Wow. That was crazy. Saktong-sakto doon sa tuhod ni Ared. So, dahil dyan, papapuntahin muna siya sa ospital. It's one player down though, so it's not that big of a deal para sa Envy. It's still a 4v4. Pantay pa rin naman ang laban. Pero this interesting vent approach mula sa Envy might catch EVOS off guard once again. Nomad leading his team out of this area. KLR spotted, KLR down. Nomad ngayon able to stop the push. Kaso nga lang, sabi ng EVOS, ba't kami pupunta doon? Kung pwede naman kami punta sa B at magpakita ng ulo dito kay KSA. It's Yobib to get as well. The kill onto CJ. Pero si Elvin makakuha din ng isa. Ratting the place. Ayaw makakuha ng mga rotators. Pero 20 seconds on the clock. Biglang naging 2v2 yung ating 4v4. Yung Envy natin. Nag-switch ng side sila dito. Ramon. And now, they plant the bomb here in the site. NL very much close by. No flashes, no smokes, and no grenades. He needs to wait for this exit push. Mula kay Devil, NL with an easy shot. Elvin ngayon, naku po! You need to be looking at someone here, Elvin. Kasi nandyan si Devil, easy defuse ngayon para sa Envy.
Medyo tamang hesitation lang sana para sa EVOS no? One shot galing dito kay KLR. He already eliminated one of those 3 players doon sa my A site, and I thought that was gonna be the go-ahead kasi they had 4 people already settled up para makakuha ng execute, pero because they had CA control, they were already weighing their options. Hindi na nakikita, nagpa-flank yung Envy. They're not making any proactive pushes anymore, so they thought that it was gonna be a good opportunity para makapag-push doon sa B site, pero yung masama nga lang doon, nagkahiwa-hiwalay na yung ibang players ng EVOS. Patay pa nga ng iba. Kung wala doon si Elvin, this would have been a very dangerous situation para sa kanila. Pero ngayon, papasok doon sa may A-site. KSA gets 1, Nomad gets the 1-for-1. So agad, ang EVOS, tinarabaho ang A-site natin. 2v4 in an instant. Envy Gaming now on the retake scenario.
What a push mula dito sa EVOS. Able to get 3 players in an instant. Elvin is very much low, pero nakita nga nila dito si CJ, so they know someone might be pushing. Pero Yobib ups out, able to get the headshot or wallbang there onto CJ. And it's all up to Devil. He got a 1v3, pero with 1 player up for EVOS, it's a different setting now. He does still have the TRG. KLR might spot him out dito CA. He does find him. Grenade will connect. Devil ngayon, tinatangkin na lang dito. It's gonna be a crazy battle. If he wants to do something here, 13 seconds is not gonna be enough. And he's just gonna be giving this round for EVOS.
Yeah, another hesitation. Nawala na agad. Hindi na naghihintay-hintay ng kahit ano-ano pa. Wala nang patumping-tupik pa para sa EVOS as their entry was looking on point after a good flash coming forward from the support. And that just goes to show KSA. He just needed a little bit more of that backup para mas maayos lang din ang magiging entry para sa EVOS. 3-5 setup. And yet again, we'll see if they'll be able to catch up to Envy after this round before the swap. They already have Tunnels B control. Nomad gonna try to do his best to get himself that mid control kasama mga players ng Envy. Pero si KSA, kitang-kita na mukhang iba ang kanyang maiging kwenta dito as he gets his first shot kay CJ jumping up and down with the HK417. 5v4, low on HP, pero siya naman yung magiging entry. Okay lang yan.
Sobrang layo ng mga positions dito ng Envy. But this is gonna be a good cover in terms of map control. Yobib ngayon, not gonna be scared. He has Keller behind him, pero si Arit, kasama niya si Nomad. 1-for-1, Nomad very low. Needs to run away. Sobrang lalim na, pero Elvin is there as well. Now it's a 2v4. In a matter of 1 minute, duguan na agad ang buong Envy. Kung kanina marami silang point advantage, nauubos na. Nawawala ng isang iglap. Elvin to find the Devil. And he is an angel in disguise as we go into the second half.
And finally, another action coming forward sa kabilang side ng mapa naman kung saan so many rounds have been going upon that A-site setup and only 2 of them have actually found their way win the victory of EVOS Esports. So ngayon pa lang tayo nakakita ulit ng B-site that in this point in time, that aggressive push all the way from EVOS just working out pakatapos ng entry agad. Nalaman nila na may tao dun sa may second mid pero tayo ni KSA is giving a lot more support and that map control papunta doon sa may hotel just to get themselves that B-site itself setup. Really, EVOS Esports, medyo kakaiba no? Yung parang kwento ngayon so far. Usually, we see them dominating teams outside of that top 4 bracket. For Envy Gaming, nasabi natin malapit lang sila dun sa setup na yun, pero ngayon pa lang tayo nakita ng this much of a fight outside of your Pacific Esports, your Team Stallions. Kakaiba from a team that didn't have that much expectations pare from their PH Masters run. This is a new look already para sa Envy Gaming and I like what I'm seeing despite EVOS getting their 2 wins back to back.
Yeah, tama ka dyan. To a point na pinipiga talaga dito ng Envy yung full potential ng EVOS. So, this is actually crazy if you look at it in a way. Kasi we were underestimating Envy a lot. Not to a point kung saan we don't necessarily see them as a performing squad. Pero, ngayon, they're proving us wrong even for EVOS. KSA needs to get out of that vent position already. 1/4 HP na lang ang natitira para sa kanya. And now, sugatan agad dito ang buong EVOS. They might need to be careful kasi if Envy and Red tries to push this out, they can easily get 1 kill. Pero papasok ata si Keller through the smoke to be able to possibly get an easy kill. Pero nag-disperse muna ang buong Envy.
Wait, tatlong sniper ba yung nakikita ko dito doing it against the team that really started the triple sniper setup. Mukhang kakaiba ata yung naipapakita ng NV ngayon sa kanila with TRGs all across the board for the 3 players, NL, Devil at saka kay Nomad kanina. Pero simula pa lang yan, drop down in NL, spotted by Yobib on that second mid control, spraying down against NL. 1-0 para sa EVO so far, as they now also will have setup. Laban doon kay Setra, and he already gets the shot kay CJ. What a good start for EVOS so far. How will they convert this round?
Let's see, no? Yung C4 kasi natin nasa tunnel B pa eh. So, they might want to connect with Devil right now. Not a lot of kills though for Envy as the start of the second round. For EVOS, this play kung saan everyone has their own, just individual plays coming in, might be the detrimental factor para makuha nila yung round na ito. Nomad, very much low. Eats up the flash pero doesn't even look towards Yobib anymore. Nakakatakot talaga pag in Dark Prince nasa likuran mo na. Ared now is forced to push out. He needs to activate Devil here. Ared with the kill. Instant headshot, pistol out para kay Devil ngayon pero wala siya matatamaan. Elvin nasa likuran. What was that? Devil is doing devil things but he falls down. Binatuhan ng Cruz dito ni KLR, and that is a round. Tie game tayo ngayon for EVOS and Envy.
And just some heroics coming through for Devil, pero EVOS still showing that they still dominate the game when it comes to those slow-paced tempos. And Yobeb showing that he is still the Dark Prince as of yet. Talagang needing a little bit more than just a leg up here. Finding so many isolated frags, even finding dito si Nomad, which interestingly, the amount of time that he spent there para lang magkaroon siya ng mid-control. At never pa nga niya na-expect na mag-repick tong si Yobib just loses all that power that he had doon sa mapang yun pare, no? So, well played for Envy so far. As Setra's gonna hit another shot kay CJ. Entry coming down for Envy despite that. B-site now is the focus. But Setra continues to show that he's the sniper that we need to watch out for. Another for Yobib as well. 2v2 tayo dito by Polat. Mukhang may laban pa ang Envy dito.
Mahirap to for Envy, pero sabi ni Devil, madali lang to para sa akin kahit isa na lang ako dito. But the C4 very much far away. Yobib with the easy headshot. Now it's all up to these two fraggers to maybe start off kung sino nga bang aangat dito sa round number 11. Ared finds the C4. Parang hindi ata alam ni Yobib na nasa kanya yung C4. Now he knows, with him going into A without any kind of information, it's gonna be a hard fight despite him having 100 HP. Baka na kay Ared yung angat dito. Mali pa yung read dito ni Yobib. He's gonna go to tunnels, but never mind. He hears everything. Alam niya dito, nakita niya si Ared. Ared doesn't know. Ared picks out Yobib with the kill. And there goes a pop-off king mula dito kay Yobib, able to clutch it up.
He's just showing that he is still Yobib by the end of the day. Despite all the new names coming into Crossfire, Yobib, a name that we need to remember time and time again. The conversation of who is the influential player dito sa pareho nating teams as EVOS continue to convert this time. Setra also just showing some awareness na nakapasok na sa RS. Ibang mga players ng ND so far cutting the rotation back off. Putting a lot more confidence back into the start core of EVOS after they have a bit of a scuffle sa pag-push all the way towards the B-side kasi medyo nagkakaroon na ng palag yung entries ni NL at saka ni CJ nga no? Mukhang nakapasok sa site pero at the end of the day, it's not really enough para makakuha ng kanilang magiging round win. 5-6 tayo. EVOS Esports may pampalag pa on the GR side. Very passive na. Pareho nating teams, but that just means that Envy will have all the space that they need. Papunta sa CA and all the way back in towards that mid setup.
Napapansin ko din na parang they're giving so much respect right now for EVOS, which I think they shouldn't do. just because sobrang default ngayon ang setup ng EVOS. It's 2 for A, 2 on B, 1 on tower. So the best kind of position that you can hope for is gonna be on A. Kaso nga lang, they're gonna be dispersing once again. Maghihiwala ang ating mga players. First contact will be Yobeb. Easy headshot para kay Devil. And now, they capitalize. They just stabilize once again. Sabi na, angat na tayo ng isang player. Let's not push anymore. Pupunta tayo sa hotel. But now, Arid, sabi natin dito, nakapatis na isa, but the flash, gonna be a nuisance dito para sa buong Envy. KSA peeks out, and babalik ka nga with a double kill into his name. He's gonna be activating even more. Cetra joins the fray. Mag-isa lang dito si Nomad. The IGL, what can you do? You have 5 players that you need to kill. All you have is the HK. And you're up against 3 M4s. Nomad finds one. To tap onto KSA and Yobeb. This might be possible. Kahit low na siya, pero never mind. Did not expect Kellar from the vents. Wow.
Pop-up moments indeed, pero never forget who is the top one in the scene. KSA sumisirit ng kumpiyansa sa pag-in and out niya para mapatay ang dalawang tumatry na mag-entry all the way towards that vents position, pare. And very well said, no? Remind tayo kung bakit ito nga ang isa sa mga pinakamalakas na teams dito sa Pilipinas when they are on a high form, when they're back in their groove. Talagang malakas ang magiging palag ng EVOS Esports natin dito. Kung saan, maayos nga yung naging simula ng NV Gaming. Maayos yung naging shots na naipakita ni Devil. Namamangha tayo sa naging entries nila every single time. Pero when it came down to a lot of the fights, yung EVOS minsan talagang kapag alam nilang kaya nilang labanan sila, nilalaban talaga nila, pare.
Yeah, I mean, the balls on these players are too much to handle kung iisipin mo, kasi talagang laban kung laban. Alam nila yung bakbakan, it is gonna be going into their favor. It was a rough start for EVOS nung umpisa, no? Tama ba, Ramon? Parang 3 points agad doon yung NV, but they easily adjusted after that first 5 rounds. Nakuha na nila agad yung momentum. Ngayon, NV, despite them getting some kills, hindi sila makapasok. Ramon, I don't know what's happening for NV right now.
I mean, it's probably just the swap of sides nga naman na meron sila all throughout, no? And definitely EVOS being one of those teams that when you know are in a good mood, when you know that they kind of figured out kung ano yung rotations, kung ano yung possible na may tendencies ng kalaban nila, talagang mag-iiba yung magiging parang padjak nga nila dito sa ating serye so far. And sometimes just tells you that they also kind of took their preparations seriously laban dito sa NV, kasi gusto lang this team is something that or any team in the regional finals, hindi mo dapat sila ma-underestimate, diba? Pero if you think about it, kasi surprising nga sa karamihan yung naging rise ng NV Gaming ngayon. They're putting up a lot of talent, especially with the addition of Devil right now. Nagiba na yung parang firepower department nila dito pagkatapos nun, kasi parang mas naging confident na lumapit yung mga writers nila. Mas iba na yung naging approach nila sa mga laban nila, especially since after the compound games that they've had recently, mas nag-iba na yung form na naipapakita ng NV. So if you combine that with just learning from the best teams here in the Philippines, you get a different product this time around for this MV Gaming roster. So this now is the biggest test that they've had so far. EVOS now 7-5. And we'll see if they continue this momentum. Kasi mukhang nahihirapan na nga yung pagpasok na NV on their BL because of the shots from Cetra, and the clutch attempts from KSA is looking really promising.
KSA really just putting some nails and some salt into their wounds for the side of Envy. Evo still playing default, by the way. Di pa sila nag-adjust totally. They know that this is gonna be working despite they know the weakness na pwede lang sila dumiretso dito ang buong Envy natin into one side. Pero some disciplined plays muli, parang they're playing so slow right now for Envy. What a turn of events, kasi nakita natin nung nasa GR side sila, maraming times na sila pa yung nagpo-push out mula sa kanilang spawn.
Kaya nga I think they're just trying to figure out like that EVOS is actually a little bit more unpredictable in the aspect that you don't know kung kailan sila magpa-full push, kung kailan sila mag-a-aggress nga naman. They're trying to see if they can get the slow peak onto the second bid, since sometimes you could see that either si Yobib or si KSA magpa-push sila dun sa may door setup. So if ever that NL is gonna push this, they do need a little bit more of that support. EVOS themselves respecting their opponents, knowing that the rifling core Does pack a punch, but KSA spotted at least one player. Alam ba niya na si Devil to? Oo, pupush niya. Yung demonyo sa loob ng server natin. KSA gets that first blood. 4 versus 5 in an instant. Yobeb tried to do his damnness para makakuha ng isa pa, and he does without that much contention as well. 40 seconds. Envy have to make the move, and it looks like the mid to B setup is looking like the plan para sa kanila.
Yeah, but this is not a good look for Envy. With 2 players down, Zetra will go in.
Huh?
Easy flick mula sa kanya. What a quick scope, but CJ able to get 1, so 2v4. CJ with the second, might go for third. Yobeb spotted out, possibly dito sa may bridge, but he needs to back off a little bit. Give some space. Binigay na nga nila dito yung B site natin with 17 seconds on the clock. They can plant the bomb para ma-extend yung ating timer. Pero this is gonna be a bad thing once again kasi masasandwich ang ating buong players coming from MB, but CJ activates, able to get some shots in. It's all up to Ored versus 3 players. No utilities in Ared. All he has is bullets and all he has is no more life. EVOS claims the 8th round.
Nako, nabigyan ng blessing ang EVOS Esports nung pagkahulog pa lang ni CJ. Ang isang winnable na situation na naging mahirap palalo para kay Ared to make it that 1 versus 3 and an 8-5 para sa EVOS right now. A GR setup that is not really the most aggressive that we've seen, pero one that is with initiative as Yobeb gets the spray down kay NL. Binigyan ng entrance dong si Nomad, pero pinalabas lang sa server ni Yobeb. A double headshot for him. A 3 versus 5 para sa EVOS. At mukhang hirap na hirap sila makakuha ng kahit anong map control.
Grabe yun. But able to get some shots there. Devil. These initial frags, parang bago mag-push dapat ang NV dito, they need to get at least 3. Kasi itong mga miraculous kills dito ni Devil from long ranges, it's not enough. Parang hindi siya nalalagyan ng dent yung EVOS natin. But they still continue, trying to go to A now. C4 in the hands of Devil. Wants to push this out. CJ also close by. 2 fraggers, and Devil will initiate the contact. With this flash, KSA has been looking at this corner ever since they went to the GR side. Elvin spotted out, pero look at KSA. He's not gonna be able to get 1. Pupunta sila sa kaliwa, pero Elvin peeks out. Devil very much low, but he's not gonna hit the shot. Cetra versus Ared. And Cetra has been online ever since. Ared now has the biggest opportunity to just plant the bomb and go for a high point advantage dito kasi Cetra, inisip niya pwede ako umikot ng todo, pupunta ako dun sa may entrance ng A para maka-out off guard dito sa si Ared. But Ared also contemplating kung saan nga ba siya talaga pupunta. He wants to go for a different kind of play, but now, narealize niya, Cetra is nowhere to be found. He just needs to stick this plant here and make it simple. 30 seconds on to clock. Cetra stabilizes here in tower. Ared wants to push for some reason. Gusto niya dumiretso, Ramon.
Hindi kasi niya alam
But he's just clearing everything.
No info. He just wants to know where the bomb is gonna get planted, at yun pa lang yung info na bibigyan ni Cetra. With that 40 seconds, ang daming pwedeng oras para mapag-reposition. Dito na lang siya lalaro sa ilalim ng kaliwa. Ared and Cetra will have the 1v1 now.
Red pushes. Naku po. It's Cetra though. Kahit close quarter combats yan with the TRG. An unclimactic end para kay Ared and his team. 9 rounds now for EVOS and they claim match point.
Yeah, I mean, not doing very well in the head-to-head of the snipers, pero you can count Cetra when he needs to back himself up in a clutch talaga. No? Talagang, this is something that you also cannot ignore. Out of the riflers from both of these teams, they can hit pretty hard. Pero when it comes down to experience nga naman, when it comes down to how big of a decisive factor it is kapag nagro-rotate nga naman itong si Cetra, wala siyang info, hindi niya alam kung nasan si Ared. It's a genius play nga naman. Simple nga, pero medyo genius nga na kung hindi niya alam kung nasan yung kalaban niya, nasa kanya pa rin naman yung oras. Sige, maghihintay na lang ako dito sa mid. Ako yung pinakamalapit sa both A at saka sa B site. Narinig niya na nakapag-plant na pala si Ared dun sa may A. Doon na lang tayo lilipat at dun nakakuha ng easy shots kasi may decision si Ared na gusto niya maging proactive dun sa kanya long fight din. No? So medyo nalagay niya yung sarili niya sa peligro dahil dun sa 1v1 na yon. Sets them up for that match point at NV. despite a very good start nung nagsimula sila on GR, agad-agad na binawi ng EVOS pagkatapos ng proactive pushes on the way from their GR side, and the Cetra already finding his form map. There's some good shots from Devil.
Yeah, good shots from Devil. I just wanna add more into that, no? Kasi nakita natin kapag si Cetra versus Devil, Devil is always getting the kill most of the time. Pero pag it's Cetra and the rest of the squad of Envy, he is on top of the rest of the players of Envy. So you have to wait it out kung sino talaga mas gusto mo sa mga players na yon. Pero it's gonna be a fast approach dito sa tunnels. As you can see, they're trying to decoy themselves here on A, trying to distract the players. Pero 4-man approach for EVOS ngayon ang kailangan nilang harapin. Ared will spot out Elvin. But it's a player coming in from Hotel. Kellar kills one. Yobib activates. Yobib able to get one as well. At ngayon naiipit na ang buong Envy and they don't know where to go. They're so clueless. Hindi na sila aware. Naiipit na sila ngayon. Naiipit ang buong Envy squad and they cannot go into the site. Hiwalay si Ared. Hiwalay si Nomad. And that's not what you want. Makakapagplanta sila ng bomba pero what's the use if you don't have a solid defense after that plant?
Oh, hirap talaga dito. Cetra has it, a shot. He does a red down. Nomad spotted and Yobib's gonna take care of him. This is the beauty of EVOS. You can never count them out on an Ankara map. That will be a 10-5 win para sa defending champions of EVOS ARC, showing and reminding everybody na walang devil dito pare. Talagang sila pa rin ang hari dito sa Pilipinas so far sa ating serye.
I mean, EVOS ARC comes back dito sa Ankara natin, no? Despite giving a lot of momentum in the initial first half natin for Envy. EVOS, alam nila kung paano mag-adjust in the midst of the gunfire, in the midst of war. So, yun lang talaga. That is why we call them the Kings. That is why we call them number 1 despite them in the 4th spot right now sa ating standings. Because this is the power that they can instill into the enemy's heads. Kaya nila makakambak kahit na akala nila nasa kanila na yung lakas dun sa enemy side.
Yeah, pero kudos pa rin para sa NV Gaming no? Kung paano tayo nagsimula dito sa serye natin is one that I could never expect NV Gaming to do against a team like EVOS Esports. Talagang very consistent yung naging sniping nitong si Devil up until the point that Cetra has stolen the show nga naman. So that start is something that we're expecting out of them pagdating doon sa second map natin, pero medyo hindi ko alam kung yun nga yung mangyayari kasi dadaloy tayo sa port, and knowing history, yung port map mismo, nagiging weapon yun ng EVOS Esports pare lagi
Yeah. I mean, tinawagan natin yun siguro na pwede natin sabihin na second hometown na yun ng buong ng EVOS. Minarrated, pre-practice nila yun from Masters onto the off-season. Now, it's becoming something that you should ban out pagdating dito sa regional finals. And with them getting away with it every time, mas napapractice lang lalo ng buong EVOS yung pagiging dominating nila pagdating sa port. It's a playing ground kasi not just for KLR, for Yobib, but for Cetra once again. This guy, once he's on port, wala na, pulido na agad from the first 5 rounds.
Yeah, and never forget as well the anchors that we have on the B side, definitely deadly in their stride, at kailangan maging ready ang NV Gaming. So talagang it's a good day at the office para sa mga players natin on the NV roster. Oo, pero mas maayos yun yung naging nagpakita ng EVOS ARC as well, as we also have seen them dominate that first half so far. So we'll be throwing over to the panel para kay Salvatore at saka kay Sneaky Frog para pag-usapan lalo ang first game ng EVOS versus NV Gaming.
Ilan napakain lahat ng mga salitang nakikita natin mula sa ating mga madlano after that dominating start mula sa NV. Tila binaliktad din kaagad ng EVOS ang kwento natin, Sneaky Frog. What a performance by Devil, pero yun lang ang pwede nating ma-highlight talaga from the NV Gaming momentum. No? Other than the second half parang I just feel like it was EVOS trying to recover from their mistakes during the first half, at yun talaga yung naghudyat kung bakit nga nila nakuha yung almost 5 to 6 consecutive rounds, no, Sneaky?
And it's always EVOS, no, being in a position where ayun nga, no, it has been a bad start for some of the games para sa kanila dito for the past few weeks, but every single time they figure it out para sa kanila dito, no, yun yung magandang strength dito ng EVOS, which is their problem solving, especially when it comes to that mid game. And ayun nga, no, NV Gaming, once they were figured out, you know, Keller had the full read. dito sa NV Gaming by the time na nakapasok tayo dito na second half. Which really sucks para dito kay Devil kasi yun nga, really good performance para sa kanya pare as per usual. And really was diffing even itong si Zetra from time to time, that amazing 3v1 na nakita nga natin kanina. But unfortunately, it can't be a one-man show up against itong EVOS pare.
Yeah, knowing na yung 1v3 na yun, yun na sana yung nakikita kong moral boost para sa NV Gaming. It definitely was. Hindi lang talaga siya na-convert during the second half rather, no. Na para bang yung nakita lang natin na momentum swing towards NV Gaming's favor is just reminiscent of what they could do in the first half, no. It's not really them trying to make it really hard, no. Parang na-utilize talaga nila yung strong side ng Ankara and as well as utilizing the angles na pwedeng maging choke points ng EVOS, no. From TB pushes ni CJ, Noma just getting those picks. It was beautiful. Pero hindi lang talaga naging consistent here from NV Gaming kung paano nga ba yung magiging atake nila from a continuous innovating na EVOS na palagi na lang kumukuha ng space sa mapa, which is something na feeling ko kailangan talaga pagtunan ng pansin ng mga ibang team. So kudos dito para sa NV, pero hindi pa tapos ang kanilang araw. Pwede pa bumawi dito ang ating mga balyena heading into our second map, that be port. But then again, you are entering into the Lions din, NV talaga literal, because this is an EVOS Esports Masterclass at alamang Stallions yan.
Yeah, and it is evident as well, no, from Zetra's impact dito sa mapa na to. You can you can diff him from time to time pare, but the thing is with Zetra, no, which is pretty unique dito sa mga snipers dito sa Pilipinas, like you can kill him 4 times and he would still hit the most insane flick that you will ever see pare. It's so hard to tilt itong si Zetra pare because he can believe going into that next round that he can still hit any shot that he wants. And the rest of the squad also playing super well going into the day pare. I think yung pinaka malaking nagpahirap talaga para dito sa NV, especially when it comes to that second half pare, that A-side defense. Oof. Ang hirap ipasok talaga, no, Salvatore. I mean, if one part of the map is already cut off para sa inyo, then it's just easy pickings para dito sa EVOS pare.
Yeah, we all know how much we respect talaga yung pag-anchor dito ni KSA, Yobib, and Elvin now being the backup para talaga matulungan pa yung util side game ng EVOS Esports, no. So a lot of plays actually thrown out here para dito sa NV Gaming na kunin talaga yung A-site na yon. But at the end of the day, kung may oras, kung may space dito ang EVOS para makapunta sa RS heading into that P-site, wala talaga silang magagawa dito other than fight and fight and fight. Yun na lang talaga yung gagawin ng NV dito, lumaban. But if you're losing those gunfights, it's going to be really tough. Welcome back, Yobib, sa ating leaderboards ngayon. Kung makikita mo, nagmalapay dito si Boss Leo Bito, 3.4 na KD ang kanyang naitamo dito, followed by Cetra's 2.57. You have 2 players that scored double digits dito pre para sa kanilang malupitang performance against NV Gaming, and not to mention 2 players scoring 2 kills per round. That is just a recipe for a distraction, Sneaky Frog.
Yun nga, no? And we've been waiting for this kind of Yobib for quite a while na para dito sa EVOS na pare. I mean, this is what EVOS could look like going into yung later stages ng ating regionals. I mean, Zeta starting to activate, Yobib being himself pare. This is the EVOS monster that is slowly waking up dito sa regionals natin pare. Granted, they haven't had the best of starts, but I feel like we can see yung the slow crawl back to playoffs para sa kanila dito, man, in terms of form.
Yeah. That's one heck of a performance ka talaga, no, for both Yobib and Cetra. Hopefully we'll still get to see more out of this EVOS Esports, no, na hindi na nga masyadong obvious yung mga kanilang mga mistakes, no. Yobib is going to be our set MVP once again with a 3.14 KD, 1.47 kills per round, and that is an amazing player. Though I stand by what I said that this man is indeed the golden boy way back during the SGJ days and still is, no. Yobib might not see the limelight during the prior weeks ng ating regionals, no, but in this kind of scenario na napapalapit na yung playoffs, nakikita na nga natin sa Region Rondo na bumibigla na lang ng behind the back, no. And kind of what Yobib did, minajikan tayo lahat actually, no, from groundbreaking angles doon sa may second mid, trying to hold off A site and B site na kailangan niya pang mag-rotate sa magkabilang site, no. That's one feat kay Yobib dito na maaasahan mo talaga, no, is his ability to be proactive towards the map, no, at talagang mabibigyan mo talaga siya ng props dito because he is definitely winning those gunfights convincingly.
Yeah, for sure, and especially Yobib, no, it's been quite a while since we've seen this kind of performance galing sa kanya dito. And it's kind of refreshing that we still see this kind of Yobib, especially, you know, up against yung games kagaya nga ng NV Gaming. But at the same time, he's still keeping that kind of form, no, being also consistent with the M4. I feel like as of recent, though, there's a lot of revelations, especially with yung mga balance guns natin, that the M4 isn't actually too bad of a weapon to use, especially in competition, pare. So, yun nga, with that being said, ayun nga, Yobib back in his comfortable ways dito, pare.
Yeah, and that's it for our game number 1. Pagbalik natin, babayahin nga tayo papuntang port na kung saan magtutunggali ulit ang EVOS pati ang NV Gaming, kung masasara na nga ba ng EVOS to or kaya pang lumaban ng NV Gaming. This is still CFS PH Regional Finals. Ako si Salvatore, siya si Sneaky Frog. Magbabalik kami after this break.
Execration, tapos KSA gets the point. KNP.
Yobib with that spray down!
Oh! And here comes KSA.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Welcome back, Crossfire Philippines. Patuloy pa rin na makbakan dito sa ating ika-6 na araw ng CFS Regional Finals Philippines. Salvatore Sneaky Frog pa rin na magdadala ng panel para sa inyong mga madla. And this is still the series of Envy versus EVOS. Ano kung saan Envy nakaramdam ng onting tigas nga naman talaga at lakas during that first half. But eventually, EVOS takes over the game in that second half with a monstrous performance for both Cetra and as well as Yobi. Heading into port, ito ang land of opportunity para dito sa NV, pero ito pa rin ang tinatagong mapa ng EVOS Esports kung saan dito talaga sila kinakatakutan.
Ayun nga, no, and one of the biggest things as well para dito sa EVOS is they do have, the best sniper in the country on their team pa rin, especially when it comes to that top 8 position. Napakahirap talaga i-remove itong si Zetra, and the fact that he also does move around in the map, he also makes his presence dito sa mid, will also go forward from time to time, but the rest of yung EVOS playing around this guy, port is gonna be quite easy para sa kanila dito if ever.
Yeah, something familiar here for EVOS is that they've taken Titans over here at port at nakikita naman natin kung sino na lang ang nakataas ang kamay, that being EVOS, no. Now, ball on the court para sa Envy para kumilos nga sila dito. Ibabata na natin kay Bipolar at Ramon para magsigawan na ulit tayo for game number 2.
Mga tropa, dalhin nyo na ang merienda at ang masarap na saging para sa port map ng EVOS versus NV. Malalim ang kagat ng EVOS Esports sa Ankara, kaya ngayon dapat ang pagbawi ng NV Gaming.
I mean, kailangan na talaga na bumawi. No? We were expecting them to at least perform at their best. Nakita nga natin si Devil was doing that, but for the rest of the squad, kailangan nila mag-pick up pa. They need to play on their A level or the A game dito sa port, just because this is the hometown, or this, sinabi nga natin, this is the playground of EVOS Arc right now. So, kailangan ng iba yung ipakita na dito. If they play like the same sa Ankara, if they play like the same just like in Ankara, it's gonna be a steamroll muli para sa EVOS.
Look, I think it's already an obvious sign na kapag ngayong pa lang early signs na maayos yung form ni Yobib at saka ni Cetra, it's already not gonna be a good day para sa kung sino ang kalaban nila, diba? Pero let's take a look at the positives nga para sa ating NV Gaming, no? Port being a map where EVOS has dominated, for us, it's a map where Devil can actually show a lot more promises, no? He's already done very well on his warm-up dun sa first set natin, and Port is a map where he can showcase a lot more than just that Ankara performance, no? And I think si CJ din naman, nakakita din tayo ng mga good form din para sa kanya. So, will he be a very good CA control player? Will he be somebody who will support the team kapag kakailangan ng tulong? Ang every time na magpapasok ang EVOS, kailangan ng mas marami numbers para sa NBA. So many factors sa pwedeng paglaban dito. Pero overall, walang debate. Kasi walang debate ang port map at all para sa EVOS, kasi so far this has been a home ground for them overall para sa kanila.
I mean, I was also gonna say na with this being their home ground, if they wanna go to B yung buong NV squad natin kapag sila yung nasa BL side, they need to be aware na si KSA at si Yobib lang palagi nandyan. They need to take care of that duo. But nevertheless, welcome to game or set number 2 tayo po ay nasa port. May big mid-aggression mula dito sa NV as they start off the BL side. CA control is already there for CJ, but look at KSA, able to get the shots in. A red falls down in an instant. Already, wala na nga players dito ang ating NV, and nag-activate bigla ang buong EVOS. And looking at the minimap, this is not a good sign. Kasi yung C4 natin, nasa BL spawn pa. Devil jumping up and down, pero wala pa rin siya makapatay. Keller falls down from the sky, able to kill him off. At si NL ngayon, able to get some kills here, some light of day for the side of NV. Pero Nomad, naku po, bakit mo nakatas yung kamay mo? Alam kong may nagrarally sa luneta, pero you don't have to do it right here. Nasa port po tayo. It is a 2v3, Ramon, kung saan ngayon pa lang nila kinuha yung C4.
Sayang, pre, bad timing para sa lahat ng pwedeng mangyari. Yung nade out para kay Nomad, yung pag-push ni Ared na pick off lang ni KSA already, this BL side na kanina pa sana ay hirap na, mas lalong nahirapan ang NV para sa pag-push nila dito as Elvin kalapit na agad papunta dun sa may steel box. So kailangan maging careful tong si CJ. He does have the C4, so a lot of time to consider, 1 minute so kung saan sila papasok. And a good thing as well, no? Kung pupush nga sila all the way towards mid-bridge, they have an opportunity to either go around RS papunta dun sa may A, pero they still have to think about etong si Elvin. Sobrang layo on an angle na hindi titingnan ng kahit sino, no? So 48 seconds, CJ is gonna have to get this time up. Mukhang si Elvin maganda yung angulo para dito lang at may spotted na
What?
nga. Patay
What?
si Elvin. CJ finds him to get the 2v2. Setra gets the shot kay NL. So now it is CJ all alone on island sa loob ng A site.
Let's see kung kaya nga bagawan dito na milagro ni CJ. Spots out one. Oh! Gets one! Setra pinaglalaroan ngayon. CJ, you need to calm down, brother. You need to calm down because you are on a fire. Oh my goodness. From an immediate kill mula sa ating long A from the top A site to a double kill here in mid. Okay, EVOS. Mag-ready kayo kasi here comes Envy.
The savior for Envy, pare. And in a 1v2 where he pushed top, it caught EVOS off guard. They would have actually been in a good position para matrade yung isa't isa. Pero napabilis ata yung pag-pick ng isa. As Yobib controls long B, gets one, gets a second. The rifler is doing so much work para sa EVOS Esports right now. 3 in a blink of an eye. And CJ Nomad na lang para sa Envy. Spotted pa ni KSA at naging 4 pa nga ang nalagay sa ukay para dito sa EVOS. So we down to Nomad na ngayon pero sobrang layo niya. Wala pa sa kamay niya ang C4 pare.
I mean, once again, Envy not gonna be able to see anything dito sa ating second round. Never mind, EVOS, my bad. Okay, alam ko, gets ko naman, my
Sorry
bad, that's
na.
on me. But,
Akin.
but yeah, it's still a 1-for-1. Nakita nga natin a flawless round for EVOS right there. And you have to be careful now, Envy. Sila pa kailangan maging careful because that is not gonna be a good sign for you coming into the third round. Another CA contention or another CA connection mula dito kay CJ. But that's all they have. Finally, we can see the C4 moving out of that spawn. Some improvements already for Envy.
Yeah, more proactiveness. Nakapag-ninja pa nga yung isa pero si KLR in a very good position para ma-counter lang iyon. May expect pa nga si Devil. Oo, alam ni KLR yan. Big brain IGL getting himself the first pick. CJ, he misses the jump but does not hit the shot. Si KLR patay. 1-for-1 para dito sa EVOS and Envy.
1-for-1 indeed. CJ very much half HP already. So ang main fragger right now here in port for Envy already wounded. Already bleeding from his legs. Pero marami pa rin ng oras dito ang buong BL side natin. Magandang approach dito mula sa EVOS because they're all out of that position sa mga site. Especially for B. Meron sa Z, meron sa House B. Aggressive approaches coming in from them pero it looks like Envy wants to see some mistakes mula sa EVOS pero we've been seeing this from Ankara, Ramon, na hindi nagbibigay ng any kind of alam mo yun, like clear line of sight para sa kalaban ang EVOS.
Na yung problema lang din para sa Envy because of their hesitation of knowing that EVOS will take the proactive approach. Tinitingnan din lang nila in the expense of the time pero Ared expected na yung position para kay Yobib. This has been the second time na-counter pa nga agad ng isang miyembro ng EVOS Esports galing dito kay Ared in a 4 versus 3 this time. Sobrang dami doon sa may House B na mukhang tatrabaho na lang ni KSA. Bibigyan na lang ng opportunity na makapasok pero si KSA ang kukunang isa pa. 3v3 tayo dito in 25 seconds para makapasok ang NV.
Okay, nasolusyon na nga nila yung KSA Yobib combination dito sa B. But now, here comes the plan. 3v3 situation. KSA very much close by already. A red might be caught off guard. Bumagsak na nga siya dito. Kasama na yung paa niya. KSA will be falling down as CJ kills him off. It's NL also here on House B. Pero hindi makapasok dito ang buong EVOS. They need to wait for each other to go for a two-man play. Flash is inbound. Another flash coming in para lang makapasok sila very much easily. But Godback's position mula kay CJ will fall down.
Whoa.
Setra able to get the kill even though he was blinded at Elvin. So crispy with the aim. Able to get the retake. Parang hindi sila nahirapan doon, Ramon.
Crispy chicken ang naidalay para dito sa EVOS Esports with a crispy shot from Setra. Despite the blind, despite the crowd control, madali lang para sa pag-retake ng EVOS Esports. And that was off the back of like beautiful timing from KSA as well. He was able to knock down the numbers nung alam nila na sa House B sila makakapasok dito at all. So with that info given, but sets up yung EVOS to be in a really good spot to get the retake scenario going. And because they don't have the threat of the flank as well, they could just bundle up together para mas madali yung pag-retake nila as a team. So tutuban tayo and I'll take him first blood dito kay Setra. So that's already the sniper down para sa EVOS Esports. Maayos ang nakuha nila ditong pick at agad-agad pwedeng kunin ni KLR to para sila pa rin ay may sniper para sa EVOS Esports ngayon.
Yeah, very much so. And with Keller using the CRG, you have still an advantage going in to our 4th round. Pero a dead man is a dead man. And 5 players alive pa rin naman dito ang ating Envy. Not a lot of damage also on them. Grenades will not be connecting going towards B. Pero kailangan nila mag-setup ngayon. Pero Devil wants to get someone here. Spots out Elvin out of nowhere. Hindi nga natin siya nakita doon. Pero somehow, nakakuha doon ng kill si Devil. A headshot and a wallbang by the way. So that is gonna be hard one to get off. Huwag niyo po gagayahin yun. Si Devil ang nakagawa nun. But nonetheless, it is Yobeb here. With the TRG now, nagpalit sila dito ng KLR. Bogdan lost some sort of play here. But we're seeing some flashes coming in possibly mula kay Devil. But never mind, he doesn't have any. So baka pumasok sila dito very much dry towards B. Which is gonna be hard. Kasi kung titignan natin, Ramon, 3 players mula sa EVOS, nandito na. Magpo-push out pa si KSA nang walang pakundangan. Ako po, mga sir, maghambang-amang na kayo kasi 5 players ang lalabas dito without any help from utilities. Yobib, one shot and a dream, able to kill over it. Ngayon, here comes the push, here comes the prey, here comes the bullets mula sa Envy, pero they're lacking in all of these kills. It's 1 player down once again. It's all up to Yobib with a TRG. Not a comfortable gun para sa kanya, pero nakita niya yung 2 gun barrels dito ng Envy. What looking at this? Yobib starts to plant! And Yobib with the clutch! Yobib, what are you doing?
They only had 3 players dun sa site. They were fighting all 5 of Envy na nakabasok doon sa may B site. Pero they only needed 1 guy from back site. He had the TRG, he had the USP, all that he needed. Kahit namatay ang iba miyembro ng EVOS Esports just to get themselves the leg up. 3-1 EVOS off of Yobib and his heroics. Talagang nagulantang na at talagang sama-sama pa silang nakapag-plant na C4 sana, pero hindi na hinayaan ni Yobib na kunin na yung objective. Grabe kasi at the palm of their hands, they had the numbers advantage, pare. It started with just a 3 versus 5, pero just because of the backside pressure na ginagawa lang ni Yobib dito, he was enough to become that much of a threat para sa kanilang entry.
I'm still speechless, Ramon, after seeing that.
Honestly.
Kasi sinabi ko it's not a comfortable gun para sa kanya, pero he was able to pull it off. That was actually crazy. Pero kailan ngayon, it was para 3 players dito sa long A. He needs to push out a little bit here kasi may ipit siya dito. Some grenades might be the play here mula sa Envy. But now, they're gonna be going in strong. Wala pa rin naman onting rotations dito for EVOS. Pero Elvin might be like Batman here from the shadows, able to pick off somebody if they decide to push. Pero he's so wary mula dito sa mid position natin na he doesn't really want to look towards long A. Mukhang ito magiging insurance ng buong EVOS, and Elvin able to get 1 easy headshot para kay CJ, pero KLR still, how is he still alive? Paano siya nabubuhay dito sa top A natin? Is Devil not around this position? He has the C4, so medyo wala siyang way to maybe see out this site. But now, it's a 4-man strong wherein nakapasok na agad si NL. Walang trade-off na ko po. Mag-isa ka lang, sir. It's not a solo journey. Pero Devil finally finds the kill onto KLR. 20 seconds onto the clock. KSA joins the fray. Ared, can he hit the shots? It's also Yobib just waiting for the prime opportunity. KSA with a kill, Elvin with another, Ared with 1, but I don't know why, because no matter how hard they try, EVOS is still on top.
I mean, no, Yobib got the kills, but you gotta give a lot of credit to KLR. His presence doon sa may 8 top just gave another lifeline para sa EVOS. Talagang walang makuhang kahit anong map space. Hindi sila makapag-wide peak ang Envy dahil sobrang aggressive ni KLR sa tinatry niyang pagdepensa doon sa may A-long with just the rifle. He was well enough to actually earn himself that defense. At hirap na sila sa pag-open ng space dahil nakalapit na agad nung si Yobib at saka si Casey to clean up. Very well said ang kanilang defense so far for EVOS, but this does not start good para sa kanila as Cetrus down for the count pagkatapos ng patay from Envy's first blood. And with a 1-4, a BL side that we kind of expected on a map of Port. And for a map like EVOS, just knowing the battlefield very well, knowing that this is their territory, pare.
They know it too well from the blueprints, from the corners that you need to look out. It's EVOS that has perfected port. At Envy ngayon, in their domain, in their expansion, needs to do something here before they go into the site. They need at least one more kill bago sila makapasok sa mga site ito. Kasi nakita nga natin kanina when it was just 3v3, it was still a hard game. So you need to dwindle down the player numbers dito mula sa ating GR side. Still a lot of seconds para sa NVD to play around, pero it's less than 1 minute now. Ramon, wala pa rin tayo nakikita dito. Hindi talaga nagpapabadya in terms of defense ang EVO. Sobrang solid talaga ng depensa nila.
You see the effect of Cetra's death here. Because the mid player is already down, you put itong si KLR to actually hold the mid-bridge setup. That makes it an easier time to push yung A site natin. Pero Envy has no idea about that. With the slow take that they're getting, they're gonna gamble on both sides of the map, possibly to take the first kill. At least dito sa A top player natin. As EVOS are gonna fight for this. Nomad and KSA possibly gonna be first contact. They do with the one shot. 5 versus 3. Execute on B. Nag-iisa lang si Yobib. You do not underestimate this kid, but Arid will put one bullet papunta sa bungo niya. Another para kay CJ with the lurk all the way from downtown. Si Elvin na lang. Pero mukhang si Elvin ang susunod sa mga bangkay ng EVOS Esports NV Gaming 2-4.
I mean, you have to love that play mula sa Envy. A double side approach mula dito sa ating BL side. Going for 3 players on B, 1 player on A. Hanggat buhay pa yung player dun sa A, they can easily get those kills. Cetra now enters the fray with 2 kills. Yobib with the second. And now, he wants more blood. Masyado yung minamaw yung na-round na yun. Envy ngayon, galit na ang buong EVOS Devil though. Able to hit the shot out of nowhere. The grenade will not connect. Ared pushes out. KSA able to go for the easy 180. At ngayon, mag-isa lang si dito si Devil. And all he has is the TRG, but he doesn't have the C4. Devil, all the players right now is just in front of you. Kailan mo lang tutukan dito sa taas, sa baba, pati sa kanan mo yung mga players. But he's contemplating. So much time though. Devil eating up a lot of bullets. KSA wants just more blood of Devil. At ngayon, Elvin might spot him out. Easy shots from across the board. Elvin claims round number 5.
I mean, it was the same situation kanina, 1v3, Devil with the TRG, a clutch nung Angkara, pero port kasi to alam na ng EVOS kung paano i-approach kapag nasa labas lang ng long B ang sniper din nyo, smoke lang niya na hindi na kailangang i-push, hayaan na lang yung lurker ang pumatay sa kanya, as Cetra's gonna hit the shot perfectly kay Arid. Another lurk out para dito sa NV. As with that, 4 versus 5 EVOS, they'll be happy to take control of both yung long B natin at saka yung may mid-side push. Kaya tamang chillings lang EVOS as they're letting NV try to get the space that they need. Konting-konti lang yung makakuha nila dito dahil talagang tinatrabaho ni KSA at the rest of the riflers. Ang mga map spaces na pwede nilang kunin dito. Nasma pa nga yung House B kaya walang makukuha kahit ano si NL. The amount of time that they're already burning dito, 1 minute and 30 seconds of the clock.
I think I've noticed as well, no, Ramon, kung saan makakapatay muna dito si Devil onto the head of KLR. KLR must be pissed after these 2 deaths sa kanya sa top A kasi you don't necessarily see someone be this pinpoint in terms of accuracy, and it's Devil always getting that shot. Pero napansin ko nga, no, it's a hard fight every time kapag EVOS ang kalaban mo here on port. Not just because they're a great team, pero Cetra is so shifty with his movements that you don't know where he's gonna be placed at. Kasi, like, looking at Pacific, you have Revenge. Looking at STS, you have KLP. They always look at A site. Dun lang sila nakahold at mag-isa lang sila palagi dun. So, other teams right now, they just don't wanna go to A. They wanna fight out the B side kahit mas marami dun yung depensa ng GR side. Pero if you're playing up against EVOS, again, you don't know where the player's at. You don't know where Cetra is. So hindi mo siya pwede iwasan. The shot's not gonna be connecting onto the foot of Yobib though, or not gonna be able to kill him off. But now they want to try their luck here on A. Smokes inbound towards that mid position sa may bridge. There comes the push. CJ munang uuna. Cetra with a quick shot. They're able to get the second. Able to get the third. That's 1. That's 2. And that's not just 2. That's 3 for Cetra.
Naglalaro ang NV Gaming ng Wacamo laban kay Cetra pero hindi nila masira-sira ang depensa nila from a top. Jumping up to get the shot yet again. Cetra with another to get the first blood going. And so far, the sniper of EVOS is dealing so much damage sa NV Gaming. Wala silang makuha na kahit anong map space. Dito pa lang sa may mid. Kanina dun sa may long A. And the BL side of NV just is not looking too good, pare. Slowing down on their momentum. KELR just keeps spraying down that mid-side setup. The sniper already down for the count. NV Gaming now down 3 versus 5. As they're now on the back ropes dito, pare. EVOS is just dominating all throughout this mid-side setup.
Yeah. To a point na gumagawa na ng singular plays dito ang NV. This is not what you want. It's a team game nonetheless, pero CJ able to get one. The last round of the first half might end off right here with EVOS taking it, especially with a man advantage. At sobrang healthy pa nila. Wala pa rin namang sugatan for EVOS. Meanwhile, CJ was going for plays, pero man, it's not without any repercussions. He is now in 20 HP. And Yobib getting spotted out. Red, what was that shot? Easy kill para sa kanya. It was just one click. One click to the head. And KSA now wants some revenge. Kaso nga lang, KSA yung pangalan niya, so he can't get that. But nonetheless, 1 minute into the 1 minute left into this round. They want to go to B.
Bomb retrieved. And they know that House B is already something that they don't really need to contest anymore. Dahil sa numbers na meron ng EVOS, alam nila na mas marami ang titingin dun sa mid setup. So si Cetra ang bida ng kwento dito, bipolar.
Cetra, able to get one. Can you get the second? No, he cannot. Here comes the grenade. No, but ganyan kailangan mo i-push to. Kailangan mo tumalon. Bakit di ka tumatalon? Sabi ko tumalon ka. Dahil dyan, they wanna fall down like flies. Red able to get down into the ground. EVOS Arc dominates the first series of the day. 2. Never mind, di pa pala. Joke lang. First up pa lang yun.
First up pa lang yun. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Bipolar.
Hindi pa tapos.
Wala pa tayo sa good ending para sa EVOS Esports. No? Pero sabi sa'yo, bida dun si Cetra on the backside setup. Pero Nomad! The absolute unit! The one-man army taking control of House B and nga lang Cetra and Yobib. Starting off strong yet again para sa EVOS as NL will find the opening pickup para dito kay Elvin. Agad-agad tumarabaho sila sa pag-hold doon sa may B setup. As now NV on their GR, they're looking to fight for them and NL gets a drop shot papunta kay Yobib. Sira ang Dark Prince at si Cetra na lang ang natitira. What can the Android do? Nothing kay CJ. A strong push from the GR side of NV Gaming.
I mean, this is what you want from MV Gaming, no? They want to be on the dominating part of this game. Them being aggressive catches EVOS lacking in terms of pushes. Kasi nakikita nga natin, it's always it's a big group pag nagpo-push dito ang EVOS, and you can get multiple kills as long as you have trade-offs. Nomad now able to get 2 kills once again dito sa ating position na ito. Some grenades being flown by. Nomad ngayon feeling himself. He wants to push this so badly. Gusto niya mag-push ng smoke pero he needs to calm himself off because they're already 2 players up in mere 30 seconds. Yobib and KSA, yung fraggers natin for EVOS already out of the game.
Oh man, just Nomad doing Nomad things yet again. Something that we already expect them from the last PH Masters performances as KELR now finds himself an opening yet again. Kay NL Devil with the shot already through the smoke as well. EVOS Esports, they're still fighting with everything that they have. Feeling the BL effects dito sa loob ng port map natin. As you can tell, that NV Gaming, nilalabanan talaga nila ang Lombing natin every single time. They know that EVOS are keen on taking that approach. So much so far. As with this reset, 1 minute and 15. Elvin and Cetra, 2 of the players from EVOS that you have to watch out for para labanan si Nomad. And you can tell that Nomad is rearing to take the fight early para sa kanila. But once he dies, it's an easy push para sa EVOS.
Finally, we're seeing Nomad popping off a little bit. Sobrang lala nung 10 deaths niya dito, which is not something that you want, pero
Damn.
it's up against EVOS so it's bound to happen. Now it's 11 for him. Not a good sign pagdating sa set na ito. Red alone player holding down B. 2 players left though for EVOS. An easier time now for Envy. All they need to do is just get one more kill and it's easy pickings after that. They fortify the defense dito sa B and good awareness coming in from them. Here comes the flashbang mula kay Elvin, but now they decide to push. Godback's position malaki dito kay Ared. He needs to get something here. And now Elvin able to bit spotted off, etc. also falls down, joins Elvin in the grave. 4 rounds now for Envy.
Look at that. The confidence is brewing up para sa Envy Gaming. Just the pushes again. Not on that long B setup. Putting the smoke down early and then getting more of that boost up thanks to the double coming through from Nomad. And once they knew na papasok nga sila dun sa my B site, it was just a good position for Ared. Hindi niya kailangan lumipat sa kahit saan pa. As long as they have the God box set up, then it is all good for them so far. 4-7. GR side. And a little bit of control para sa Envy so far, pero they need to catch up 3 rounds so far. Ang EVOS just relaying their options. Kellar's in a really deep position doon sa may CA natin. At ang pinakamalapit lang na threat para sa kanila is itong si NL, but he's not willing to take the push kasi hindi niya alam kung may tao nga ba doon sa may mid-bridge. Na tinitinan lang niya ngayon habang ang EVOS ay kumukuha na map space papunta doon sa may B-site.
Yeah, that is right. And this just gives so much space now for EVOS. Kanina, it was right that they were aggressive kasi they deny these kinds of pushes. NL ngayon with its back turned against Cetra. And Cetra, easy pick lang para sa kanya yon. Kahit na malayo pa yung crosshair niya, he was able to get that flick off. And now, some light of day for EVOS going into our 12th round of the game. KLR looking towards a possible split push towards long A. Kaso nga lang, it's Nomad though. He's been hungry for blood. He's been hungry for EVOS's bodies. And this is not a good sign. EVOS now going into the side of B with just 1 player as a defense. Dito, Devil though is still not dead. Still alive dito. They cannot find him. They cannot get the kill. Pero Devil able to get 1, but he falls down instead. It's Yobeb with the triple kill on to Envy. That is 8 rounds now for EVOS.
That is 13 kills for Yobeb on the rifle as well. I believe there was also some rounds where he was sniping, so you could tell that this guy not only is on a dark form, he really is a very good sniper, but you can never take the sniper out of Cetra's hands. A shot papunta kay Devil, pinatulog ang demonyo natin. 4 versus 5 in an instant. And with that, EVOS proactively taking yung CA. It's an A-split setup. Good luck, CJ, kung ano magagawa niyo dito.
I mean, it's the first time no, pupunta dito sila sa long A with the initial kill sa mid. It might be the turning point now for EVOS. Still so much time, but here comes the flashes, here comes the smoke going in. Mag-isa lang dito si CJ. You have 10 kills. Can you make it 15? No, he cannot. Easy dead para sa kanya. KSA is on fire. NL with the kill. NL falling down to the hands of Yobib. He was so low. It was bound to happen. Now with the bomb being planted, Ared and Nomad needs to hold hands. Needs to go in together, pero napatay na nga nila si Elvin. That's 1 down. Now it's a 2v3. KLR so close. KLR can smell them. KLR just needs to spray. Pero they go towards exit. Cetra pa, may kita nila. Naku po, mas madali na yung kay KLR. Ba't pumunta kayo sa malademon yung aim dito ni Cetra? Nomad pushing. Nomad crawling. But what can you do? You are gonna get backstabbed by KLR. Headshot, and that is map point.
Series point para sa EVOS Arc. Just re-establishing yung dominance nila sa series nila dito. Reminding everybody who the defending champions are para sa kanila on the way towards their 3-peat setup. And hopefully they do with rising confidence as Yobib confidently takes the fight kay NL. Now expects the second player. Si CJ, ipit na ipit at mukhang sa pagpasok niya kay Yobib, sinarado na niya ang pinto. 3 kills for EVOS, 2 versus 5. Ared and Nomad na lang the last hope for Envy Gaming, but the hope is dying para sa kanila.
I mean, it's all up to Nomad and it's all up to Elvin instead to close out this series. Hindi man lang napagod dito ang EVOS. Tama nga, ang Nostra dito ni KLR pinaghandaan. And they are gonna be going out with a 2-0 bang. Your first winners for this day. EVOS Arc successfully defending port.
It's just another EVOS Arc business dito sa port map natin, pare. Kung ano yung synonymous para sa Team Stallions on sub base, mukhang eto na ang home ground para sa EVOS Arc on that port map where they really have shown so much of that brilliance. So many moments coming through from Cetra. Oo, medyo spotty sa head-to-head niya against Devil nung Ankara map, pero dito dinaan talaga sa lahat ng mga sniper shots niya, pare. Wala nang nasagot si Devil. Kahit may onting moments of brilliance. Oo, may mga flashes of greatness tayo nakita from Nomad, pero all throughout, it was a dominating hold doon pa lang sa may House B. May mga chances doon sa may LA setup as well, where you can tell that Keller was having a field day doon sa top A setup natin. Pero Yobib, when he is on a good form, it is impossible to win a fight against him. Naipakita niya yun when he was defending on that B site, and it became one of the rising pillars para sa EVOS Arc para makuha yung port map na to, na parang hindi sila nahirapan.
Hindi talaga nahirapan, man. I mean, it was just like they were opening up the game tapos pinatay agad nila yung computer nila. That's what happened nung nakita natin yung camera ng EVOS Arc dito. Pero let's break it down a little bit. Ang ganda ng BL side dito ng ating Envy just because it's Devil on that sniper. It's hard actually to get those at least 3 frags doon sa top A position natin. Pipick out pa lang siya, patay na agad yung players doon. It was always KLR to eat up all of the bullets. Pero pagdating dun sa B-side, again, hindi mo talaga matitigil yung push doon. Hindi mo talaga masisira yung depensa doon. Kasi si KSA at si Yobib lang talaga yung kayang magdepensa noon against 5 players. And they're just 2. Ganun sila kagaling when holding down that position. They don't even need Godbox anymore. Kailangan lang nila mag-hold down ng baba ng B. Pero for KLR and the rest of EVOS, when they were on the GR side, or they were on the BL side, dire-diretso na lang sila, man. It was a bloodbath pagdating sa EVOS Arc.
It was. I mean, kung mapapansin mo yung heat map sa buong naging series natin, it was either on that B push setup sa may house o kaya doon sa may mid-bridge setup where EVOS were really showing why this map really is a dominating force for them. So this 2-0 just re-establishes them at the top na ngayon, at ituro na natin kay Salvatore at saka kay Sneaky Truag para mas lalong pag-usapan natin ang naging status ng 2-0 victory ng EVOS laban sa NV Gaming.
Maraming salamat, Ramon at Bipolar at Sticky Frog. Kung iisipin mo, pre, kung meron kang 5 players na pinerpekto na ang Crossfire tapos peperpektuhin pa nila ang isang mapa, you essentially have EVOS Esports as the byproduct, man. What a game for KSA and Yobib, kasi sila talaga ang testamento na dalawa lang ang pwedeng ipadala sa isang site tapos kaya na nalang depensahan yun.
Oh, for sure, no. I mean, KSA and itong si Yobib has been the 1-2 punch para dito sa EVOS for the longest time. And obviously, ever since nangyari yung 2024 APAC, they have just improved time and time again. And obviously, they are still gunning for, the best entry fragger, best support duo dito sa tournament natin. And obviously, this is very evident of it, no? Obviously, pag mainit dito si KSA, always finds the entries. If not, Yobib is gonna be there to clean up. It's the classic SGJ system na nakasanayan nga natin dito para dito sa EVOS.
Wala kagiwat, Helter Brand talaga, pre, no? That's how solid the chemistry is for those 2 players, not to mention how much impact KLR was able to provide para sa spacing netong 2 players na to, no? Because the amounts of lurks dito ni KSA, feeling ko na doon naman yung pagbabackup ni KLR for calling the shots and as well as trying to place is yung mga commander niya na pre, dito ka pumwesto, pre, dito ka kumilos. Elvin was doing his own thing. Alam naman natin kung anong kakayahan ni Elvin tsaka ni Cetra pagdating sa kanilang individual play. That's why we would like to put the emphasis here for those 2 players na talagang hindi binibigyan ng pagkakataon ng NV, makalampas man lang ng House B, pre. At kung nakalampas man sila, that second layer of offense mula kay Yobib or even kay KSA is just deadly. NV Gaming, despite how much CJ tries, si Ared nakakakuha ng pick, it just falls into the occasion na wala parang kailangan nyo talagang pasukin yung depensa ng EVOS at yun ang hindi nyo pwedeng magawa.
Ayun nga, no? There's a lot more options pag nandito si Elvin sa team mo, no? I mean, a lot more opportunities being taken, a lot more risks being taken para sa kanya dito. And that allows itong si Zetra to kind of just operate on his side of the map, obviously. And we take a look at yung set summary natin first and foremost. Yobib, 2.29, KD, 1.14 on the KR pare. Si Zetra, bumawi naman dito sa port with a 2.43, 1.21 kill per round. Pero Elvin, hell of a performance para dito sa rifler ng EVOS, no? Salvatore with 1.50. And honestly, nice try para dito sa NV Gaming. It wasn't the same I know Spice galing dito kay Devil pare, but still, map number 1 will not be ignored, but at the end of the day, Salvatore, it's still EVOS.
That is still EVOS, indeed, no? At hindi mo pwede baguhin talaga ang mga unang nakatakda sa pagsulat ng libro, no? Like, EVOS, time and time again, continues to innovate and dominate, no? From how much Yobib continues to improve, KSA talagang kumukolekta ng bungo para upuan yung gawing trono, no? Cetra just is like that. Paano ba bang pwede nating sabihin dito kay Cetra just because of how much did he impact para dito sa EVOS sa to, no? From game 1, he doubled these digits at ngayon din sa port na kung saan hindi naman to malayo para sa kanya. Remember, once Sunday Shrooms din tong si Cetra at ito yung mapa talaga na ginamit nga nila para matalong SJJ during PH Masters last year. And now Cetra is joining the ranks of players with a caliber of like KSA and Yobib, para ka talagang nagdadagdag ng alcohol sa apoy, pre, no? And that is one scary of a team. NV Gaming, like kahit gaano pa talaga bigyan natin ng emphasis yung mga players nila, no, it just all boils down to execution, and feeling ko doon talaga sila dapat magkatalo-talo. Cetra will be the set MVP, no, for our port, 2.43 KD, 1.21 kills per round. If you have two players, Nicky Frag, dalawang kalibreng mga players na ang tanging pakay lang ay makakuha ng guaranteed kill per round, you know you already have the game won sa simula pa lang.
Yun nga, no? I mean, Cetra, of course, one of the players dito ng EVOS who really does come out the gate running, no? Para sa EVOS every single time. He doesn't really wait for a late start from anyone galing dito sa EVOS. Once the game starts, simula na talaga siya mag-flicks, simula na talaga siyang bumaril dito, and it's very impressive. Galing dito kay Cetra, multiple positions being taken dito sa port. Not just yung top A, pati yung LB at Z has been quite a problem para dito sa NV. Every single time having to check around the corner, no, just in case may TRG na nakalabas doon. And the amount of pressure na nakikreate ni Cetra dahil sa kanyang mechanical prowess, pare, is absolutely crazy.
Pero yun talaga, pre, no, malungkot para sa NV. No? It's not really the storybook ending that they were hoping for. No? Hindi man lang sila nakapalag talaga ng husto. For a total combined score of 20-9. 9 runs lang ang score ng NV Gaming dito up against EVOS Arcilla. But I feel like that's still it's still an effort. No? Lumaban pa rin ng NV Gaming at the end of the day. But the villains of Crossfire will still be the ones raising their hands way up in the air para sila masabihan nating panalo sa araw na to. No? And history books na nga, no? Sila nga ating unang panalo sa araw na to. Meron pa tayong dalawang nakalinyang best of 3 series maya't maya, no? But we will still be celebrating the name that is EVOS Arc, no? Because they are the winners of our first series. Match MVP, sino nga ba yan? Ipakita na nga natin yan. I-debate between Cetra and Yobib, but Yobib, Mr. Golden Boy. Man, the Dark Prince ng Crossfire, siya nga ang ating magiging match MVP. May makakasama nga natin si Mr. MVP para sa isang malupit na interview, no? Scoring 2.71 across 2 games, Sneaky Frag. That is a ridiculous stat line.
Yeah, of course. And Yobib being back on his usual form na, pare, is actually pretty big para sa EVOS, especially going into yung kanilang playoff picture dito, pare. Obviously, it hasn't been the best start para dito sa EVOS, but they're the type of team to recover pretty well, especially ayun nga, no, the longer the tournament goes, I feel like the more that they become solid as a team. And obviously, hindi lang yung team, kundi yung mga players as well. The more that they get used to themselves and yung roster na to, and the fact na, you know, everybody's playing slightly better dito sa tournament natin, I feel like EVOS could be on another level when going into yung playoffs natin.
No argument made, no? As soon as EVOS continues to marinate their own style of play, talagang lahat mapapaniwala na lang talaga na EVOS really is that number 1 team, and they are truly the kings of Crossfire Philippines, no? And once na nalaman na nga nila yung stride nga nila, they hit their prime, talagang Sneaky Frag, ang buong bibig talaga natin mula sa simula hanggat sa dulo, EVOS Esports pa rin nga naman talaga. Once more, congratulations para sa ating MVP, Yobib, for that amazing stretch in Game 1 and as well as Game number 2. Doing multitask, no? Dumo-double duty dito si Mr. Leo Bito, and that is one scary of a player. Isipin mo nga, pre, 3 years heading into his professional career. Parang bilang sa daliri kung kailan lang talaga nagkaroon ng, let's say, bad game si Yobe. But the more that he performs, talagang nararamdaman palagi ng EVOS Esports ang kanilang pagkapanalo, no? And that is it for our series, no, for EVOS and BMET. Makakasama nga natin si Boss Yobe para sa ating interview. At nakakarinig na ako. Andito na nga siya, Boss Yogi.
Hello po.
Welcome to our interview. Una sa
Hello,
lahat,
hello, hello.
congratulations. Napaka-solid mo talagang player from across those 2 games. Ano ba yung naging motivation ni Yobi para sa araw na to para makascore ng ganong kalakas?
Wala, masarap lang tulog ko ngayon. Medyo mababa.
Okay, Sneaky, narinig mo yan na kailangan maganda yung tulog natin para ganyan tayo mag-pub game. Sige, Sneaky, ikaw yun.
Ang pinaparinig mo pare, dapat si bipolar yan. Pero yun nga, Boss Yobib obviously has been quite the start para sa inyo. Boss, ano yung naging pinakamalaking point of improvement para sa inyo kumpara sa start ng regionals dito pare?
Lahat ng pagkakamali na-adjust namin hanggang ngayon. Lahat ng makakalaban namin sa group stage, ayun, na-adjust namin hanggang ngayon. Yun lang.
Hindi ka naman nagkakamali doon, Yobib, no? Nararamdaman din namin, no? Dito sa panel, no, na naging malaki talaga yung pagbabago ng EVOS, no? Sa pag-approach nila sa mga kalaban nila, no? Boss Yobib, ikaw na may pagkakataon dito para maghiyaw at magsigawan dito, no? Nasa inyo na ang entablado at Mike. Baka may gusto kang batiin dyan, shoutout o mensahe sa mga susunod pa mga kalaban. Ikaw na yan.
Ayun, sa lahat ng mga kalaban namin, mag-ingat-ingat na kayo sa akin. Yan, shoutout din sa pamilya ko, pati sa girlfriend ko dyan.
Dito pa. Alam kong kulang pa yan, Boss Yobib. Alam ko marami ka pang gustong batiin dyan.
Shoutout sa nanay ko dyan nanonood lagi, pati sa ate ko. Ayun lang. Pati sa kuya ko pala.
Yun.
Yan.
Yun, no? Sa pamilya Bito, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta sa inyong Boss Yobib dito, no? Boss Yobib, maraming salamat sa oras mo at good luck sa mga susunod mo panlaro.
Bye-bye.
And there it is, mga kaibigan. Once more, congratulations sa ating EVOS Arc, no? Sila lang ang magwawagi sa ating series against NV Gaming. Habang tumatagal talaga, Sneaky Frog, and mas lalo pang nakakatakot tong EVOS, no? Kung sino ka man na magiging susunod na kalaban ng EVOS, kailangan mo na magsulat-sulat, no? Pero that is it, no? Tapos na, GG sa tayo for our first series. Susunod naman, MATTJESS versus Pacific, ang pagpatuloy ng MATTJESS Hype Train versus Pacific na gustong patunayan na sila pa rin ng top 4. Ito pa rin ang CFS Regional Finals Philippines. Ako si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog. Mamahinga muna kami panandali, pero pagbalik namin, back na ulit dito lang sa Crossfire Philippines.
KNP!
Yo, Beb, with that spray down!
Oh! KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Laban para sa bayan pero wasakan din ang pangarap dito lang sa Crossfire Philippines Regional Finals. No, ako pala si Salvatore, Sneaky Frog pa rin mga kasama niyo sa panel at nandito na nga tayo sa ating ikalawang serye ngayong araw na to na kung saan ang hype train ng matches patungo doon sa top 4 nararamdaman na nga natin Sneaky Frog fresh off a win against Execration. Ang mga kalaban naman nila ang ating dating gods ng Crossfire Philippines no, versus Pacific Esports no, with a fresh addition, that being Aiden. Nag-onting adjustment na at nakita na nga ng Pacific na meron pa silang bitaw dito sa tournament na to, Sneaky.
Yeah, hell of an experiment, no? Para dito sa Pacific to field in like 4 attackers dito sa kanilang team plus Revenge.
Oh, yes.
Granted, itong si MVA and si Justin have had, you know, yung their fair share of support and entry plays para sa kanila dito. I feel like Aiden, granted it was a curveball, pare, he would be the perfect replacement para nga dito kay Jamero, someone who's more aim heavy, who's more willing to go forward dito, pare. But then we also have the side of MATTJESS who has had their fair share of upsets and overperformances dito sa ating liga, pare.
Di pa rin natin pwede ipagkait to na this is still the MATTJESS that is capable of actually reaching heights dito sa tournament na to, no? Ito ang MATTJESS na umabot nga ng top 4 last regionals, pero sa ngayong taon onting roadblock muna, no? Kailangan muna nila dumaan na impact bago nga sila makapasok dito sa ating regional finals, no? But with that win against Execration, malaking momentum yun para sa kanila, no? Lalong-lalo na nga rin si Zac at pati na nga rin si Ninkyu naandoon pa rin in their prime form. They still have their aim at wala nang ibang mas magandang duel pa na makita dito kundi si Zac pati si Revenge.
Yun nga, no? I mean, it's MATTJESS always with the mga rookies natin that really do overperform, especially when it comes to a stage that is as big like this. Nakita naman natin yung performance in Ninkyu from that prior series really popping off against itong Execration. But then, it really was the masterclass galing dito kay Rels at kay Zac. Para Zac especially having himself an MVP worthy na series para sa kanya dito. I mean, without Zac, that would have been Execration 2-0, pale, feeling ko.
Parang kung makikita mo last year, no, so dun sa si Baqueros pa lang si Zac, in order for him to work, kailangan nandun si Sho o kaya si Z Brian actually. Pero ngayon, nung pumasok na nga siya sa MATTJESS, I feel like his individuality now stands out compared to Ninkyu and Rels. At feeling ko yun yung naging maganda dito para sa MATTJESS dahil nga naging frontman siya, mas nagiging opposing na yung mga teams dito kung paano nga sila umaatake dito. For a team that is very tactical like Execration, parang nalito sila kung paano nga nila yung magiging approach in terms of taking down a team of a caliber like MATTJESS. Yun na nga, nanalo nga sila yesterday up against Execration but facing 3 tough losses against Gaon, EVOS, and Stallions. Pero after this series against Pacific, meron pa nga silang isang laban dito with MV Gaming, and for their last battle dito sa ating regionals is going to be none other than Vanguard. So yun, MATTJESS really entering into this tournament with zero expectations, pero sa pinakita nga nilang laban yesterday, parang lahat na tayo dito nakatingin na sa direction ng MATTJESS.
Ayun nga, no, MATTJESS has really caught everyone's attention dito, pare. I mean, it's been super impressive galing sa kanila dito what they can do with a bit of limited resources kumpara sa mga ibang teams natin. And ayun nga, especially we are still waiting for the peak on some of these players, pare. Especially Yaba, as we have yet to see too much galing sa kanila dito. I feel like hindi pa natin nakikita yung true potential talaga dito ni Rels. And yun nga, Zac is a surprise every single time na nakikita nga natin siyang dumapo dito sa server natin.
And I just know na this man is really ready to answer all of our questions no? Kasi talagang mainit kung maglaro to ng Crossfire no? Boss Sniper, mapagmahal ng MATTJESS, walang iba kundi si Zac. Boss Zac, welcome to the interview no? Matagal ka namin gusto talagang tanongin ni Sneaky Frog during Impact pa lang, pero ito na yung magandang pagkakataon namin. Boss Zac, entering into this matchup versus Pacific, kamusta ang kalagayan naman ni MATTJESS?
Okay lang kami, boss. Okay lang.
Wala. Okay lang, wala ba gusto idagdag dyan? Okay lang ba kayo? Tapos?
Yes, kalma lang kami dito.
Yun ang calm aim kumbaga no, para dito kay Boss Zac. Sneaky Frog, ikaw, bato ka ng tanong.
Ikaw, Boss Zach, paano mo i-rate yung sarili mong performance no, dun sa laruan natin na nakita? Dun sa Execration, yun nga, natuwa ka ba sa performance mo?
Yung
Ano yung pakiramdam no natalo?
Nasa 5 ata yun. 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10, pare.
Pero ibig sabihin lang, regular na araw lang yun para kay Zach kasi yung mga ganong klaseng laruan. Kaya 5 out of 10 pa lang daw yan. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yun, yes. Sabi nga dito ni Boss Zach. Pero ito, Boss Zach, bibigyan namin sa'yo yung microphone naman. Baka may gustong batiin dyan. Shoutout. Tsaka mensahe
shoutout
naman
kay-
para sa Pacific.
Shoutout kay, kay Boss Matt. And then, good luck din sa, Pasipakta.
Yun, maraming salamat, Boss Zach. No? Sana susunod kami naman i-shoutout mo ni Sneaky Frog. Joke lang. No? Boss Zach, maraming salamat sa oras mo at sana tumama lahat ng mga shots mo. Yeah.
Ayun naman pala. Pare.
The nonchalant
Zach,
king of Cebu.
5 out of 10, pare. Yung sinabi niya after his performance. Feeling ko, ayun nga, granted with how the regional started out para dito sa MATTJESS, feeling ko they really are looking for more wins. So I don't think they can be satisfied just yet with that prior performance na meron sila dito. And especially knowing what opponents are ahead, no? Para sa kanila dito, Salvatore, I feel like it still requires yung kanilang full focus dito.
Kung isipin mo, no, like, it's not even feeling like a 5 out of 10 para sa atin na talagang success at testigo dun sa pagkakaroon ng blast out of a performance dito kay Zach. I feel like times 10 yung pinakita talaga ni Zach dun just to carry the bags. That is MATTJESS, no? Yung eagle line na yun, hindi biro na nakuha nilang panalo nila. But hopefully that is enough to be a beacon of light para talaga mabuhat ulit ng MATTJESS yung sarili nila entering into the lines. Then that is Pacific Esports. No? Now, lipat naman tayo pre. Mula dito sa Cebu, biyahe tayo papuntang Dapitan because we are now heading into the compound that is Pacific Esports pre. Sneaky Frog, we all know kung gaano nga ba talaga kalakas ang legacy at ang dynasty that is Pacific. Do. Ang core pa rin ni Aldrin tsaka ni Revenge, hindi mo papaghihiwalay. The addition of Justin and Matt and MVA during the 2020s era of Pacific, naging malakas actually, no? At si Aiden, parang nakikita talaga natin, no, na masyadong malaki yung butas na iniwan talaga ni Aljon in this Pacific core, no? Tapos from Jamero and now Aiden, it's really tough to rebuild kung ikaw ang Pacific talaga, pre.
Yeah, and this is the second time that Pacific is in the rebuilding phase, no pare. I mean, last time, or at least dun sa Masters, nakita natin with Jamero being in the roster, there was an adjustment period na nakita natin from Pacific still being able to qualify, of course. Para naman dito sa bago nilang addition dito sa roster, I feel like Aiden with a lot more potential going into this team and na-produce naman niya ang kailangan niyang gawin na produce na numbers. It's just that Pacific running into the hard opponents early on dito sa regionals natin, pare. Not really any opportunity to kind of warm up dito sa group stage natin, but I feel like by this point on, dito na sila mag-on, pare.
Pero di pa rin talaga natin pwede underestimate, no? The Pacific legacy from the start of 2011, 12 and entering into now, napaka-consistent pa rin actually ng Pacific to produce one heck of a season actually, no? So, yun nga, matatalo nga sila sa Execration but it was a close series at the end. Pero itong Stallions na to talaga ang nagpasira talaga sa mga expectations natin kung ano na ba talaga ang kalagayan ng Pacific. Some say downfall na nga, but to us, no, na nakikita pa rin ang mas malaking itsura dito for Pacific. It's just a roadblock, no? Onting hinto lang sa kanilang patungo heading into that top 4. But this is still Pacific na malakas pa rin ng macro datingan dito, no? From the players themselves, they know what they are capable of. At sa isang laban up against MATTJESS, hopefully bumalik na nga dito yung angas ng Dapitan.
Ayun nga, no, the only rough part ng kanilang schedule doon was it is gonna be that EVOS run in, no, going into that next one. But the rest of it, I think PE can sweep everything, pare.
Nako, Sticky Frog, magugustuhan mo ang ating bata sa ating interview, no? Walang iba kundi si Boss Dustin, Aiden. Una sa lahat, no, happy birthday. Sana di ka na mauwi, no?
Thank you po.
Ayun. Mga di nakakaalam, si Boss Dustin 3 days ago nag-celebrate ng kanyang
Eh,
27th birthday. Boss Aiden, kamusta ka sa series
21
na
lang.
to? Uy, 21 lang. Oh, ba't mo hinulog, no? Basta ka, Boss Aiden?
Okay lang.
Okay lang.
Grabe naman.
Wala
Okay lang.
kang gustong trash talkin? Wala. Ige, Boss Nicky, ikaw na.
Wala.
Yun nga.
Hindi ako ganun.
Das, obviously, yun nga, no, yung may nagkaroon ng adjustment period itong Pacific nung una pa lang, pare, going into yung regionals natin. Ngayon, ano na yung pakiramdam ngayon ng Pacific? Ano na, komportable na ba? Gets nyo na ba yung isa't isa dito? Meron pa bang kailangan ayusin?
Meron pang kailangan ayusin.
Meron pa. Okay. So ito ang tanong ko, Aiden, no? Parang bago yung laban ng Execration, just nung nakita nyo yung laban kahapon, no? Parang nagbago ba yung tingin nyo sa matches simula nung nakita nyo yung tinalo nila ang Exe kahapon? Nagbago ba?
Parang pantay-pantay lang naman tingin namin sa lahat ng team eh. Parang walang mahina ganun.
That's my humble Dustin.
Ang respeto lang.
Pagpatay yung camera, hindi yun yung maririnig ko sa'yo, Dustin.
Uy.
Boss Dustin, baka may gusto mong dyan, mensahe, shoutout, at mga gustong batiin dyan, tsaka mensahe naman sa matches.
Sa MATTJESS lang. Wala akong message. Galingan na natin pareho.
Okay, kaya mo yan, par.
Galingan na natin
Boss
pareho.
Aiden.
Tapos sa mga nanonood, sana mabigyan namin yung magandang laban. Yun lang ulit.
Di ka na namin patatagalin dito, Boss Aiden. No? Sana headshot lahat ng tutok mo. Good luck sa laban ng Pacific. At pagpatuloy mo pa yung pagka-crossfire mo.
Thank you, boss.
Ay, nako, Aiden. Parang pagtanong ka siguro kay Revenge paano sumagot sa interview yun, no? Kasi parang medyo nahihiya ka pa no? Pero maraming salamat, Aiden, sa oras mo. Sneaky Frog, I really like this matchup no? Kasi mas maganda yung timbangan nito. Kung makikita mo yung magiging potential head-to-head matchup nga natin na makikita natin panandalian, no? I just know it has to be snipers kung hindi man attackers nga, no? Pero ito ang mabigat dito, pre. Kung kanina sniper to sniper, ito sniper to attacker, no? Aiden versus Zach, both have been leading their cavalry pagdating sa KD ratio nga nila, no? Pero ito ang pinakamaganda actually, their kills per round hindi nagkakalayo, no?
Yun nga, no? Yung in terms of KPR, it's not really that far pagdating sa dalawang players natin. You can really see yung impact when it comes to yung round differential between yung dalawang players natin. No? I mean, Zach, really an opportunity getter para sa kanyang team, not afraid to be, the last guy in the line, looking to be the closer. Para naman kay Das, no, it's actually the complete opposite. Das gusto niya talaga mauna. He wants to open up opportunities. He wants to open up space para dito sa Pacific with the help of yung kanyang ibang mga teammates. And I feel like they're both just as effective, no, pagdating sa kanilang respective na role.
Parang nakikita ko yung similarity, no? Zach is able to open up the map with his pick using the TRG. Malaking bagay yun. The spark plug here for matches. Aiden with his ability to entry nang hindi napapunish kagad. Feeling ko doon nagiging comfortable talaga players like Justin and MVA. Pero eto na nga, no? Kanina pa tayo nagdadakdakan dito, Sneaky Frog. Magtawag na tayo ng backup. Gusto ko mas marami pa tayong maririnig dito. It's not time to call Bipolar and Ramon para bigyan na naman ulit ng isang mainit na laban tong Pacific versus matches. Ramon, after that series against EVOS and Envy, ready ka na ba sa isa pa?
Nakapag-warm up na. Ready to sa 2, 3 o 4 pa mga laban, pare. I feel like this MATTJESS versus Pacific Esports roster is definitely gonna be a strong matchup for either one of these teams. Maganda yung panimula ng MATTJESS kahapon. Masisimulan ba ng Pacific Esports? Ang tuloy-tuloy na ng momentum ngayon.
Yun, maraming salamat, Ramon. Ikaw naman, Bipolar, and expectations heading into this series?
Ako, I'm just ready for a set number 3. Whoa, anong nangyari sa akin? I'm just ready for a set number 3 for this. I'm just ready for set number 3 within these two teams, and yung bakbakan natin dito might just be a 50-50. It all ends up sa map veto mamaya, Salvi.
Yeah, Bipolar, no, gato ka muna, tapos lagay mo dito, tapos check mo kung ilang beats per minute yan, no? Unting check nga lang muna, no, bago tayo sumalang sa mainit na laban. Map Vito, para malaman na nga natin kung saan nga ba maglalaban na magtutunggali itong Pacific versus matches. I just know there has to be a sub-base dito fitting for Pacific, no? Pero Pacific will get the first pick, hindi sila lalayo sa kanilang kinagisnan, and there it is, sub-base but in the priority of matches. Sneaky Frog, violent reactions.
And yeah, I mean, Ankara, obviously, expectations are there. Feeling ko, MATTJESS is the type of team to actually greet itong Pacific dito sa map na to, fully knowing their capabilities from yesterday's games and sub-base as well. Granted, it is also a good map para dito sa Pacific. It has been lower on their priority list, similar sa kanilang Black Widow, but I wouldn't be so sure na that is clean-cut para nga dito sa MATTJESS. No? Black Widow, gonna be a big question mark para sa dalawang teams natin. MATTJESS obviously a very good PUBG team, but at the same time, alam naman natin yung experience ng Pacific sa mapa na yun, pare.
It's a battle indeed of strong map picks, no, for both Pacific and MATTJESS. How about you, Ramon? Any sort of expectations heading into Ankara and Subbase? Saka ano yung magiging epekto ng mga sides dito?
Look, if you think about it, yung Blacklist side on the side of Pacific, from the way that Aiden also carries his team pagdating dun sa mga entries, he will be a key part para dito sa team natin. So if he is able to actually get those entries na maayos, then them being on Blacklist will matter a lot when it comes to getting that first vote of momentum. Yung sub-base naman, sabi ko, feeling ko mas equal to depending on where you look at it talaga. Pacific is one of the few teams from Manila na talagang kaya makipagbakan sa mga Cebuano teams natin on sub-base. So it will be very interesting pag nagtagal ang series natin dito.
You're definitely right on that one, no? Talagang meron ng marka yung sub-base ng Stallions dahil nga sa Pacific. How about you, Bipolar? Any expectations, any insights sa ating map dito?
I mean, for me, I just want to highlight the bans dito. It's good na hindi actually binigay dito ng Pacific yung new compound just because it is a map that I can see MATTJESS being prosperous on, and even on Eagle Eye 2.0. Pero man, oh man, sub-base, that is gonna be interesting for MATTJESS. They're gonna be starting on the BL side. Tapos pag nag-second half, mas solid to para sa MATTJESS.
Yeah, definitely right on that one, no? On that new compound point. Medyo talagang tagilid pa dito ang Pacific, scoring losses against Team Secret and as well as NV Gaming, no, during the prior games. Pero hopefully, no, ito na yung taon na talagang malinis na lahat ng intentions ng mga teams natin, no, when it comes to their map picks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, samahan nyo kami dito sa ating mula dyan sa comment section pagdating sa predictions. No? It's going to be a tough series for MATTJESS and as well as Pacific kasi these two are really solid teams, no? Pagsisimulan ko na nga to, Pacific versus MATTJESS. I'm still putting faith in a team that has determined themselves as one of the few teams na kaya talagang magpatumba ng mga Cebuano teams. Yeah, Pacific 2-0 ako dito. How about you, Sneaky?
Yeah, yesterday, obviously, I did predict against itong MATTJESS 2-0 and obviously the opposite happened. So, titignan natin if it's gonna work as well this time, no? 2-0 para dito sa Pacific, pare.
Okay. How about you, Ramon? Baka gusto mong bumoto ng curveball dyan.
Look, kung tinanong mo kahapon, bago pa mangyari yung mga MATTJESS games, sabihin ko agad to 2-0 in favor of Pacific, no? Pero Ninkyu himself and the rest of the team has made me believe in a little bit para sa kanila. Pero definitely, Pacific still has this in the bag. So para sa akin, 2-1 ito para sa Pacific.
Okay, parang binibigyan mo pa ng isang advantage dito si MATTJESS. How about you, Bipolar? Last but not the least, anong entry mo sa ating predictions?
Namumula na agad ako sa amin. Naalala ko yung prediction
Bakit?
ko
Wala pang
kahapon.
bang-bang!
Hindi, I mean, ito na nga, no? I mean, it is still a Pacific versus MATTJESS at the end of the day, but I still wanna go with my gut here. 2-0 for MATTJESS pagdating sa laban na ito.
Okay, that is the curveball I am looking for, no? An X-Factor. Meron tayong impostor sa ating predictions. And I cannot blame you, Bipolar. Tama lang yan actually, no? From that game yesterday sa Execration, I would too, no? Pero wala Pacific is my boys to. Pero that is it for our predictions. How about you guys in the comment section? Let us know kung anong masasabi niyo sa laban ng Pacific at ng MATTJESS. Pero di na namin patatagalin pa. Ibabato na nga namin kay Ramon at Bipolar para tawagin ang derby ng Manila at ng Cebu.
Pasok na mga tropa. Kasya pa ang biyahe natin papuntang Ankara para sa laban ng Pacific Esports versus MATTJESS. Sa ating first set, Bipolar, we are setting the stage up for what could be another day at the office para sa Pacific or an upset in the making na pinadadik mo nga 2-0 pa dito, pare.
I mean, just ko po, what is happening to me right now? Kasi namumula ako to a point na kinakabahan kasi ako, Ramon. Kinakabahan kasi, I just wanna explain, kinakabahan ako kasi I think like Pacific is a good team pa din nonetheless. Nasa 5th spot natin sila on the standings, pero they failed me a lot already, that to a point that I really wanna put my bags on towards MATTJESS. They've been going at it already. Ninkyu nga sinabi mo, one of my favorite players as well, coming in from that roster na talaga makikita mo, will spot out a lot of players that are lacking, as well as Zach. So nga sinabi natin kanina dito on the head-to-head, sabi ni Sticky and as well as Salvatore, na sniper versus a fragger just like Aiden, I feel like I'm gonna be siding on Zach.
Yeah, definitely, pare. I mean, Zach has been showing lights out performances para sa naging kahit sa mga losing games nga ng MATTJESS, siya pa rin yung parang nagiging hope para sa kanila. At yung naging difference lang from how they were in the early weeks kumpara sa naging performance nila kahapon is that Zach wasn't the only man on the roster that was doing work na. Now, Ninkyu has been showing himself, especially on the Ankara map that they've had yesterday against Execration. So hopefully, nagkaroon na ng consistency na ang mga naipapakita nakita ni Nintyu at saka ni Zaka. Pati na rin si Yaba no? Kahit doon sa naging second set nila kahapon, si Yaba nagpakitang gilas na din sa ilang mga plays nila. So there is still some shining moments para sa MATTJESS roster na ito. Pero kumabilang bangko muna tayo papunta doon sa Pacific Esports kasi na-highlight natin si Aiden, oo, pero may mga times na nagiging maayos yung calling ni Revenge para mas malagay na maayos yung gusto niyang game plan na para madali ang entry para sa Pacific Esports, pare.
I mean, as time goes by, nakikita rin naman talaga natin na Pacific, it was a rough start sa simula ng ating regional finals, pero habang tumatagal, you can see them progress even better, improvements here in their adjustments. Tulad nga na sinabi nila last time, I think it was their team na nag-a-adjust kami, we're preparing double time na dito, sabi nga ata ni Revenge yun, pero mukhang wake up call yung talo nila last time kasi it was now, nakikita natin dito Pacific, quadruple na yung pag-aanda nila dito. So, baka matakot din talaga dito ang MATTJESS because sila ang titikim ng gantong kakaibang mindset ngayon ng Pacific. Revenge, out for blood, Aiden as well trying to prove his worth in a dynasty just like Pacific. And it's all out just gonna be gunfire mamaya, Ramon. And I like our map pool as well, yung map dito natin dito. We're gonna go to sub-base of all maps wherein feeling ko, angat pa rin naman dito ang Pacific Macta even though this is a MATTJESS priority.
Absolutely, pare. I mean, you definitely hit the nail on the head with that. I mean, Pacific, they've had a bit of a history with this base map being one of those teams na talagang pinag-aaralan yung meta ng kung paano nilalaro ito ng mga teams na paborito ang sub-base. Saksi na yun ng Stallions bago pa man sila naging Stallions ngayon. Nung nag-ubig parang sila, si Pacific ang isa mga pinakaunang teams na nakahanap ng mga butas laban sa Stallions nung panahong yun. No? So really, it will just come down to if those set plays are gonna work out, kung gaano kabilis makapag-adapt si Aiden sa tempo na gustong gawin ni Revenge dito, kung makakasabay nga ba si Alden not only sa laruan at sa timing ng lahat ng ito, kundi dun sa meta as well, which honestly has actually improved for him as well, diba? Parang nagpipick up na siya ng HK, nagiging consistent na yung pag-entries nga niya kasama itong si Aiden at tuloy-tuloy na din yung parang naging hope para sa Pacific so far. Parang nawawala na nga yung mga first pick jitters na meron sila dito so far, you know?
I mean, tama ka dyan, no? I mean, speaking about Aiden once again, Ramon, it's Aiden. Coming in from Team Secret, nakita nga natin he's one of the fraggers on that side. Ngayon, he's putting himself in a place kung saan he has some veterancy, some experience behind his back. He can just wait for the shot calls and do the plays for the team. Nakita rin natin yun for the past matches. Again, it's not the best of the start for Pacific, pero for Aiden in the new roster, he's looking pretty well. He's looking like he's in the right spot. So, let's see kung magagamit nga ba yun ng Pacific yung full potential dito ni Aiden. And I just want to go back to Subbase in just a little bit kasi nga sila ang nakabutas ng streak ng Ubek Maniac last time, ngayon Stallions. And it was a Cebuano team. Ngayon, baka maging receiving end naman ulit ng MATTJESS dito, yung pagiging expert ng isang Pacific Esports. Just because may nawalang player doesn't mean wala na yung nakapag 2-0 sa Ubek Maniac or sa isang Cebuano team. Feeling ko mas naging pulido pa nga with Aiden in the mix.
Sinasabi natin yan para sa Pacific Esports. Oo, tama. Pulidong-pulido ang sub-base nga dito ng Pacific kasi talagang pinag-aaralan talaga nito eh. Pero wag natin kalilimutan na in Impact Summer as well, this has also been a priority pick para dito sa MATTJESS, and in a lot of the wins that they've had, it was all thanks to how dominant they were on the sub-base map as well. So I'm just hoping that they unlock yung mga win conditions nga nila dito, yung mga aggressive pushes on MR thanks to the entries from Jason, some good support as well from that second bit setup na pwede nilang gawin. Counterin dun si MVA kapag gusto niya kunan yung space nga dito. Pero ito na nga, mukhang handa na tayo dito, Bipolar.
I mean, let's go right into the second rally of this day. Kung meron sa Maynila, meron sa EDSA, meron sa Menjola, dito muna tayo sa Ankara kung saan magpapakitang gilas ang Spartans against the Dynasty of Kings. Mag-ingat po kayo dyan lahat, especially for my family out there. But nonetheless, it's still a hotel take mula dito kay Nintyu. He's gonna be seeing 3 players here, and one shot will kill off Aldrin. duguan na, pero still may trade-off pa rin naman. It's Rel's only here, gonna be holding down B-side alone here on Bats. Pero si Justin, nililikuran ng ad siya. May ipit dito si Rels, pero able to see one. So mas lumuluwag yung pakiramdam niya. Makakahinga na siya. Revenge with a kill from the other side of the map. Nauubos na mga players dito ng matches. It's a 2v3. Zach still alive. Wala pa rin naman nakikita mga kills. Yaba to join the fray. Some shots in onto Aiden, pero he's already low. Let's quiet things down kasi meron namang pumupuntriya sa likuran nila. 2v3 nonetheless. Here comes the smokes. Here comes the flashes. Wala pa rin nagpaplanta ng bomba. Revenge activates pero Zach enables himself for even more onslaught. Zach with a double kill. MBA finds Yaba crouching in the corner pero ngayon mapaplanta na ang bomba. 35 seconds, Zach with a shot that could be connecting as well as NBA. Nagkakamisa na nga tayo dito ng mga shots. Who can get the kill? It's Zach with his third. What a round already. What a start for the Spartans.
The star player from MATTJESS already starting things strong with his presence dun sa RS gamit ng kanyang TRG. Hitting every single shot that counted. Sa pagpunta pa lang sa Raps ay talagang wala ng ayos ang nagawa dito sa Pacific. After ng full push all the way towards that mid position, you can definitely tell that Pacific, they really want to take the aggressive fight, but Zach continues to rain terror para sa kanila. That's a second shot for Ninkyu as well. Pacific fighting back with the MVA kill, so definitely a 4 versus 3 that Pacific can convert kapag nakapag-lurk na maayos na si Justin.
I mean, maghanda na kayo guys kasi nag-feeling good na dito ang buong PE. 3v3 pa rin naman, so it's still an even playing field with Justin very much low. It's gonna be a hard thing to push out, pero si Aldrin nandun, nakamask pa nga, sabi niya, I'm the mask killer. Mapapatay ko dito si Yaba now. It's easier for PE once again. Pero yung C4, hindi alam ng MATTJESS na nasa kamay pa pala dito ni Aldrin, and he might just go to A. He can definitely just go for another side. Pero si Jason yan, able to kill off Justin. MVA peeks out. He's been missing these shots, pero with 3 kills into his name, he wants to get the 4th, and he does. Can he get this 5th? As Jason goes towards Akyatan, Jason finds MVA, and he falls down. Aldrin, the journeyman once again. Easy headshot para sa kanya. PE is on the board.
Sneaky beaky like ang galawan ni Aldrin. As the lone man with the AK just shows why he is comfortable on the rifle. Getting brilliant shots all the way from that mid setup. And all started with him trying to get that mid space once again. With MATTJESS actually taking full control of that hotel position. Nawala ng bisa. Yung naging tunnels B push na ginawa ng Pacific. Just after the fact. So kamuntikan pa nga sana para sa MATTJESS overall. Make that a 1-for-1. Even scoreline now for both teams. Napakalapit lang ni Aldrin at saka ni Ninkyu for that first contact and a flash on out. Nade damage. Gonna be enough papunta kay Jason this time around. As Ninkyu's testing this fate talaga. Kung pupush siya dito dun sa may second mid, he has to be prepared for what Aldrin can offer to the table.
Yeah. Justin, as well as Rels, sniffing each other out. Akyatan being infiltrated ngayon kay Aldrin. Good positioning coming in from Ninkyu. He has the HK now. So pwede niyang likuran dito ulit ang mga players na magpupush out ng B-side. Such a great opportunity for MATTJESS. Zach na kuyo po. Bakit ka nakatingin dyan sa tunnels? Aldrin now kills them off. Easy headshot para sa kanya. Aiden finds Ninkyu. The timing was not right for MATTJESS at ngayon naduduguan ng ating MJ. They are falling down simultaneously and that is just a flawless and clean round for Pacific. Man, ang ganda na sana nun nung ginawa ni Ninkyu but the timing wasn't right.
Absolutely, pare. I mean, the longest time he had some control over that held out position, pero for no apparent reason, it was open space now for Aldrin and the push. And with that mid setup as well, Justin could just take over the rotation just because they got the info papunta dun sa may B site. Was a clear lineup para sa rifler ng Pacific. Parang gumagalaw lang sa galaw ng Pacific itong MATTJESS so far. Agad-agad kailangan nila ng konting reset papunta dito pero tuloy-tuloy lang ang aksyon. Flashes all across the A setup as well. And with this forward position, karing dito kay Aiden at saka kay Justin, is more than likely to be an RS split papunta doon sa may B site. Habang iniiwan nila itong si MVA to open up some more map space all across that A setup. So much pressure from both sides para sa Pacific. Habang ang MATTJESS ay walang info, walang alam po nung nangyayari sa mapa ngayon.
Yeah, ito yung mahirap kapag scattered all throughout ang buong PE. Kasi even though if you get one kill, you don't know necessarily kung nasan yung majority ng players dito ng PE. But with this initial kill, Revenge out of the picture, it enables MATTJESS to hold this out without an instant kill. on the other side. Jason, very close by, pero natatamaan siya ngayon ng mga bala. Flashbangs in, tatlong players coming in from PE. Sabog na nga dito sa kanan, pero Justin falls down. Si Jason lacking once again. Yaba, still alive. Yaba, falls down. Ako po, 2 for 2 trade. At ngayon, MATTJESS is up by 1 player. Here comes the flash. Rails needs to push out. He needs to take care of this advantage. Habang nandiyan pa siya sa smoke. At dahil doon, he took his time. That's why Aldrin was able to get the kill. It's all up to PE. 1 last player versus 2. He pushes the smoke. Aldrin able to hit the shot. 6 kills now para sa kanya. He has the C4. And again, Aldrin controls the entirety of Ankara. Hindi alam ni Ninkyu kung anong gagawin niya.
Yeah, kasi sa amount of time that he has, he can always rotate on, but he's just gonna try to take the fight, try to hunt down for the last kill. Aldrin, spotted by Ninkyu, TRG up, pulls out the USP, does not hit the shot entirely. It will be the second pick for Ninkyu. MATTJESS puts another sit-down statement papunta sa Pacific, making it a 2-2 scoreline.
Sit down, Aldrin! Sabi dito ni Ninkyu, anong gagawin mo pag tumama na yung bala ko sa ulo mo? Grabe ka naman dun, sir! And now, tie game na tayo ulit dito, Ramon, kung saan MJ, despite them losing some rounds kung saan it was a crucial defeat, ngayon may kita natin they have more formidable defense. Ngayon mas nagiging active sila. This 2-man defense sa A is just enough to maybe dwindle down the players dito ng PE. MVA though, close by Vents, they want to go for another try here. Try their luck onto A. Flashes inbound once again. MVA, initial kill para sa kanya, pero si Yaba nakakuha din ng isa. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. A then pushes kaliwa. A then pushes it, and he gets the pistol kill. And now they stabilized Rails going out. Kaso nga lang hindi pa nagre-reload dito si Aiden. He still has 9 bullets in the chamber. And all they have to do is just keep on spraying down towards the spawn of PE or MJ. And looking at this, Aiden with the quad. He is crazy. And PE looking better every time that they push A.
What the 4K para kay Aiden, supplying so many of those pushes just because of the flashes given to him from the support of PE. At medyo nagkaroon ng disconnection si Rels at si Zach, pero hold on, Rels pushes up a little bit too far. Justin down, Aiden with the trade. Agad-agad na tinabaho ng Pacific yung pag-push nila on the mid side. And slowly and surely, Revenge tries to get himself the kill this time around. NQ down, USP out para sa Filipino sniper, making it a 3v3 where Pacific trying to get the info that they need.
Where is the info? Zach, I think he spotted the head there doon sa dulo. And it might kill off Revenge. Kaso nga lang Yaba also fortifies A once again. 3 players are here. The C4 is still in the hands of MVA right now dito sa Hukay. They want to go towards B possibly, or might be a fake out, Ramon, kasi hindi naman gumagalaw dito sa Revenge. But now Aiden, once again, wrecking havoc, able to get multi-frags. Yaba and Jason falling down. And Zach has been our star player for MJ or for MATTJESS. Pero what can you do when you have 23 HP? You can do it like this as Revenge falls down in an instant. Yung paa niya natamaan na. At dahil dyan, MATTJESS might have a chance here in our round number 6. 35 seconds ang pwedeng laruin dito ni Zach. He's so focused, so in the moment. And he pushes with the USP. Naliliko na siya dito sa CA. Zach, you need to look at your left side, man, kasi nandito na si Aiden. Once again, triple kill para sa kanya.
Bit of a messy fight here, lalo na para sa MATTJESS overall from the start, the info that they got pakatapos ng initial aggression na ginagawa ng Pacific, where you can actually tell that they actually had the ship rolling when Aiden was at the right place at the right time, then head on. Dahil doon, medyo napapa-adjust pa nga si boss mo Zach pagdating doon sa rotation niya dito. He had to actually get himself the effort para mapatay man lang si Revenge bago siya makapag-push all the way back towards that mid-side setup. But it's Pacific, time and time again, just trying to get some good space setups as well. Kita mo, from the flash itself, puts a lot more confidence into trying to get the execute going. And when they get that first kill, it's more than a chance para makuha nila yung site. Pero they also have the option to just pull out kasi mismo, hindi naman kailangan na dun sa initial execute nila kailangan kunin yung bomb setup. Ang kailangan lang nila is malaman kung nasaan yung ilang mga anchors para lang either mapatay sila or ma-avoid sila.
I mean, diretso na ulit tayo dito sa laban, no? Let's see kung kaya nga ba nila gawin yung mga adjustments na yon. But Revenge already in the fray, claims his 5th kill into this game. Able to kill off Ninkyu, one of the snipers dito ng ating MJ, but it is now in the hands of Zach. So double sniper setup dito ang MJ despite them being down by 2 points. Aldrin able to spot one player again. Yung mga fraggers natin, Ramon, they are on fire. Rels missing the shot pero doesn't miss the second. And this is now a comfortable spot for MATTJESS despite having one player down.
Absolutely. I mean, they already have the map space that they got para makakuha ng akyatan. But they also still have the option para umalis. Since lots of time being bought at Rel's back turn, unfortunate para dito. Nakuha pa nga ni Justin ang easy shot of his life. So 4v2. But map space over at that vent spot. At ngayon pala magro-rotate ton si Jason. So that will be an opportunity. Yaba and Justin will be Justin in the end to get that double kill in hand. Jason getting the opening shot. And eventually will be Aiden para makuha yung scoreline eventually. So overall, Pacific just making the most out of the clock that they got. At kita mo pare, kahit doon sa mga aggression ng MATTJESS, nape-predict lalo ng Pacific kung ano yung mas magandang gawin laban sa counter nila.
Yeah. That's all they need to do every time. They just need to keep on doing this if PE wants to clean this house. The last 2 rounds dito ngayon sa ating first half might be needed for MATTJESS para at least maluwag yung pakiramdam nila going into the second half. Aiden trying to go for the double nade setup, trying to spot out someone, pero si Yaba and Jason are divided, so wala atang masyadong matatamaan dito. It's gonna be unsuccessful yung mortar strike natin for PE. But they move towards CA now. And Revenge holding down this mid position might be just the right thing to do here. Pero PE doesn't want to go towards tower. They want to go towards tunnel. Mabagal na laro. It's Ninkyu close by once again. He does have the HK. Hasn't been performing that much. Here comes the smokes. Para matigil dito yung push and retakes ng PE, making it easier to push out from tunnel. Zach peeks out at the right moment. Let's see kung makakatama nga ba siya. In 3, 2, 1. He gets the shot onto Revenge of all people. And he is the better sniper right now dito sa round na ito. Pero si Aiden enables himself once again, activating the USP. Able to get double kill. Can he get the triple? No, he cannot. Zach able to get the double for himself though. Justin makita dito si Zach. And it's all up to Yaba. Yaba is out of this picture because he is crawling through the windows. But still able to get the kill. 2v1. Still has a flash. Still has a smoke. 34 HP, but has 30 seconds left to do something of a miracle. Aldrin is just out of that site right now. Yaba, with 20 seconds, wants to go towards tunnel. Ang layo pa ng iikutin niya. He needs to hit every shot right now for him to get the defuse. Aldrin looking pretty with the AK, sprays him down. Not enough. Goes for the USP. 9 seconds. Yaba is falling down.
Grabe. You can tell that the experience just is the key for him. Aldrin didn't even need to overaggress. He knew that he had the health advantage. Kaya sa paglabas niya ng USP, played the round cover para lang hindi siya mabigyan ng headshot opportunity itong si Yaba. Pacific just controlling the battlefield, but Rel is continuing to show that he is still a sniper at the end of the day. Pero yun nga lang, Aldrin already on nakyatan. Binagsakan ng isa pa para dito kay Rel as MVAs. He's gonna jump spot and down to si Jason. 4v3 in an instant. All the mid-side setup for MJ is gone in a blink of an eye. May hotel pa for Pacific this time kasi nandun na din si Aiden holding the TRG, showing na kaya din niyang makipag-snipe sa lahat ng bata. 1v3 na laban kay Yaba. HK hawak pero si Aiden na magpapakita na sniper lang sapat na.
This is just crazy. No, mula kay Aiden, I just wanna see. I think he is already in the top contention para sa ating MVP para sa set na to. He has been so active kung saan hindi na alam ng MATTJESS kung saan sila pupunta. You can see the frustrations on Jason, on Zach, and as well as on Ninkyu. Hindi nila magawa ng paraan because this should have been their map take. I mean, this should have been a comfortable round for them, pero with the switch up, it's gonna be, detrimental para makakuha sila ng rounds. But for PE, sobrang solid nila dito, man. Aldrin and Aiden together hand in hand are just cleaning up house every time.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, definitely. Nakikita mo pa lang from Pacific's Gipala noon, it's always been that reactive play. Even giving Zach the first blood which has been the win con for MATTJESS, and the wins that they have has not been enough para ma-supply lang yung mga panalo lang yan against Pacific, who are very much aware on the spacing needed para lang maayos din ang pagtitrade nila sa isa't isa, as Zach's gonna expect a peek out from Aiden. Good shot all the way to get LA control as MATTJESS, but lead is slowly.
Slow push now for MATTJESS. Still a player above. So Aiden out of the picture might be the crucial pick. Ito dapat ang kailangan nilang i-target block because he has been so on fire. And with him down, wala na ditong firepower ang buong PE. Revenge being spotted out by Rels, pero titikin pa rin naman ata sila doon. Not gonna be a lot of action as Aldrin and MVA on the other side of the map doesn't really rotate that much, still holding down Hotel. But right now, Ramon, pupunta sila sa CA, slowly approaching here towards MVA. MVA spots them out, but it only does some damage. Now 2 players down for PE. MJ now can push out towards Hotel and on to B in just a matter of a second. It's just Justin holding this down, and as well as Aldrin. So what can you do? It's 2 players against 5. Meanwhile, yung sniper nyo, yung veteran player nyo, it's all up to A. Yung sergeant na si Revenge is out of the picture once again. Nenq with the USP is all he needs to take off Aldrin. At Justin ngayon, kailangan niya muna antayin dito si Revenge, but he wants to activate himself once again. Zach, pinatay na nga dito yung dalawa sa ilalim ng tower. It's Revenge and Justin falling down.
Another 3K for the Zach and the server. As MATTJESS not take this with a little bit more discipline na ngayon, paghintay sa LA, knowing that Pacific are gonna try a push with an aggressive setup. Aiden down means that their star player gone, just meant that Pacific had to adapt a little bit further. Pero sa improvisation nila, nakakita sila ng isa pang man count doon sa may mid-side. Expected yung mid-peak ni MVA. And Justin even trying his best para na makakuha ng isang pick-off doon, pero by the end of it, MATTJESS have already secured themselves yung B-side setup dahil doon sa NINQ push na ginawa from Hotel. Beautifully done from the timing. 3-7 now, Yaba. Low on HP dahil lang sa pressure na nilalagay ng PE from the nades, from the spams itself. Kaya, hinayaan na lang nila yung LA this time around para gumambol papunta doon sa may Hotel kung saan ang hinihintay lang nila. Nag-iisang naka-AK si Aldrin sa loob ng Hotel.
Aldrin will fall down nonetheless. NINQ also, kung merong Aiden sa kabila, meron ng NINQ na kailangan din abangan. Moving forces na ngayon ang PE trying to defend B-side, kaso nga lang biglang nag-slow down dito ang MATTJESS. Wants to go for mind games instead. Smokes, flashes as well para lang ma-check out dito yung tunnels, but sabi ni Justin dito, nasa na nga ba yung mga players dito ng MJ? Hindi sila nagpo-push out, at dahil dyan, na-force in, na ma-magnetize dito si MVA looking at the minimap towards Hotel. At si Jason might see the opportunity of killing this man off, and if may kill niya nga to, they are able to get into B-side quite clearly. Aiden falls down. What was that shot mula kay Zach? Revenge though, may revenge kill onto Rels, and he gets 2 kills in a matter of 5 seconds. NINQ ngayon will get the kill also, pero kailangan niya natawagin dito si Zach at si Yaba para padaliin yung laban na ito. 4 rounds now for MATTJESS at nagigising na muli ang ating mga Cebuan.
Back-to-back makatapos mag-swap over to BL, where they have a little bit more control sa kung ano yung mga options na meron sila. Back on that LA pressure to start with, tapos balik all the way to rotate. Laban dito kay Aldrin to hold up that akyatan position. Just to give a note, this is forcing Pacific to play on the tempo of MATTJESS now. From that rotation alone, you can tell they're uncomfortable in the setup. Agad-agad na binigay yung CA control over to Yaba, which Pacific now put more backup into that mid setup with MVA's presence. Just taking this very calmly and slowly and surely. With how spread apart they are ngayon, they could be anywhere at this point, bipolar.
Yeah. At this point, yung ginagawa ng PE kanina, ginagawa naman ngayon ng MATTJESS. They're not giving a lot of information out towards PE or on the GR side. Pero si Yaba might want to do something here para masimulan na ang laban natin on at the 12th round. Going towards tunnels and trying to infiltrate B. But I think this might just be a back-off potential kasi if you try and push this out, there's 2 players that are gonna be looking at you. Si Revenge pa yun and as well as Aldrin. So baka it's not the right play here. Looking at the minimap though, Ramon, parang the best kind of approach is just try to push mid. Tapos tignan mo na lang kung saan ka pwede mag-split towards these sides. But right now, some activation here sa tunnels. But nonetheless, back off lang muna. Sobrang disiplinado, sobrang respeto ang binibigay ng dalawang teams natin dito.
Yeah, this is the only time that you can also see that Pacific working on giving up yung EVOS control natin. Ngayon pala papasok din si MVA as they spot each other out sa pag-hold doon sa may mid setup. Double hotel push. A possible scenario para sa MATTJESS, pero with the time running down, A-site is looking like a promising call for them. Nag-iisa lang naman dito si Aiden at nag-commit na din si Justin sa rotation. Pag namatay si Aiden, this is a beautiful push for MATTJESS.
Oh, look at him. Aiden falling down in boxes as si Justin ngayon is left alone. He needs to wait for these players. Kaso nga lang they're rushing in. Tumatakbo na nga dito sila MVA. Jason with the long shot kill. MVA dito sa kaliwa. Can he get the kills? It's one. Pero di makakuha ng pangalawa. Aldrin pushes out these players sa kanan. Pero 9 seconds left. Yung C4 nandito naman. Iniipit na ngayon si Revenge. Nakita niya pa si Yaba. Rails na ko po. Magplata ka ng bomba. Nasaan na? Aabot pa ba? No, it cannot. The timing once again bites MATTJESS in the wrong spots.
It was a risky position for Aiden, pero buti na lang hindi pa lumalayo si Justin at saka ang PE. Mabilis ang rotation na akala mong tren ang sinakyan. At agad-agad na nakahanap ng dalawang angulo si Revenge. Even through the smoke, in-expect na yung rotation ni Yaba all the way from RS. Which made all the difference kasi natakot si Renz. Akala niya siya yung ipupush ni Revenge. Pero alam niya na dahil nasa kanya yung oras, alam niya na paubos na para makapag-plant na C4. Ginambol na lang niya na hindi pa nagko-commit ang MATTJESS sa pag-plant. And this time with the momentum, it's giving him all the confidence to keep pushing like this. MVA, first blood kay Jason, giving hotel over to MATTJESS, pero nag-iisa lang si Renz dito. Walang ka-trade kung sakali mangyayari to.
Revenge falling down is gonna be a crucial hole for the defense dito ng PE. Pero MV, quick swipe lang pakaliwa. Mapapatay agad ang pumatay dito kay Revenge. Pero Zach smokes out towards tower. Ninkyu ngayon dodging all of the bullets. Like Neo dito kay Aldrin. And still alive. Yaba ngayon as well. Finds people here outside of hotel. At kanina mas angat pa ang PE. But nonetheless, it's MJ with their slow pushes that makes PE gets so nervous sa mga laban na ito. Takes the M14 now, pero 9 HP lang dito si MVA. He needs to be careful. Kailangan muna gumawa dito ng play ni Aiden. Here comes the flash grenade para ma-flash dito ang mag-push out the MVA. Zax finds him instantly. At Aldrin ngayon, eating a lot of bullets and through the box, Zack finds Aiden.
That is just beautiful confidence from MATTJESS just off of the first blood of Pacific. They knew that MATTJESS kailangan nilang ituloy-tuloy lamang ang pagrampa papunta dun sa B. Kaya nakita mo si Rels solo pushing with the TRG, putting all the risk into what could have been a possible B push, and it became possible just because of his confidence, pare. Pacific now, the back foot, 8-5. Oo, nasa kanila yung lead so far, pero napapansin mo, umaabot na sa kabilang bangko ang momentum for MATTJESS. Rel spotted doon sa may events. Kailangan niyang bumalik papunta kay Yaba kasi alam na ng Pacific na posible ang A-site push. Pero, the amount of time na meron ng Cebuano squad at sa kakulangan na pwede na lang kunin ngayon, masyado atang risky makapag-push dito doon sa A-site kahit hindi nila alam na 2 tao lang yun doon sa A-site ngayon.
I mean, hindi lang risky. Feeling ko sobrang hirap din para maka-execute sila dun, no? So, they look otherwise, but feeling ko nasasanay na din ng PE na palaging B-site yung kinukuha dito ng MJ kahit na pamid pa yan mula sa tunnels or from hotel. They put an individual player on those spots to close out the angles. Aldrin very outside of hotel, able to kill off Ninkyu. Alam niya bang meron pang isang player doon, pero si MVA pala ang kukuha ng pangalawa. And this is now a good start for PE. Might go for map point here or round number 9 as Revenge peeks out towards tunnels, able to get 2! A double kill para kay Revenge, and it's all up to Yaba, and he's stuck within these doors. What can you do? Pupush na nga ata this to Aldrin. All he needs to do is go for a wide peak angles, waits for the flash, waits for the trade-off, and he gets the kill. What a round! That is your expert attraction or expert approach mula sa PE.
We talk about attractions. Look no further than Revenge and Aldrin. At one point, everybody has been calling Aldrin the GOAT rifler nga naman. And Revenge still showing why he is still in the conversation of being one of the best snipers dito sa Pilipinas. Both of them making all the moves that they need as Revenge will take that first shot kay Zach. Second not gonna connect kasi si Jason maayos ang grenade usage.
Some shots, good grenades as well, pero trade-offs here. Aiden able to get 2. It dwindles down 2 players. Kaya pa ba mag-hold on dito ng matches? The grenade will be dodged. NQ dodging all of the flashes as well, pero Yaba doing some damage. Both of the players dito ng PE very much low. Pero now, he gives away his life. Naku po, he didn't go for the trade. Ngayon Yaba will fall down. Here comes the 10 points for PE. A good effort for Yaba, but man, oh man, hindi siya nag-capitalize, naubos siya ng bala dun sa baril.
Mga naman talagang inayos na ng Pacific ang set number 1. Pinasok na ni Revenge para lang matapos na agad-agad nang hindi nabigyan ng oras ang MATTJESS para sa angkaran nila. 5-10 sa panalo ng Pacific Esports. Pero hindi pa tapos ang trabaho pare. Talagang it was a very good fight overall para sa pareho nating teams. We saw the resurgence from MATTJESS despite so much pressure from all sides. Kahit doon sa GR side nila, you could tell that they had beautiful shots ringing true. But it was not enough kasi Pacific, paulit-ulit lang lagi yung mga backup plans na meron sila. Oo, hindi nag-work yung initial engagement. Oo, namamatay agad si Aiden sa mga initial entries nila dito. Pero hindi lang naman si Aiden yung kailangan nalang tingnan lagi. Consistent pa rin si MVA. May reason kung bakit nakakatakot yung AK-47 ni Aldrin despite the nerfs, despite the change in the meta. Pacific, despite the recent history that we've had para sa roster na to in the regional finals, they're still proving to us that they can keep up against the young ones dito sa regional finals.
I mean, kaya pa rin naman talaga nila makipaglaban sa new guns natin, sa new players natin. And ito yung statement piece na for PE. If you are doubting, pakita nyo to, Pacific, for everyone that is doubting you because you just outright played matches. Pero I just wanna say, hindi naging madaling laban to for PE just because 10-5 yung scoreline natin. That doesn't really say a lot of the action na nakita natin kasi palaging nagde-dwindle down, palaging nauubos yung mga players for both sides, palaging 1v1, 2v2, palaging all-out gunfire. Hindi siya total massacre or total snowball mula sa PE. Pinahirapan pa rin ng MATTJESS dito, so you gotta give them some big ups. Nice try pa din for MATTJESS, but the better team there, the better clutch was always gonna be PE.
Absolutely, pare. I mean, there are so many times that Pacific were actually giving man count advantages thanks to the shots from Zach, the shots from Yaba as well. MATTJESS is a type of roster that is not scared to take fights head on early. Kaya sa pagpe-prepare ng Pacific, alam nila na magbibigay nga sila ng mga 4v5s early on. So ang kailangan lang nilang prioritize para lang maayos ito is kung paano mag-adapt kapag wala na yung isa. And very well true. Ito yung naipakita ng Pacific sa buong Angkara map. So ituturo na namin dito sa panel namin si Salvatore at si Sneaky Frog para mas lalo natin pag-usapan ang unang panalo ng Pacific Esports.
Thank you. Maraming salamat Bipolar at Ramon. It was truly a momentum game, Sneaky Frog. At one point, it was very consistent para sa Pacific. Tas bumabawi naman dito ang MATTJESS, but ultimately it ended in a way na kung saan Aiden and MVA just popped off absolutely. In turn, Pacific getting that win in Ankara. No? Pero the fresh air, no, bumabawi na nga sila sa mga dati nilang maps. Pero ang honeymoon dito ng MATTJESS tila nagkaroon muna ng pahinga.
Ayun nga, no? I would also like to believe na feeling ko yung Pacific would have an easier time kumpara nga dito sa Execration against the MATTJESS squad considering yun nga, no, the amount of times that they faced them dito sa mga prior years natin sa Masters, no, obviously perennial playoff contenders itong MATTJESS, so Pacific's very very familiar with yung team and the style that they play. Then there's not really much of a difference, no, sa nakita natin from yung old MATTJESS to new MATTJESS. Feeling ko may onting adjustments lang, especially with the new era ng CF with the balanced guns, but at the end of the day, you can still see yung similarities from that OG MATTJESS na nakikita natin in this squad. And I feel like when it comes to just reading yung kanilang macro dito, granted, it is gonna be a bit difficult considering mas mabilis sila kumpara sa paka-usual teams natin. But the thing is with the Pacific, with how aggressive the players can be as well, kaya nilang pantayan yun, pare.
Parang nagkakaroon din ng tension management, no, na maganda dito for Pacific. You can see them definitely on one round eh bigla na lang sila mag-rush ng LA and then try to surpass Huway no? Na parang ganun lang. And then at one point, may kita mo parang, sige, set up na lang tayo ng A site, wait for that perfect execute, and then try to frag out kung kakayanin nga, no? Off of the back of an amazing first half dito malaki Aiden, I feel like that was the signal para talagang mas buhatin pa ng ibang members ng Pacific yung mga sarili nila, no? Justin and NBA was able to recover from that first half, sort of a step back of a performance. But put also, no, Justin in that conversation na parang kind of not an attacker anymore. Parang umi-entry na nga talaga si Aiden. Justin is now being in the role of like an Elvin or even a Jeff Rocks na hindi nga masyado nagpa-frag out, but I feel like the lurks and the movement na binibigay ni Justin was just as impactful and as well as the util na binibigay niya. No? 3 players scoring double digits dito para sa Pacific Esports with Aiden leading the charge with a 2.5 KD. Welcome to Pacific, sabi ni Madam Bunch. Paano, no, Boss Aiden? But taking a look at matches, here we have Zach still fragging out of his mind para dito sa matches, but it's not a one-man show, Sneaky. Sabi mo nga, no, at the end, it is still a 5-man game.
Kailangan maging careful dito yung MATTJESS, no, Salvatore. Baka bagay pa naman kay Zach yung blue na colors. Pero, ayun nga, Aiden, of course, being quite the player. Ito yung ina-expect natin galing kay Dust, no, especially like his insane mechanical prowess, his insane aim, his insane, decision making on the fly, no. Kaya he was one of the best attackers in the last year's tournament, and it's no different now, pare. Aiden being the set MVP, insane statistics all in all, and this is what we expect galing dito kay Dust, pare.
I just know, man, na pag talagang nasipa niya na talaga yung gasolina dito, no, Aiden cannot be stopped, no. Patuloy talaga yung pagkuha ng momentum dito ni Aiden at paghigop ng lakas sa buong tournament na to, no, that this man is going to lead the leaderboards once he is able to get that opportunity. At kitang-kita mo nga naman talaga, no, tabla sila nung una si Zach, but now parang nakikita mo na nga yung gap sa kanilang dalawa ngayon, no, with Zach having able to try and make space for his team, but for Aiden, the frags that he's getting, 2, 3, even 4, no, parang it just feels like Pacific is having the easiest day of their lives dahil nga isa ang nagpapagana para sa kanilang ano. Kasi momentum game, sabi ko nga kanina, and the amount of momentum na hinigop dito ni Aiden sa buuan ng Ankara, sapat na yun para makuha ng Pacific yung pinakamalakas nilang second half so far.
Ayun nga, and especially knowing, yun nga, si Aiden, he is gonna be quite the annoying player to deal with, no? Especially na ganun nakalaki yung lead ng Pacific. There is gonna be a green light for him to go forward and be as annoying as possible para hindi makasetup nga dito yung MJ squad.
Well, the battle is not over, Sneaky Frog. Tunay nga ba ang bawi na yan para sa matches para matuloy pa rin ang Cinderella story nila dito sa ating CFS Regional Finals Philippines as we head into sub-base for our map number 2. Pero bago yun, mamamahinga muna kami panandalian dito ni Sneaky Frog. Ako nga pala si Salvatore. Ito pa rin ang CFS Regional Finals Philippines. We'll be right back for more action.
Sa bida ang namumuno! Hindi pre! Ang gutis pa lang yun! At si KSA tapos KSA gets the 4K! KLP!
Yo, Beb, with that spray down!
Oh! KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines ba?
Welcome back, Crossfire Philippines. Ito pa rin, nagpapatuloy pa rin ang aksyon dito lamang sa CFS Regional Finals Philippines as we head into game number 2 territory sa sub-base ng MATTJESS versus Pacific Esports. Pacific taking that Ankara with a grit in their hands, no? Taking that 10-5. Pero eto pre, sneaky frag, itong sub-base na to, it is prevalent na kaya nga ito laruin ng Pacific, pero ito ang MATTJESS na buong buhay na nilang ine-experiment to.
Yeah, ito yung bread and butter talaga ng MATTJESS, no? I mean, sub-base is the map that they kind of made their bed on dito sa mga prior years natin from 2022, 2023, and you know, today is no exception para sa kanila dito. Fast, aggressive style, and obviously, ayun nga, it's a lot less setup-y, more head-to-head fights sa makikita natin from the MATTJESS side. Pero para naman sa Pacific, no, I feel like nasanay na sila sa ganitong type ng sub-base. So, I feel like tatry nilang saluhin muna yung aggression initially to try and see if they can get a read dito sa MJ, pare.
Yeah, no? So, hopefully, makita pa rin talaga natin ang kalakasan dito ng MATTJESS. Will Pacific still retain their strength during the Ankara? Malalaman natin mamaya pag nagsagupaan na nga talaga dito ang MATTJESS versus Pacific for game number 2. Masasara na nga ba o kaya pang paabutin ng Black Widow? It's now time. Ramon and Bipolar, bigyan nyo kami ng laban.
O, titingnan natin kung kaya natin bigyan ng magandang laban ito
Magsusuntukan daw
para
ulit
sa
tayo.
ating second set. No, ano yan? Ano yan? What? Ha?
Magsusuntukan daw ulit tayo, sabi ni Salviro.
Tayong dalawa? Ayoko, nakakatakot ka, friend. Hindi mo ba nakita sarili mo? Six-footer ka?
Uy, naku po. Matcha
Uy.
lover din ako, tas may gitara ako.
Ay, ikaw di ba? Pero yun nga, no? MATTJESS versus Pacific Esports. Second set incoming. And it is on the interesting map of sub-base para sa pareho nating teams, pare. Bipolar, sa buong Page Masters, naging sobrang kagandahan yung pinapakita ng Pacific kapag pumapasok tayo dito sa sub-base.
Yeah.
Pero, in contrast, yung MATTJESS, ito din ang parang iconic map nila. Ano yung masasabi mo dito?
Siguro yun nga, just like what we said before, baka makatikim dito ng MATTJESS kung paano nga ba trinato ng buong Pacific yung once the kings of still the kings of sub-base in my opinion, yung Ubek Maniac now Stallions natin, baka ganun ulit yung maging scenario natin. But with MATTJESS, they have their own flavor kasi it's not just like Stallions kung saan it's a 1-3-1 setup. MATTJESS kasi pag nasa GR side sila, naging iba mas naging aggressive sila towards MR. You can also see them holding down woods a lot even though they're GR. So baka maging iba din siguro yung approach dito ng PE. Tulad nga na sinabi natin kanina, PE also has prepared not just twice, not just 3 times, 4 times sila nag-prepare sa entirety of regional finals. So we don't know, baka may bago ding ilalabas yung mga players natin.
That's true. And considering then na nakukunin nga ni Aiden yung mga rules na dapat ginagawa nga ni Jamero dito, will he be an impactful shutter player dito or will he be somebody who will fall and crumble under the pressure kapag pumasok nga sila all the way towards second mid para sa MATTJESS dito, because this team is a team that you can never sleep on. Pero Bipolar, now is the time para makapasok dito sa base.
Yes, let's go. This is set number 2 again. BL side muna ang MJ dito and PE will start on the GR side. Nakita nga natin na ang PE still looking towards just a singular sniper setup. Some of the teams right now have been going for the double sniper setup pagdating GR side just because it provides a lot more firepower. Pwede mong iwan yung isang player dito sa A, pwede mong iwan isang player dito sa towards lockers. And it just yung sniper na yun yung nagbibigay ng potential of getting easy frags eh. Pero now, PE wants to go for default plays. Think you, how the hell did he find that? Parang niya nakita si Justin doon.
Kaya nga parang check his PC moment ata ito at malalaman natin kung dinaya ba o mismong talagang napakalakas nga lang talaga ng Minkyu dito no? Pero baka nakita lang yung pangalan. At the end of the day, it is also one of the ways to kind of get info dito when you're playing a game of Crossfire nga naman. So 4 versus 5 tayo instantly. Woods pressure, not in the favor of Pacific right now. They're all looking towards one direction para lang hindi sila makakuha ng kahit anong space. And the fact that Yabas already doon sa may events dito, it is a possibility of that second mid push, maybe a luwag push all the way from MATTJESS as Aiden. He's alone on an island pare. At kahit nandito si MVA or actually itong si Revenge from that control room, malayo-malayo si Aiden para sa kahit anong trades.
Yeah, sobrang hirap nito. Hiwa-hiwala yung mga players natin for PE at nade-divide na agad ng buong MJ. Yaba gets that kill onto MVA at napatay din si Revenge. This is not what you want. You're not going for trades. Alden pushes a smoke pero wala siyang makita. Not even a flash. At dahil dun, wow man, grabe yun Ramon. Parang MJ knew where to look, knew where to go at the right moment.
I told you, this is the MATTJESS special. Pagdating dito sa sub-base, from discipline alone, they knew that Pacific were gonna try to do something explosive. From the wood setup, na counter nila yung push ni Justin. And this could possibly be round number 2 in the books yet again. But NQ, a little too far away to the sun. As Aiden also spotted doon sa may luwag. Kaya magpupush pa nga lang tong si Rels knowing that they are at a numbers disadvantage. Tingnan natin with the smokes. Pwede pa sila lumapit papunta dun kay Aiden as Rels expects it with the peak or he takes care of him to make a 4v4.
Yeah, 4v4 now. They are able to get into A pero wala pa rin naman sa kanila C4. So they just back off. Nakuha nga nila dito si Aiden but nonetheless it's all in to peek out once again kahit may sakit yung taong to. He is able to perform like a god. And he wants to pick out once again. Rels ngayon might be falling down pero siya pala makakuha ng kill. This HK is insane. Just 3 bullets para mapatay si Aldrin. At ngayon, as Prayta mula kay Justin on towards Woods is enough to get 1 kill. Pero Rels, it's just trade-offs after trade-offs. Nagpapalitan lang tayo dito ng kills. Now they all flush towards A. They're magnetized towards that side. Pero nakawala naman dito ang MATTJESS. They stabilize, they reconsider B.
Na-spot nila si Rel since siya yung isa sa mga pinakaunang pumatay sa mga luwag players natin dito and once na nalaman nila sa Revenge nandun din, MATTJESS ay fully rotating na all the way towards the B side but they still have all the options in the world. Second mid push for Rels. They could also bounce back into this pero napakalapit lang ni Justin dito. No? And with the flank of a lifetime, it could be devastating. Spotted si Jason at nakita pa nga si Rels.
Buhay pa si Jason but he falls down nonetheless. It's Revenge with the kill again. At dakot na dakot nila lahat ng kills doon. Wala kay Aldrin able to get that 1 point into the round. Man, it's a tie game once again. Pero these trade-offs, it's not benefiting a lot of these players. Parang kung sino lang talaga ang matira, yun ang makakuha ng score. I mean, that's the name of the game. Kaso nga alam mo yun, hindi mo talaga ma-determine within these fights kung sino ang mananalo.
Absolutely. I think the biggest decider was how well they were going to be able to hold yung second mid nila. Justin, a big contrast to how he performed dun sa first round. Hindi na siya ganong kalapit lamang on the way towards Woods. He decided na mag-walk back na lang all the way back towards Shutter and let the M14 EBR speak towards stealth, no? All banks coming out and so much more pressure from them. And even though they had all the info in the world, they couldn't deal with the passage push yet as well. So, PE, 1-1 na tayo ngayon. At hiwa-hiwalay lamang ang naging setup na ulit ng MATTJESS. They have a MR pressure, something that Pacific haven't been contesting for the start of this set. So with all the trust they have on Aiden doon sa may A site, everything is active. Doon pa lang sa may second mid alone. As passage, there's also something that Yaba can also take, which is meaning that B site is looking like a possibility for MATTJESS as the round progresses.
I think they wanna still go towards this side kahit na sobrang ganda ng depensa dito ng PE. 1 minute left into the rock. Wala pa rin nakikita ditong pwedeng pasukan ang buong MATTJESS. So I think they'll go for a default play towards Luwag. Kasi yun na lang yung medyo hindi na nakiklear out. Lockers is open. So Rels is still there. Now he wants to call out to his team. Some damage being done mula sa PE. Half HP si NinQ and as well as si Jason. Pero now nakaramdam na sila. Lockers or towards BE from the right side of the map might be the call here. All eyes on Zach to maybe get the kill here from the rotations. Malapit lang din naman si Aldrin dito. Pero man, they're tickling us. Ine-edge na naman tayo dito ng mga players coming from PE. And what a shot mula kay Zach. What another from Jason. And they infiltrate the site quite clearly. Yung magandang depensa dito ng PE nasira na agad. Kung saan nandiyan naman si Justin to be able to get one. But it's all up to him. He wants to get some kills. Pero all he gets is some bullets into his head. What an execution from MATTJESS.
A flashback from Zach from yesterday's games on Eagle Eye against Execration kung saan miracle shot na naman ang pinapakita ng batang to on the sniper. But look at that MR push from PE, but Zach continues to play supreme sa loob ng machine room natin. Ang Pacific nakahanap ng dalawa para lang gawin tong 3v2. An equalization. But with the C4 down, MATTJESS, wala pa sila makuhang kontrol. At kahit anong push pa, doon sa may A-side pare.
Jason, looking at it, di pa rin naman gumagalaw. Good shot by the prod team right there. Isang kill yun para sa kanya, pero now able to get that kill onto Revenge. They still have the smokes here for Jason as well as kay Zach. Pero Justin with very much low HP, Ramon, feeling ko this might be a round for MATTJESS right here. Pero Aldrin, he has been on fire. Kaya niya nga ba idala yung paging magaling niya nung Angkara here on sub-base? Wide shot angle for the first time. I love it. Kasi maraming nangyaring sa mapa kung saan si Justin mamamatay na lang. Aldrin left alone and he is slowly going towards Sikip. Zach with the right timing. Oh, he picks out. Aldrin ngayon has so much time to maybe go for the bomb and get these kills. Goes towards the site. Nandito na ka sa missile. Hindi nagpapakita si Jason. And it's a crossfire mula kay Zach and kay Jason. Man, oh man, MATTJESS played that perfectly.
Hirap na hirap yung pag-clear ni Aldrin dahil sa posisyon ni Jason na nakahag lamang doon sa may missile at the right moment. So kung saan nakapag-wraparound na doon dito si Aldrin, pero by the same time, mismong umikot lang din ulit nung si Jason, which would have been a wide angle kung nasa Sikip pa lang doon si Aldrin. In a matter of seconds, the round could have been different, pero it did not pay off for the rifler of PE. So now MATTJESS 3-1. Ninkyu walking up towards the wood setup as well, as it's the same setup for PE. Justin trying to get the wall bangs. Aiden now with a different angle to actually risk himself on a possible vents push para sa MATTJESS this time, but it's not budging pare. Walang nangyayari so far unless you count yung second mid pressure na ginagawa ni Ninkyu ngayon.
Yeah, I mean, yung pressure dito ni Ninkyu is just plant himself, no? Just wait for someone to push this out kasi mukhang naiisip dito ng MATTJESS, they might just go for an easy push here from PE kasi they've been the one just holding out, becoming passive. Some interesting angles right now. First time ata natin makita dito for PE to put Justin here in Luwag, very much close by. Pero Ramon, ganito pa rin talaga pagdating sa sub-base. Mabagal maglaro ang MJ and as well as PE. But now they activate. Ninkyu has been here the whole time waiting for the right opportunity. He gets one. Pero may trade-off agad mula kay Aiden.
Yeah, and a good timing for Aiden as well. Just fully knowing that Justin was going to be in a risky position. Is close by. Ninkyu from the pressure that he had has already done his homework. Pero ang mahirap nga lang doon is that Pacific still lay their claim doon sa may second mid. What MATTJESS do about this is the passage push naman. Si MVA ang tatrabaho. Si MVA ko ang isa, pero si Yaba lang ang makakapag-trade off in time. 3v3, MATTJESS duguan sa magpasok doon sa may B-site.
Oh, look at this, Yaba. Hindi niya papansin yung dalawang players dito. He wants to go to A. He wants to go to another area of approach. Aiden to get the last player there. Pero si Yaba so low and he is spotted mula kay Revenge. Maling vents opening yung pinuntahan niya. And that is a bad round for MJ. But PE now able to capitalize on that situation. Sobrang ganda ng execution nila once again. Yung mid-tick dito ni Ninkyu wasn't the best. But nonetheless, it's still okay. Angat pa rin naman ng round dito ang ating MJ Rails. Aggressive push onto Missile, but he is gonna be missing that shot. Crucial shot pa sana yun para makakuha silang advantage. Then Q, by the way, able to spot down Aiden.
I mean, that's a revenge classic for you. Alam na niyang gagawin sana yon ng ibang mga snipers, and siya yung nagsimula nun on that angle, pushing on that Sikip. Lumag, excuse me. But it will not matter since Aiden was also caught off guard eventually, but Aldrin spraying down eventually will spray down onto Rels. Makes it a 1-for-1 setup, and with the reset in time, MATTJESS fully realizing that Machine Room is not as free as they are expecting. So now, with the two options that they have, they either have to play around that Crossfire setup na meron sa second mid for Pacific, or try to gamble etong push kay Revenge. But it is Revenge we're talking about. If they are going through Luwag pare, he has the angle trained, so MATTJESS have to be prepared. They are with the headshot kay Zach. An open A site. At tinan natin kung kaya ito na MATTJESS.
Ang hirap rin neto kasi maraming players. Look at this, Ninkyu ngayon pinapadli yung pagpasok ng MJ. Aiden and Aldrin able to get that kill onto Ninkyu. Pero Yaba now spots him out. from the fence. And grabe yung sniper shot doon going towards luwag. Ramon, nakita mo ba yun?
Kaya nga eh. Pasok sa butas ng karayom. Ang ginawa dito ni Zach para mahanap si Revenge. And with this Pacific, hindi na sila mag-iintay. Wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa. Lumaban na dito kay Jason at Rels. One shot from MVA. And it's more than enough to get themselves MR control.
MR control indeed, nakuha na nga nila dito. And this is the first time na nakita natin sobrang aggressive kayo na buong PE. And looking at, once again, Justin, in-infiltrate na nga yung dalawa dito. Ninkyu and Zach falls down. Si Yaba na naman ang natitira. And it's up against 4 players. And Aiden spots him quickly. These rounds are becoming so fast as soon as PE has that initial pick-off lang mula sa PE. That gives them enough room para makapag-push out, para makakuha ng kills. And first time natin makita to 4-man approach towards Woods, sending out 2 players, possibly 4 outside of papunta sa outer, at may kita agad dito ni Ninkyu yung entirety of the squad of PE. And he might be shocked. Flashes in there. Aiden, ako po, matatamaan pa niya talaga. The shots are insane. Yaba able to get some shots in, pero they go back. They retreat without any blood going to the floor.
Naku po, at nakaisa pa nga itong si Aiden. So much aggressiveness from the young kid alone. Fully expecting that MATTJESS are not gonna go quietly after nila matapos yung laban all the way from Woods, pare. That is the laban insurance policy. Si Rels at saka si Zach nagsama-sama na papunta doon sa lockers at spot pa nga ni Revenge. So ang El Capitan, kinakall na ang bawat troop para makapasok doon sa site. Rels will get the headshot of 3v4 para sa kanila as Zach continues to reign supreme. The second shot for Rels is crucial. 1v3 para kay Aiden. Siya yung nagsimula pero kailangan siya ang tumapos para dito sa Pacific, pero si Rels ang mismong tatayong tagumpay with a 5-3 for MATTJESS on sub-base.
And last round now for the first half dito sa sub-base. MATTJESS entirely taking control. PE trying to do some interesting plays but it's not working out. It's always a 1 player left para dito sa Pacific to do something of a clutch, but not gonna happen anytime soon. Jason ngayon might be in for a crossfire mula kay MVA and kay Aldrin here in lockers. But he puts away his gun. Aalis muna siya. They want to go for the bigger picture here in a bigger push towards Woods or onto A. Still, they're gonna be going back for default here. PE now in a 1-2-2 setup kung saan they leave it all towards Aiden to hold down this position with the M14 sa A side.
Yeah, and sometimes all the pressure in the world on this young talent could be more than enough to handle. Kaya kailangan nang tingnan kung dun nga papasok ang MATTJESS. Pero with that second mid presence,
let's see.
Noted na ni Revenge at saka ni Justin ano yung possibilities para sa MATTJESS. You have to be careful about that Ben's pressure.
Justin?
Every single time MATTJESS will have to push this head on. 1 minute on the clock ngayon, bipolar.
Yeah, let's see. Still, nagkakalat sila sa mga players natin dito. And Justin, able to get the kill. Unscathed, unscattered. Ninkyu and Rels able to get those 2 players now. Lumabas na nga players dito mula sa MR. Pero si Revenge, hindi niya kailangan ng mga sniper. All he needs is this USP. Pero si Aiden, now wary kung nasan nga ba ang mga players dito ng MJ. Kasi they're all scattered out. Hindi na naman nila alam kung nasan yung mga players dito ng MATTJESS. Revenge doesn't wanna peek out. Alam niyang isang delubyo, isang pagkakamali pag bumagsak siya dito kasi dalawa ang nakatutok sa ilalim niya. Kailangan niya tawagin dito si Aiden. He needs to sneak quite clearly, quite softly. Quietly lang. Pero hindi siya mag-overaggress, hindi siya mag-overcommit. Now he goes in. The timing once again. Ito na naman ang problema ng MATTJESS. Yung timing from MVA. Kills of Zach. 28 seconds. Yaba gets a kill, pero he falls down nonetheless. It's Rels against Revenge. Revenge has been cooking dito sa vents. Pero what can you do with less than 30 HP? Si Rels has been online. 11 kills, 7 headshots on this man. The veteran. It's Revenge trying to look for any kind of space dito sa dark room. First shot doesn't connect. 1 shot with the USP is not enough. Going for the no-scopes. At ngayon pinaglalaroan dito ni Rels si Revenge. Sino ka ba? Welcome to the New Bloods.
And the New Bloods continue to conquer yung demons nila that is Pacific Esports. On the BL side, Rels being cool, calm, and collected just calling his troops para makapasok doon sa second mid na hindi hinayaan ni MVA. Oo, tama, may timing nga sila, pero when it came down to the moments where Revenge needed to step up, he steps down. Laban dito kay Rels for the second time in a row. 3-6 tayo, 4 versus 5 without the Filipino sniper. Mahihirapan sila sa pagpatay in the long range gunfights.
Switch up na tayo ngayon kung saan PERD wounded here. And look at Jason claiming 1 kill, headshot para sa kanya. Pero Aiden and Aldrin, these two players have been so on fire. Zack with the headshot or the kill onto Aiden. Jumping out, hindi tatama yung mga jump shots niya. Here comes the grenade. Not gonna be connecting onto NVA, pero it's a 1v3 everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, titingnan natin ngayon kung kaya nga ba maka-clutch up dito ng NVA. He does have the C4. Makakalagpas nga ba siya dito kay Yaba? Currently, he can in shutter already. Pero this is gonna be a dangerous retake or dangerous hold para kay MVA. Kasi 3 players ang kailangan niyang punterihin with not a lot of utilities, man. You have to, once again, do some kind of glory kills and just sheer aim para mapatay ang sunod-sunod na onslaught dito ng pagsugot. Tinky falls down. Oh my God! MVA doing them damage. One more, pero it's not gonna be enough once again. The hopes and dreams of MVA taken by Zack and MATTJESS 3 points away from claiming sub-base.
2 HP and a lifetime para kay Zack. Definitely a very close encounter. MVA adjusting to the momentum. Tinatry niyang i-in and out yung laban dahil sa M14 niya. Hindi niya makapitalize. Napakalapit na posisyon. As MATTJESS will continue to get themselves yung mga first bloods na kinailangan nila. Justin down napakatapos ng napagandang shot galing sa sniper ng MATTJESS na si Zack. 3-7. So much time already put into the hands of MATTJESS with their GR side. Already from the confident BL that they've already built up upon. At kitang-kita, parang hindi nila hahayaan na ibigay yung machine room kaya in-invest nila itong si Yaba at saka itong si Minkyu. Pero in response, yung second bid nila, bukas na bukas lang.
Yeah, free for the taking talaga dito para sa PE. Aldrin with a headshot onto Rels. Divided na nga dito ang 2 players or 4 players coming in from MATTJESS. Aiden infiltrates MR. At ngayon Yaba, pinch in a position kung saan wala na siyang makita. Aiden, ako po, kakampi mo yan, kumalma ka. There's 2 players left for MJ at dun pa sila sa may CR. So you need to look at that place else. MVA parkouring his way. Pero this is interesting. Zack taking his precious time, going towards Vince the long way, the long route, para makuha yung retake na ito. MVA from the sky, able to get 1, and Aldrin with the second. Great plays mula sa Pacific.
And it's a bit of a risky thing when you kind of prioritize kung saan mo gustong lagyan ng double setup. You saw that from the GR of PE. It was that second mid kanina. Now they put a lot of their trust papunta doon sa kanilang lockers position. For MATTJESS, on their GR, sila yung nakaramdam na kapag ka masyado na mataas yung maraming players ninyo sa isang side, masyado na atang bukas na bukas para sa BL ng PE yun. Kaya nakaabot sila doon sa may shatter. As 2 kills in fact para sa MATTJESS, a good start for them with Jason getting the second. 3v5 and Pacific looking to try to adapt and overcome kung ano yung meron sila ngayon.
I mean, first blood na yun, no? For the side of MATTJESS, and another one to make it even sweeter. Pero here comes the push, possibly. Kaso sobrang daming gunfire, some suppressive fire mula kay Justin. Stops the push mula dito sa woods for MATTJESS. And now they play slow. Some shots coming in. Ninkyu gets that kill onto Justin and goes for the wide pick instead. Aldrin gets killed off. At ngayon, it's all up to Aiden to possibly stop these 5 players from killing him off. Zack in the right position para makita siya dito from coming in from MR. Pero Rels also so close by. Aiden, is he ready for the push dito ni Zack? Able to get the shots in pero wala pa rin naman natatamaan. What can you do? All he can do is just keep on spraying, keep on getting triple kills. Kaso nga lang, wrong movements and wrong positioning mula sa kanya gives a round to MATTJESS.
Kind of an overcook from Pacific. Putting all their emphasis papunta doon sa my woods dito. But Yaba looking to put a lot of trust in towards the setup as he also gets a double kill. Look at the headshot onto Eden. Crispy timing and with the flick kay Revenge, it's looking like an impossible task para kunin yung MR. Just like that, Woods is also gonna be a priority para sa MATTJESS. As now Pacific, medyo duguan na. Hirap na hirap into this 3v5 where medyo separated na ang bawat miyembro ng Manalenya squad natin.
3 players left mula sa PE. It's just like before, pero ngayon, MVA. Pinadala na nga dito towards lockers, able to spot out Jason. At ngayon, Zach activates, able to get that kill onto Aldrin. Pero malapit lang din si Justin. He needs to be careful here, pero mamatay pa rin talaga siya. Yaba very much low, so if he gets picked off here, masisira agad ang B-site ng MATTJESS. Pero still, able to get the shots in headshot pa nga yun. A double kill for him as we go into map point for MATTJESS.
MATTJESS just showing, reminding everybody na sub-base is their home and Zach is the king of his kingdom. The shot papunta kay Justin. And it will be the 4v5, pero ang ganda ng nade na nilagay dito kay Aldrin. Hindi sila makalabas ng luwag pare. As Jason will be the one lumapit sa kanila. Ninkyu with one and another. Oh, 2 versus 4 now for Pacific. One more kill. And possibly this could be the end of the sub-base matchup, and Black Widow is on the horizon. Unless Revenge and Aiden can cook up a miracle.
Is this the end? Ito na nga ba ang katapusan ng sub-base, or can PE push this out? Revenge, able to get one, pero easy trade-offs ngayon for Rels. Alam nila, we just need to keep on overwhelming PE. And there you go, have it. 10-4 scoreline kung saan ang Spartans coming in from MATTJESS are just dominating in their hometown. Your match winner or set winner, it's MATTJESS here on Subbase.
Sinigaw ng MATTJESS na this is sub-base at talagang sinipa pa palabas ng mapa ang Pacific dito para sa panalo. Good job overall para sa MATTJESS kasi talagang we had a lot of doubts coming into them. Ang dami sa atin dito sa casters deck na except you Bipolar na talagang convinced tayo na pwede ito ma-2-0 ng Pacific pero we had all the trust in the process para sa MATTJESS. This was one of their more comfortable maps nung Impact Summer nga naman. Lots of wins coming through from one of the best teams in Tier 2 pero a win against Pacific who have been practicing this map ever since the Ubek Minyak days nga naman. It just shows that this is a new generation of talent brewing in the regional finals with MATTJESS now showing their true colors this time on Subbase pare.
Yeah, it's crazy how they played it out. Nakita nga natin na this was not even a close match in my eyes for Pacific kasi palaging angat dito ang MATTJESS in terms of trade-offs. Palagi sila na caught off guard and medyo kalat lang talaga ang PE pagdating dito sa Subbase. Siguro they were trying something out and MATTJESS lang talaga ang unfortunately nakakuha ng side na yon for Pacific, but it was not a solid defense. It was not a solid push for PE. Pero for MATTJESS, every time that you see them, there is someone behind a player. Ninkyu also finding some cheeky spots na kung saan he is able to just get some shots in tapos kahit malayuan napapatay niya pa yung mga players.
Kaya nga and then that's the beauty about watching Ninkyu as a player kasi you don't really know what you can get out of him, and same could be said as well for the whole MATTJESS squad. Crispy shots from Rels and a good overall performance from the Cebuano team in a map like Subbase. Pero hindi pa tapos na laban na papasok tayo din sa set number 3, pero bago yon bumiyahe muna tayo papunta din sa panel kung saan naghihintay sa inyo si Sneaky Frog at saka si Salvatore.
Inadala sa home court at kita mo naman ang kinalabasan Sneaky Frog. Maraming salamat Bipolar at Rabon. That was one heck of a game para dito kay Zach. Ikaw na naman ang ni-spotlight ngayon. Bigyan nyo ng kotse, bigyan nyo ng bahay at lote because that man is carrying the bags of MATTJESS.
And yeah, it's another El Clasico performance para sa kanya dito. At the same time, it is a resurgence para dito kay Rels. I feel like MATTJESS dito sa mapa ng Subbase were just looking a lot more comfortable. They're getting a lot of their timings. They're getting a lot of the map control na nagugustuhan nga nila dito. At the same time, the other players that we expected to pop off dito sa map 1, ayun nga, nag-pop off dito sa map number 2. I was surprised dito talaga sa PE, especially pagdating sa kanilang first half na medyo shaky yung kanilang naging defense dito because yun nga, yun yung isa sa mga strong parts or strong points ng Pacific MATTA or Pacific Esports pagdating dito sa ating specific na map, which is their defense.
Well, to be fair, this is the continuous pursuit ng matches na patuloy sa pag-punish ng mga hesitation plays ng Pacific. Nung parang gumawa talaga sila ng drawing dito, nung tinetesting na nga ng Pacific kung kaya nga ba nila maging aggressive sa woods, palagi na lang sila napipilas. That's where Pacific just took the passiveness into effect. Tapos nahanap na lang ng matches yung butas na yun na we might just be the ones to favor this sort of aggression play. Every time na e-entry ang matches, hindi nila iniiwan palagi ang B-site, especially yung kahabaan ng lockers and as well as 2F. Yung vantage point na yun was good enough so that Justin or even NBA cannot lurk. Pangalawa, the layers of defense hindi gumagana para dito sa Pacific. So that's one thing na feeling kong gumana talaga para dito sa matches, yung pag-counteract nila sa depensa ng Pacific. Heading into the second half, parang mas gumanda palalo yung kalidad dito ng matches, knowing na kung ano yung kinalakas ng gunfights nila during the first half, man, that second was just as memorable as their series against Execration. This is now the matches I am so excited na makita talaga, Sneaky Frog, kasi habang tumatagal, they are now finding their groove. All they needed to be done is to be marinated talaga sa competition, no, Sneaky Frog, and take a look at those numbers. Rails and Zach, my goodness, that duo that we did not expect na magkakaroon ng connectivity, pre, pero yan talaga ang patunay na may chemistry sa Crossfire.
And yeah, no, I was actually thinking that Rils and Zach would have a hard time kind of meshing together, no, as they do share kind of the star role on their respective teams prior to this, pare. But it seems like they did finally get their groove going dito, pare. Linkyu as well, very happy na did get to perform dito sa sub base, especially up against another top caliber team, pare, which just like we said, MATTJESS producing super rookies year and year again. Pero para naman dito sa Pacific, no, Revenge having a hard time really didn't bode well para sa kanilang second mid control, and Rels just had free reign dito sa mapa natin. And speaking of Rels, pare, our set MVP is gonna be him. 2.14 KD, 1 kill per round, 0.6 on the headshots per kill, which is pretty high, no, para sa sniper natin, pare.
Yeah, parang kung gumagana talaga ang USP para sa kanya, no, it just means that 60% of the time, yung USP na yan, rekta sa bungo ng mga Pacific members. Congratulations dito para kay Rels for winning the set MVP, and that MVP performance was so impactful. Yun ang dala sa matches sa punong dulo ng lahat, kaya talaga sila nanalo dito. And we'll take a look at the highlights momentarily, pero itong highlights na to, I just know Rels just took everyone by storm dito, no, Sneaky Frog. From multiple plays sa HK, lilipat ng M14, balik sa pag-i-sniper. Tapos parang yung halo-halong mga flexibility dito ni Rels, hindi alam kung ano yung point of concern ng Pacific, no? Kung aatakihin ba namin si ganto, si ganyan, will we try to double pick Zach, kaya ba namin kunin yung cage? It's just a lot of dilemmas para sa Pacific na hindi nga nila nasolusyonan. Pero buti na nga lang may isa pa pagkakataon ng Pacific dito, depensahan ang kanilang lugar dito, no, as we head into Black Widow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is still Crossfire Philippines Regional Finals. Ako pa rin si Salvatore, siya pa rin si Sneaky Frog. Pahinga muna kami saglit, at pagbalik namin, ka na dito lang sa Regionals.
At si KSC tapos. KSC gets the okay. KNP.
Yo, Beb, with that spray down!
Oh! KSC.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ito pa rin ang Crossfire Regional Finals Philippines. Ako pa rin si Salvatore. Siya pa rin si Sneaky Frog as we now approach Black Widow, ang pambansang mapa ng mga pub gamers dyan, especially sa mga naglalaro ng LAN gamers. At wala nang mas justifiable pa at mas poetic para tapusin yung serye to kundi sa mapang nagsimula ang lahat ng ating mga players. No? MATTJESS versus Pacific heading into Black Widow. I just know it's going to be a firefight, Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, Black Widow is gonna be very interesting pa rin, no? Considering na Pacific themselves, medyo bumaba yung kanilang priority sa mapa na to. It's kind of gotten on the back shelf para sa kanila dito. Para naman sa MJ, of course, yun nga, no, probably one of their priorities over itong sub-base at itong Ankara. MATTJESS their more pubby na playstyle, but at the same time, old knowledge para dito sa Pacific, and I feel like some of the other players still do play Black Widow, of course, fully knowing that you still do have to play the game. So it's really just experience over firepower dito, pare.
Something to hope, no? Kung ikaw ang MATTJESS. This is also a map that was vulnerable para sa Pacific during PH Masters, where Team Secret and as well as EVOS was able to take off a map over to Pacific, no? At Black Widow pa man din yun. So it's not perfect. It's also not that good. It's enough para ma-threaten yung mga ibang teams. But hopefully, no, lahat ng to ay maglalabas na nga ng isang dang porsyentong lakas. Ibabato na nga natin kay Bipolar at Ramon para itawag na nga nila ang game number 3 for our second series. Bipolar at Ramon! Kayo na.
Salamat Salvatore and Sneaky Frog kasi mukhang tayo na nga, Bipolar, tayo na ang mismo magkakall ng aksyon para dito sa Black Widow ng Pacific versus MATTJESS. This Black Widow map na sabi nga natin is a map that's as old as time. Talagang every player knows how to play this map in particular when it comes to experience nga naman. Pero MATTJESS is a roster that can approach this with some innovation when it comes to their aggression, pare.
I mean, totoo nga yan, no? I mean, just like what Salvi said and what you said, this is everybody's first time. Basically, so babalik lang tayo kung saan tayo nagsimula. Titignan natin ngayon kung ano nga bang interesting ways para pasukin dito ng PE or ng MG mga sites when they're on the BL side. Pero I think the main approach here might be just be House B and even on Long A. Kasi syempre, we have Revenge on the mix. We have Zack as well. So, we might see some kind of gameplay na aabot sa mga ganong scenario. But any thoughts, Ramon, pagdating dito for Black Widow?
I mean, overall, I just want to see a little bit more of that consistency from the side of Pacific nga naman. Kasi we kind of had some hope after good shots moving forward para sa mga core players nga naman nila. Si Aiden nga naman medyo na-counter nga dahil doon sa paulit-ulit na naging pressure sa kanya all the way from that luwag setup. And plus, Justin, I mean, up and down nga naman dahil doon sa paulit-ulit na pressure nga naman ni Ninkyu na hinahatid doon sa may second median. So overall, I'm just hoping that we get to see an equal footing dito. I'm hoping na makaabot nga tayo sa content natin kasi yun yung parang deserved na mga viewers natin at home. So nanonood ka para dito sa ating very beautiful broadcast of Crossfire Regional Finals. Sana naman ay i-like nyo ang ating broadcast for today. I-share nyo para sa mga tropa nyong gusto manood din ng Crossfire para sa atin lahat. At suporta lang para sa mga teams na naglalaro ngayon para sa day number 6 Regional Finals Philippines. So, Bipolar, any other thoughts that you can actually add up to this? Kasi feeling ko this Black Widow map, it's very hard to tell talaga kasi medyo matagal na nga natin itong di nakikita from both teams eh.
I mean, if you're looking for a map na abot tayo ng overtime, double overtime, this golden round, this is the map for you. This is the map na pwede natin makita yon. And again, just the basicness of Black Widow will give us some alam mo yun, some interesting moments pagdating sa mapang ito. Also, just like what you've said, it is it will be an action-packed game pagdating dito sa ating labanan. And we never know kasi talaga naging 50-50 yung mga teams natin. Kahit sino pa ilapag mo dito. Kahit Stallions pa yan, kahit EVOS pa yan, kahit Execration pa yan, kahit alam mo kahit NV, it will be a 50-50 nonetheless, just because everybody has experienced this for the majority of their Crossfire careers. But looking towards matches here, or para alam mo yun, kasi nakuha nila yung momentum for sub-base eh. They can keep that energy rolling pagdating dito sa Black Widow.
Totoo. And overall, just for me, in my head, I just want to see Revenge back in the server, pare. And what better way to actually re-announce his presence than to be on a map where he's played so many years on this map. He knows all the god angles. He knows how to take this on the GR as well. So tingnan natin kung yun nga yung magiging epekto mamaya pag naglaro nga ulit ang Pacific. Kasi lahat ng Pilipinas are counting on them to actually go back to the form that we expect them to be. It's not been the best journey for them overall dito sa ating week so far kasi this MATTJESS roster on the rise, especially with their improvement. In this week alone, they have been putting up very respectable numbers kahit doon sa Execration game. So what more now? Kasi na-pressure na sila from sub-base. They have to double it down na dito sa Black Widow. How will they perform up against an aggressive setup? Siguro dun sa mga sinasabi mga house B setups, sa mga mid-push na pwede nilang gawin nga dito. Just so many things that could be working against MATTJESS na ngayon ay pwede gawin ng Pacific. So simulan na natin ang third set ng deciding map para sa Pacific versus MATTJESS. And with this, it will be GR para sa MATTJESS. So far, Rels already has control over that waterfall position. So dapat maging careful ang Pacific sa pagkuha ng space dito sa may B-side.
I mean, already a lot of map control here for the side of MATTJESS. Pero Pilipinas, tignan na natin ngayon kung sino nga bang unang tutumba. Will it be MATTJESS? Will it be PE? C4 still natin hand of these players ngayon for PE. Parang gusto muna nila maka-pick off gamit dito si Revenge on towards long A. Here towards Terrace. At nakita nga natin ngayon, they're moving towards that position. And nakita na nga natin dito last time din, PE, they go for like pop flashes initiation na makakapag-enable them to push out of long A quite clearly papunta agad sa site. Pero ngayon, they have all of this. And this is just very peculiar. Kung ikaw yung PE, bakit wala ka agad makitang player na nag-hold on ng area na to, but nonetheless, they're gonna be taking it for as their advantage. Zach will be going here with this TRG. Can he spot out these players? Flashbang is there once again. Unang mamamatay si Jason. Aiden with the first blood. Enters game. Pero dalawa agad mamamatay for PE. Make it 3. As din Q Yaba able to get some. May trade-offs na. Equal footing na tayo dito for MATTJESS and PE. Pero mas buhay, mas ganado, mas healthy si Justin pati si MBA. If you're Yaba, if you're Rels, you have to be careful. Kasi kahit anong gawin mo, nakadehado ka ngayon with your HP. Justin finds him with the jump shot, Yaba with the wall bang, at si MBA will backpedal towards A kasi alam niya it will take some time para kay Yaba to get back into A side.
Sobrang layo pa nga no? Ang PE kind of took their time sa pag-execute nga dito sa may A site. Just using the smoke para lang hindi magkaroon ng angulo agad itong si Rez. Hindi siya komportable at wala siya makuha kahit sino dito. Giving an opportunity for the push for Justin and Aiden to actually get themselves the push. Pero MVA, I think he's gonna be expecting Yaba as he hits the crispy shot despite them having the low HP. Yun nga lang, hindi nakatingin si MVA sa tamang direksyon at sa tamang landas nakaabot ng MATTJESS in their first round on the board.
I mean, di niya in-expect talaga na ganun kalayo yung iikutin neto ni Yaba. So MVA was just really surprised sa play doon ng MATTJESS. But it gives them a comfortable start pagdating dito sa ating set number 3. Revenge still hasn't seen the light of day. I am telling you, Revenge has been in the rough spots kung iisipin natin. Kasi wala pa siya masyadong nakuha ang momentum agad. We were seeing Revenge in Masters na he was the one dictating the movements. He was the one dictating the gunfights. Pero ngayon, since I think set number 2, he was parang sobrang absent niya dito. Parang hindi natin siya maramdaman.
Yun nga mahirap eh. What's expected out of Revenge is not something that we're getting ngayon as now they're all falling apart with Yab and Ninkyu getting themselves the 2 kills that they got. Headshot found. Jason with a spray down. MVA will get the trade off as Zach continues to reign as supreme as the sniper. 1v4 now and it's up against Revenge and Zach will peek it that quick. Another second frag for Zach to get the 2-0 for MATTJESS.
That's crazy. Nakita mo yun, yung pag-push doon ng short ni Jason, dire-diretso lang siya, tapos walang pakundangan, walang any kind of walang counter-attack mula sa PE. Ngayon may trade-offs tayo dito sa House B and this is now the prime opportunity. Sinabi nga natin, this is the right place to do it, pero si Rels nakuha pa ng isa bago siya bago siya mag-back off sa site na ito. And now he's stuck here sa window. Revenge able to get him through that small pixel. And now he activates. Ito ang Revenge na gusto namin! Gusto namin ng 4! Revenge, get this kill! 3 kills para sa kanya. Make it a quad. The bomb has been planted. Matches ngayon will feel the presence of PE. Pero kukunin dito yung baril ni Revenge. Pero babato niya pa ata. Mukhang babastusin dito ni Ninkyu ang buong players ng PE. Pero nonetheless, masyadong mataas ang pwesto dito ng PE. And now, Revenge activating is what fills the blood of these players.
The veteran sniper showing himself finally on the server. 3 kills makatapos na makuha yung quick info at agad-agad niyang hinahanap ang mismong opportunities ng paulit-ulit. Maganda ang naging entrada ng PE dahil dito, pero sa round na ito, it's not the same as we expected from the last round, as it will be the 2 kills in fact for Ninkyu and MJ. In fact, 3 versus 5. That's 3 snipers for the side of Pacific as I realize it. 3 snipers. When was the last time we've seen 3 snipers from PE themselves, pare?
I mean, I think I haven't seen that in a while. Big shoutouts to Minru. We were talking about this when we were VOD reviewing na 3 snipers is the way to go. So this is actually crazy na PE is going to this extent. This is gonna be fun. Kung makaka-pick off dito yung mga players natin, Ramon, from the BL side, baka magulat na lang dito yung matches na hala. Bakit naka-sniper yun? Tapos alam mo yun, it's a domino effect kasi kapag nakakill dito ng isa ang buong PE.
Bit of a nod to their comrades over at EVOS Esports nga naman that has been pioneers of the triple sniper setup. But at this point, kahit 3 yung snipers nila dito, it's kind of an overwhelming factor. Kaya dapat yung isa naka-rifle, yun yung hahawakan dito ni Aldrin. 3 players dun sa A-short, papasok ni Jason.
Jason able to get that kill ngayon. He wants to activate even more. He has the C4. Kaso nga lang sa MPA. He has the shots connecting. Yaba from across the board. All the way from B. Able to kill off Revenge habang nakatalikod siya. MVA ngayon. He still has the TRG. Can you do wonders with this gun? Nakita yung bubunan niya. Kaso yung puyo niya sobrang laki. Yaba ngayon. Able to get that kill. At naku po, lumalayo na naman ang matches and you can feel it. The Spartans are instilling war against the Dynasty.
What you thought was gonna be a resurgence for the veterans themselves, MATTJESS securing fully yung A-short dominance dahil sa trade-offs na nakuha nila from Jason and his presence alone. Sobra-sobra nga din yung naipapakita ni Yaba. Always a rifler that you can count on pagdating dito sa mga trade-offs natin. A mid-setup entirely for Pacific could be a benefit if they could actually get themselves yung triple pushes. Yung 3 players dito sa matches, pero ang problema, yun yung karamihan ng ace setup na meron dito sa matches. If they want to get yung ace site, they have to kill all 3 players.
Sobrang dami ngayon dito ang pinadala ng buong MATTJESS towards defending ace site. Di pa naman tayo nakakita mid-push dito for PE. So, it looks like they will still try to go towards A, pero ngayon 3 players ang titikim on long A. And Zach, this man has been unstoppable. Nakita nga natin siya. Clicks here, clicks there. And it was all kills, all body shots. Aldrin, ako po, damages 2 players. Able to get 1. And Aiden ngayon from the long side, able to get 2. Out of nowhere, PE now has the entirety of A site. At si Aldrin ngayon feeling himself going back to where they belong. At dahil dyan, put them in the rightful place. Yung MATTJESS, nandyan lang yan sa tabi. Nandito pa din kami.
It doesn't get any more old school than that. You leave 1 rifler doon sa may A-short tapos kukunin nila yung space sa long A para lang mas maayos yung magiging split push nila. At talagang worth it na para kay Aldrin para makakuha ng extra timing para lang maging sakto yung sandwich play na ginagawa ng Pacific Esports. Nakuha nila yung attention ng mga window players natin kaya hirap na matches tumingin sa bawat direksyon. Which overall just became a shining grace nga naman para sa Pacific. We were looking for that consistency from them. And this was one of the first few times na nakita natin that we were playing as a team. 2-3. Pacific now playing this very calmly and slowly, knowing that every effort that they have will count on their push. As Revenge now left alone dun sa may terrace, he's waiting for a shot from Zach in this head-to-head out on the snipers. Pero medyo nakakatakot pare kung mag-pick sila dito eh.
Totoo. But it's actually crazy, no, na in sub-base, they were very slow in to taking these sites and to defending them as well. Ngayon, mas naging strategic ang buong PE. They're going for methodical plays. Pero once again, deja vu situation kung saan si Zach needs that timing once again, spots out one pero hindi niya pinol yung trigger. Now he does, able to get one, shot's gonna be connecting pero mamamatay pa rin naman siya. Rels on the other side with a sniper, 2-for-2 exchange Ramon kung saan si Rels nasa kanya yung trigger, able to get two with a USP and out of nowhere, Ninkyu pops off, kills off Justin while flanking, and MATTJESS, they are not stopping. What was that?
They knock down one sniper and they get blown out by another. But he didn't even need yung TRG para patayin yung dalawa. He pulls out the USP, nag-line up ang dalawang Pacific players after they push so hard para makuha yung A-space. Sayang kasi yun na sana yung chance. They would have actually killed off itong si Zach. That would have been more than worth it. Pero si Rels, who peeked out of window at the right place at the right time, blew it out of the water wide open. Sayang pare. It's a great patience play coming through from Rels by the end of it to make it a 4-2 scoreline. As with this 2-1 setup, si MVA naman ang iniwan nila dito sa may long ter. And MATTJESS are fully aware that every entrance is gonna be a threat to them.
Yeah, sobrang hirap din eh, no? Kahit ikaw yung defending side, you just have to wait. But you want to be the aggressive one kasi alam mo, they're playing so slow for Pacific. Ninkyu ngayon, nakita pa nga dito si Justin. Ow! Once again, these shots mula kay Ninkyu are insane!
Paano? It was through the smoke. Revenge? Paano mo nakita yung kalabang yun? May tracers, pwede. Pero, it was a shot in the dark. Ninkyu, akala niya na makakaalis siya nang walang mamatay. Pero si Yaba, perfect timing on the cross, gets the shot on 1 and 2! The double kill for Yaba, and MBA will get the trade off in time, but MATTJESS fully building upon what could be the relegation back in towards this matchup. Pero it's all gonna be down to revenge ngayon. 1v3 for the veteran sniper. Pero si Yaba na naman with his headshot from the flank itself. 5-2 all the way from the back lines. Yaba finds a way in time.
Holy shots mula dito kay Yaba. Able to get two coming out of that window. Tapos pangatlo pa nga dun sa isa. Ninkyu na once again able to get one. Zach with the trade. So angat agad dito ng dalawang players ang buong MG squad natin because of these two kills. Pero revenge, may onting pop-off tayo mula sa ating Filipino sniper. Justin might spot out just Jason here pero di mo na siya mag-overgress. Wala munang lalabas dito. Pero he has the prime opportunity once again to get this kill onto Justin kasi it's not that clearly. If i-clear niya nga ito, the grenade will be there. Pero si Jason holds his ground, able to get the kill. The last two players, it's Revenge and MBA. Our veterans are now feeling the presence of MJ, and napatay pa nga ni Rels sa ulo si Revenge, and it's a killing spree for the entirety of MATTJESS.
Every single risky play all culminated into MATTJESS now playing with discipline, playing like Black Widow has been a playground for them for the years to come. Kitang-kita ang impact ni Rels at saka ni Yaba all throughout the server kasi they were not afraid para matake yung mga mid-fights nila dito. Just great placement timings all throughout lagi para dito sa MATTJESS, and honestly, you just can't help but feel na parang konting-konti na lang, baka mabulwak na yung mangyayari dito sa Pacific dahil sa sobrang aggressive ng MATTJESS kahit dito sa GR side nila pare.
Yeah, grabe talaga. I mean, this GR side from MATTJESS alone instills fear sa PE kasi they're playing so slow wherein nakikita rin naman natin na kaya maging aggressive ng PE but they cannot do it against MATTJESS kasi hindi nga masyadong over-aggressive dito ang MATTJESS. Nakikita naman natin na Ramon palaging mid yung kinukuha dito ni Jason, ni Ninkyu. Pero House B is open. Long A is open for their taking. They just need to smoke out the crossfire dun sa ilalim ng bridge or at least that House B position dun sa may double doors. Pero hindi nila ginagawa yun. I don't know why. Bakit hindi nila maisip na just to bombard them with smokes, flashes, and grenades para full force sila pagdating sa site, plant the bomb, and get that defense up. Pag i-hold nila hanggang sumabog yung bomba. I guess it is difficult, lalo na't nandyan si Zach, nandyan si Ninkyu, pero nonetheless, It's MJ, man. They are crazy dito sa GR side.
Super crazy, pare. At tuloy-tuloy lang din yung action ulit ng MJ laban sa PE. A 4-man push, possibly a 5-man push para sa PE. At kita mo yung rotation ni Jason, he have to be ready for this.
Let's see. Is he ready? Looking at it, Jason able to get one. Zach with the second. Justin ngayon pops off. Zach with the second kill. Grabe naman yon. What an instant peak para sa kanya. At si Justin ngayon was able to get 2. Now gets 3. Pero mamamatay lang din siya these fast rounds now, man. Nakinig nga yung PE pero tingnan mo, pinagtatawanan sila ngayon ng MATTJESS.
Ngiti-ngiti na ang mga idolo from Cebu. MATTJESS, san yung form nito? Nung inaharap ka namin nung week 1 at week 2, grabe naman yung naging epekto nung bumalik lang ang full roster. Parang bumalik ang motibasyon. Parang bumalik lang yung init, yung liyab sa katawan nila. Nung alam nila na kayang-kaya nilang labanan yung mga idolo nila dito sa regional finals. At pinapakita na nila sa Pacific Esports na hindi lang sila bata, pare. Sila ang susunod na henerasyon na magte-take over dito sa Pilipinas. Pero hindi pa naman tapos yung laban, pare. Pacific Esports still have a claim in this. The game's not just done. It will swap sides this time around as it will be BL now for MATTJESS 7-2. But PE are on their last legs. This push for MATTJESS on long A could be devastating.
Yeah, devastating indeed kapag hindi nila na-stop to. Lalo na't si Revenge pa ang naiwan in this A side. Aggressive approaches outside of B and outside of short mula dito sa PE. MATTJESS are aware though na medyo may presensya na nga dito towards these sections ng ating mapa. 90% Ramon, nakuha na agad ng PE. Let's see kung paano nga ba nila gagamitin ito into their fruition. Ninkyu? Spots out Aiden! What was that? Hello?
Ano yun?
Hello? Pero sabi niya goodbye! Oh my goodness!
Maayong hapon, nagpaalam ulit galing kay Ninkyu. Sinabit si Aiden dito with a headshot.
One more?
Eventually, Ninkyu just wants to go for more. That's a double. At the spot pa nga si Aldrin, pare.
He's pushing. He's pushing for third. He's going for 4 now. What is happening to Ninkyu? Anong kinain mo, brother? Alam kong nag-dead round lang tayo, but man, you are on fire. Understatement na nga ata yun kasi he might get a 4th. Will this be an ace in this day? No, it is not. But still, what a dominating fashion mula dito sa MATTJESS to a point na ang dami na nilang fans sa likod ng upuan nila. Rails going for the shots there immediate from that spawn but not gonna be hitting anyone.
What is this game from Ninkyu, pare? From off of the DR, he is showing more than just brilliance, pare. This is a Ninkyu that was prophesized from the first week pa lang that this was gonna be a talent that everybody has to watch out for. Pero ngayon pa lang siya nagpapakitang gilas. So the boost up, LA now in the presence of MATTJESS. Walang nakita all the way towards that in default position. With the clock running down, they're gonna be happy with taking yung water position, leaving itong si Ninkyu to be the only guy to actually pressure them from long term habang sa oras nila, outplaying their options. House B is still a possibility and Aldrin will be that first contact. They have to be ready and willing to take the fight against MATTJESS.
Yeah, huwag ka na matakot dito, Aldrin. You have to face your fears. You have to face your demons na binibigay dito ng MJ. Pero it looks like they're gonna be going for another push here towards short. Kung saan tatlo ang may kita nila on LA or on A site. Pero babagal ang ating labanan. Inaantay muna nila kung makaka-pick off, makakuha sila ng onting information here sa mid. But C4 making its way once again towards B or House B. And Aldrin, just like before, puts himself in a spot kung saan he can get some kills without any repercussions. Going towards short now. Kaso may kita ata dito ni Aiden. Pero mas maganda yung tutok dito ni Zach. And now with one player down, 40 seconds, pipili na lang dito ang MATTJESS. And PE just needs to be ready. They just need to be ready for the push. Yaba might go for the decoy. Distraction play dito. And successful na nga yun kasi Aldrin is still there. Wala pa rin naman yung mga players dito ng PE. They fall down from the bridge. At mukhang haharapin dito ni Ninkyu yung mga players dito ng ating PE. At malapit na nga sa window dito ang isa, pero si Zach doesn't need the sniper anymore. He needs the USP. All he needs is bullet. Kahit anong baril pa yan, papatayin nila lahat ang PE. Who would have known na aabot tayo sa Black Widow ng 9-2 kung saan 2 points lang ang Dynasty.
Pabagsak ng pabagsak. Ang nangyayaring stature ng PE. MATTJESS 9-2. Ang akala ng lahat na ang Pacific ang mismong ang magiging dominant pagdating dito sa matchup natin ay nagulat na mangha. Ang bukas na ang bilib natin para dito sa squad ng MATTJESS as they now will slowly make their way onto the house setup, but Aldrin caught the jumping shot rails with that full disciplined approach. Patay with that first blood, 4 versus 5 in an instant, 1 minute. And with this, that's a hole into the defense of Pacific. They've only put itong si MVA on B. Pero so many players just trying to hold on to mid desperately while MATTJESS will secure A short.
Kinakabahan na naman ako, Ramon. 4-man strong, 5-man strong going on to A. It's Aiden and Revenge to hold this down. Ninkyu na naman ang mauuna just with the USP. Revenge falls down. Instant headshot para kay Yaba. Ninkyu ngayon, ini-infiltrate tinikuran ng truck. That's 2 kills and Justin will also fall down. The Dynasty is out. Washed players from PE. At MATTJESS ngayon ang kukuha ng 2-1. Sino nag-dot? Hindi kami. MATTJESS is popping off.
Ang kinabukasan ng Filipino Crossfire lumiliyab sa apoy na sumusunog sa Pacific Esports, where MATTJESS were the ones who continued the spark and made it hell rain fire papunta sa Pacific Esports 2-1. Sa pagpunta natin sa Black Widow, all our expectations gone out the window. We thought that this was going to be Pacific showing them experience is the key. Pero talent and skill had reigned supreme overall, pare. Yung takeover ni Ninkyu just after the dead round completely just sealed the deal para dito sa MATTJESS, pare.
This is why we have our eyes on Ninkyu, man. Alam natin from the get-go, from that point on na nag-pop off siya from the previous games, we knew, naramdaman na natin na dire-diretso dito ang pag-angas ni Ninkyu, and he delivered quite clearly. Ramon, what was those plays? I mean, looking at PE muna. Let's look at PE for now before we go on towards MATTJESS. Ganda pa rin naman dito ang ginawa nila, able to get some rounds in. The long range shots, actually one of the rounds na medyo naging comfortable pa nga sila was the triple sniper setup eh. Kaso after that, parang the strategies were not hitting anymore. Parang twice, 3 times in a row na napapatay sila in just matter of seconds.
Man, it's just heartbreaking to say the least, pare. Kasi you can tell that they're trying to get something going. Pero sa mga mid-pushes, yung naging counter nila si Yaba. Nag-push all the way from waters, pare. Tapos yung pag-push nila all the way towards that 8-8er setup na usually si Revenge, saktong-sakto na sana na okay na yung position niya para makapaglaban. Pero yung mga entries naman ng MATTJESS ang kumakalaban. Tapos never mo talagang ma-predict kung saan manggagaling talaga si Ninkyu, pare. Kasi he can be a very reliable entry, pero minsan talaga magugulat ka na lang na hindi siya takot makapag-rotate at makahanap ng mga cut-off So really, the Swiss Army knife para dito sa Cebuana squad of MATTJESS, securing 2 wins in a row this week sa regional finals.
Wow.
Not only has sparked hope in the hearts of this squad alone, pero yung mga tumaas from Impact Summer, yung mga teams man lumalaban sa Impact, pare, this fight is for them. Kasi it tells you na possible lumaban ang mga Impact teams laban sa mga teams na sa level ng competition na ganito. So, it goes to show that you can never underestimate your opponents talaga, pare.
I mean, tama ka dyan, Ramon, na talagang it's really improving, man. Umaangat talaga the development of these players from low tier teams going into high tier teams, dire-diretso, walang tigil, and wala atang makakapigil sa mga ganong improvements ng ating mga players. Looking at MATTJESS, it's not just a team from Impact anymore, Ramon. It's a team that can go towards that number 2 spot, possibly dito sa regional finals. It's crazy how they've improved and how they are this dominating. Pero, wow, good try nonetheless for Pacific, but God, grabe kayo doon.
Grabe indeed pare. Yun na lang yung masasabi natin for this series alone dahil sa 2-1 victory ng MATTJESS. Marami ang pwedeng pag-usapan dito pero tapos na yung trabaho namin dito sa ating second nating series for Ramon and Bipolar. Itutulong namin dito sa panel namin si Sneaky at si Salvatore para maklose namin ang panalo ng MATTJESS.
Ang mga nagduda ay tumba, mga naniwala ay aangat. Would you believe it, Sneaky Frog? The run is still intact. My goodness, MATTJESS, binuwag nyo lahat ng expectations ng mga tao, especially NinQN as well as Zach. They are still in their prime form, having a generational run right now. And binigyan talaga nila ng ultimatum ang Pacific para lang makapasok ang top 4 ngayon, and it just shows na MATTJESS and with everyone, no, sabihin na lang natin Sneaky Frog, everyone is now an open target dito sa ating top 8.
Ayun nga pare, I mean despite the first 3 losses na nakuha nga dito ng MATTJESS, dalawang back-to-back na bigatin yung natalo nila dito, and our second predicting against itong MATTJESS pare being both sweeps, natalo ulit. So I think the curse is pretty strong from the both of us dito pare, but at the same time really strong gameplay coming in galing dito sa MATTJESS, especially galing kay NinQ, no. I did not think or I did not expect na makikita natin si NinQ na ganito kagaling, ganito kaaga dito sa kanyang career on Tier 1 CF pare, pero this is kind of reminding you of the time when nung unang pagpasok pa lang yung CBN in this exact same team pare.
Well, it just goes to show, no, that there's no legit gap between Impact and as well as Masters, no. Kung makikita mo, these are outcasts, mga pinabayaan, mga hindi masyadong pinapansin sa mga dati nilang team, especially kung ang pangalan mo ay Jason at Zach, no. Former Gaon and former Sibakero Esports players respectively. Pero tignan mo naman ang mga pinagagawa nila dito, no, Sneaky Frog, and would you believe that stat line? 4 scored 2+ KD, Sneaky Frog. It's a rare occasion, pero mas lalong rare yan, Sneaky Frog, na ginawa mo pa sa isang top tier na franchise dito lang sa regionals, no. They did it against Pacific Esports, na sa pangalan pa lang titindig na yung tenga mo sa solid na pagkalaro na itong mga players na to. But for NinQ, Yaba, Rels, and Zach, it's a Sunday for them. My goodness, ang pinaka nag-standout dito, 3.25 ni Yaba. Sige na boss, papahiramin kita ng mouse, no, kung ganyan lang makikita ko araw-araw. But nonetheless, no, jokes aside, men, MATTJESS, you are making everyone a believer right now.
Ayun nga, and with the rest of the schedule para dito sa MATTJESS, not looking too bad. Honestly, playoff picture would not be too bad para sa kanila dito, Salvatore. I mean, looking at their next few opponents, no, I mean, Envy, Vanguard, Vanguard, they already beat dito sa prior na regionals natin dito pa. I mean, we could see out of nowhere, Salvatore, from a 1-3 start dito sa season, it could be another appearance para sa MATTJESS entering itong top 4. Set MVP natin, of course, is gonna be Yaba with a hell of a performance going into Black Widow. And actually, Salvatore, hindi nga natin napansin yung detail na to, no? MJB used to play the hell out of Black Widow kung bandit yung Ankara, pare.
Ang ironic pa doon, Ankara pa nga yung pinapaboran nga nila, no? Second pa lang doon is Black Widow. And it's kind of showing na yung Ankara kanina was just the tip of the iceberg kung paano nga talaga sila maglaro. We saw flashes, pero hindi tayo kumbinsido na yun yung makikita nating matches heading into the second and the third map. Pero nung nakita na natin yung sub-base, pumunta tayo ng Black Widow, men, lahat na lang talaga nag-transform into a pure player of a Crossfire, no, na hindi talaga sila pwedeng magkamali. Prinogram si Yaba para maglaro ng Crossfire at wala nang iba. And that is the result, man. 5-10, 10-4, 10-2. Masakit man isipin, Pacific Esports, na it all boiled down to this ultimatum para sa inyo. You have to win all of your games para lang makapasok ng number 4 at higit pa doon, kailangan nyo pang manalo sa round differential. Yan ang kailangan nyo pagtunan ng pansin, Pacific Esports. And because of MATTJESS' earthquake dito sa ating standings, Sneaky Frog, possible pang umangat ang Gaon Gaming sa standings natin, Sneaky.
That is for sure. Ayun nga, Gaon. Granted, medyo mabigat yung kalaban nila right after this series, no, with the name of Stallions. Still, Envy. EVOS is gonna be a bit rough para sa kanila dito, but still, it's looking realistic as well na Gaon can definitely have a chance to get in, no, if ever they do get a map or two, at least against yung mga better teams nga natin dito. But at the same time, it really scratches yung buong group stage picture natin dito, Salvatore, on who is actually gonna get into the top 4. It seems like this is actually the tournament na medyo magulo ang magiging 3rd and 4th slot natin, pare.
Oh my goodness, pre. Kung dati lang talaga, no, number 2, 3, 4 ang pinag-aawayan nitong mga to, no, but parang mas lalo nang maging madugo ang number 3 at number 4 natin, Sneaky Frog. This is a tournament na talagang mapapahayo ka talaga kakanood, eh, no? Kasi you'll never know what's about to happen. Kasi in the span of 2 days, ang daming nangyari na nagpatibag dun sa ating standings and as well as sa prediction, lalo't lalo na nga rin sa mga players na nag-stand out that you least expected to. Jeff Rocks, lalong-lalo na nga rin during the series against Vanguard. At ngayon, MATTJESS na nagpaliyab nga na naman ng ating mga mata just for the sake of our entertainment, no? Zach, once again, for the 2nd series in a row, will be our MVP. 1.65 and 0.93 kills per round. This man just breeds consistency, you know? Hindi mo pwedeng tanggalin yung Crossfire sa sistema ni Zach, pre.
Matatawag ba nating symbolic itong best of 3 natin, Salvatore? I mean, I can't recall a time na natalo ng MATTJESS actually itong Pacific Macta or Pacific Esports ever. So this would be possibly a first, not for the organization. I think they did beat them back in the day. Correct me if I'm wrong about my history, pare, but this is pretty big, especially para dito kay Zach. First year on the team. Probably the best player on the team already, right next to Rels, pero depende na yun from time to time. Pero ever since the second half of yung group stage, nag-turn tayo, men, naging ibang ano na dito si Zach. And I'm so happy to see it, no? Yung pipeline natin from Impact going into Masters, going into Regionals is actually working. And these younger teams are now starting to step up and beat the old kings, pare.
Kung maalala mo, Sneaky Frog, last week, actually, nung week 1 pa lang, no, binigyan na natin ng challenge ang MATTJESS. Kung pwede nyo bigyan ng substance yung mga pinagagawa nyo or bigyan nyo lang talaga ng hustisya yung mga plays, onting finish pa, onting linis, makukuha kayo ng mga panalong for sure lahat mapapaniwala. And that really sparked them up, no? Parang talagang lumiyab ang passion sa sistema ng MATTJESS, scoring wins against Execration, and now Pacific Esports. Heading into the next week's MATTJESS, lahat na kami dito talagang kapanabik na ang mga laban ninyo, knowing na it's now must watch. In order for you to be must watch, you have to win games talaga, no? And grabe naman yung binigay na mensahe dito ng MATTJESS na wag nyo muna kaming bilangan dito ng panahon. May mga laban pa kaming pwedeng umabot ng top 4, Sneaky.
Ayun nga, it's still plenty of time para nga dito sa MATTJESS to cook within this regionals. No, next few teams na makakalaban nga nila dito right after this, it is gonna be Envy and itong Vanguard. Actually, last 2 na sila dito sa group stage. So,
yes,
plenty of time to prepare, plenty of time to cook. Meron pa naman silang isang week, and right after that, another week to prepare para sa kanilang last few matches. And hey man, I would be down for a MATTJESS miracle run dito sa tournament natin. It's been a while since we've seen it.
Man, minsan na lang tayo makakita ng mga ganitong classic runs, no? Medyo nakakasawa na, paulit-ulit na lang yung mga nakikita natin sa top 4. Maiba na nga naman, no? At matches na may pagkakataon para mag-ibang anyo na ngayon ating kwento dito lang sa PH Regional Philippines. Pero heading into this tournament, Sneaky Frog, high expectations for teams like EVOS, Pacific. Meron tayong Stallions, no, na unting naugalang doon ng NB, no, but pero now nang nagkakaroon na nga tayo ng mga laro dito, Sneaky, I am so into this tournament right now that it just feels like everything could happen, no? At nakarinig na nga ako ng senyas dito, no, Sneaky Frog, that we are now heading into our MVP interview. Boss Jesse, yaba! Una sa lahat, congratulations, no, yaba, sa pagkapanalo nyo against Pacific Esports, no? Onting katanungan lang, no? Boss Yaba, parang ano ina-expect nyo heading into this match, no? Parang tingin nyo ba, kaya nyo bang tapatan yung Pacific? At grabe kasi ibang klase yung laruan nyo,
Ano lang, chamba lang yun kasi wala kaming practice.
Oh, good.
Ayun.
The salt in the wound, pare. Hindi
Grabe.
lang ano yun. Chamba at wala silang practice, pare. Yun ang malala doon, men. Pero
Shot
ano yung
puno talaga.
pakiramdam? Ano yung pakiramdam, Boss Yaba, sa pagtalo dito sa Pacific, obviously, Pacific, long-time team na dito sa Pilipinas, no? Ano yung pakiramdam na matalo yung mga idol natin?
Ano lang, masaya kasi nakapalag kami kahit wala kaming practice.
Mhm.
Ayun. Pumangalawa pa
Stamping
talaga,
it home,
no?
pare.
Pumangalawa pa talaga. Pustahan pa, nagtanong ulit ako, maririnig ko ulit ya. Boss Yaba, heading into this matchup, parang ano ba? Like, tingin nyo ba parang kaya nyong talunin yung Pacific, no? At parang nakikita mo ba yung sarili mo na ikaw mismo yung magpapaliyab para sa matches?
Hindi. Si Zack, nakita ko kay Zack.
Yun.
Tinan mo pre, hindi lang tayo ang nagbabouch para kay Zack, kundi yung kakampi niya pa talaga mismo, no? Yan, kitang-kita ko si Boss, so nandiyan katabi mo, no? Boss Yaba, once again, congratulations. Napaka-solid talaga ng laro ng MATTJESS. Baka may gusto kang i-shoutout dyan, batiin, at mensahe naman na gusto mong ibigay kay Crossfire.
Shoutout sa mga viewers at saka kay Boss Matt. Yun lang. Saka sa
Kami,
Bebe.
shoutout mo kami.
Shoutout kay Salvatore
Yun,
at saka Snaggy Frog. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Tsaka kay Bipolar.
Pa-shoutout din kay Ramon tsaka kay Bipolar, Yaba.
Shoutout kay Bipolar at saka kay Ramon.
Iyon ang gusto ko marinig, Boss Yaba.
Thank
Congratulations,
you.
Yaba. Ikaw ang ating MVP at congratulations din sa pagkapanalo ng matches. Good luck sa mga susunod mo padlaro. At for sure, magiging masaya ang celebration.
Thank you.
Walang anuman, Boss Yaba. And there it is, Sneaky Frog. Talagang buhos ng alcohol sa bukas na sugat no? Chamba, walang practice. Akalain mo naman sa taong 2025, Sneaky Frog, ang isang team na chamba at walang practice kuno, kaya talunin ang isang dekadang K-tagal na team no? Once again, congratulations sa matches. Pero commercial nga muna tayo na dala dito ni Smilegate at ni Stove. Para makakuha ng 4 na permanent weapons, meron tayong tinatawag na Stove PC Client Showcase. Makakaipon ka lang ng points baya sa paglalaro ng Crossfire gamit ang ating Stove Client. At pag nakaipon ka ng sapat na points, pwede ka maka-unlock ng JTAC Dominator Noble Gold na hindi lang 7, hindi lang 30 days, kundi permanent to na duration. Hindi lang yun, pwede mo pang masama dyan ang Gatling Gun ID Beast. Meron tayong Obsidian Zilong na M4A1S tsaka ng Eldorado Desert Eagle, no? At lahat ng yun, makukuha mo lang basta maglaro ka lang sa Stove Client ng Crossfire. Na head on to over to cfph.onstove.com para magamit na ang client natin ngayon at masimulan mo na makuha ang 4 na permanent na weapons. Maraming salamat Stove PC Client and as well as kay Smilegate para sa pa-event na to, no? And there it is, Sneaky Frog. Patuloy ang pagsira ng expectations ng mga teams natin pero hindi pa tapos ang araw na to. Kaya nga ba bulwagin ng Gaon Gaming ang Team Stallions heading to our series number 3 for today sa araw ng linggo. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog, and you're tuning in to Crossfire Regional Finals Philippines. We'll be right back after this.
Setra gets one, pero may dalawang magkasabit. Sa kwentong palagi, sa bida ang namumuno. Hindi pre, ang tagotis na yun. At si KSA, tapos KSA gets the okay. KNP. Yo, Beb, with that spray down. Oh, and here comes KSA.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ito pa rin ang CFS Regional Finals Philippines. Salvatore Sticky Frog for the panel as we head to our main event sa ating araw ng linggo. It's the Battle of Cebu Pride at ang reunion sa dating team ni KLB, Gaon Gaming versus Team Stallions. Fresh off a win yesterday against Vanguard. Itong Gaon Gaming natin, what an upset. Pero itong Stallions, init na init pa rin sa laban ng Crossfire.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Stallions, no? Clearly, kind of the best team dito ngayon sa group stage natin. Not a single map drop para sa kanila with a 10-0 map record. And obviously, having, you know, the best player in the country on your team in the name of Kanu, pare. And yeah, things are gonna be a lot easier para sa kanila dito considering na in terms of form, off the jump pa lang, Stallions yung pinaka-the best eh, no?
Parang you can never go wrong with picking Team Stallions in a scenario na papapiliin ka kung Team Stallions or Team X, parang ganun eh, no? Kung filler na lang yung Team X, eh parang mapapadoble isip ka, wait, ang tama ba tong pinili ko? It's always Team Stallions. Sa patunayan na nila yung sarili nila that they are indeed the undisputed team here in CFS-PH, you know, at ayan na nga, nandiyan pa rin sila, wala pa rin sila sa kanilang bootcamp, nasa HRTX pa rin sila, no? Boss, there it is, Team Stallions, no? As we welcome them into the stage dito sa ating laro. Mayat maya makikita na natin sila maglaro dito, no? At si Kano, ang ating number 1 for our leaderboard sa ating KD 1.65. Pero ito lang ata yung team na nakita ko, Sneaky Frog, na parang walang bahid ng kasamaan, no? All positive KDs over the board.
Yun nga, no? Not a single player under 0. Pero to be fair, kasi pwede mo namang ituro yung kahit ni isang player dito sa Stallions, and you could say that they have had a carry performance from this tournament or their prior tournaments, pare. Obviously, KLB, you know, has been a lot more aggressive dito sa season natin. Feeling ko mas sinasabayan niya na si Kano with JJ obviously being still on the lurk. And yun nga, no, I feel like etong si Loy, especially going into this year, Salvatore has gotten a lot more comfortable being the trader or yung second fragger role para sa kanyang teammate. But then he can also provide that entrying if needed. So para sa akin, Team Stallions, they really do have the sharpest weapons in the league, pare.
Man, hindi lang talaga baril ang kargada dito no, ng Stallions no, kundi yung utak na lang din mismo no, from last year's in spontaneity, yung hindi natin alam kung ano ibabato nila, kung meron nga ba talaga silang play na gagawin. But now, with the guidance of Coach Tanks in under 1 year, nakita na nga naman natin yung appearances nila sa international ay hindi biro. No? Winning games like Navi, almost all gamers, Bashi Gaming, Evolution Powers, and as well as King Zero, pinakita nga nila na para sa Crossfire nga talaga ang Team Stallions no? And their business is to win championships. Yan ang mentality ng Team Stallions. At yun na nga, laban nga nila dito is up against Gaon Gaming, and for their last venture dito sa ating group stages, it's going to be Execration. On the verge, Sneaky Frog, for scoring a perfect map record and as well as a win-loss record. Wala pang bahid ng kasamaan to, Sneaky Frog, at patuloy nga nilang gagawin yun.
Dagdag mo pa yung tinalo nila yung first seed ng Brazil, no? Which is Alcacia. So, ayun nga, there's a lot to praise about para dito sa Team Stallions, pare. I mean, they're just doing everything right para sa team, and at the same time they're one of the most diligent teams no pagdating sa kanilang practice regimen. So in terms of the grind in general para dito sa Team Stallions, I really do believe na they're probably the hardest working team out of all the teams dito sa tournament natin, and I really like yung kanilang mindset no. I feel like Team Stallions has got to be one of the hardest teams to tilt sa buong tournament natin, pare.
Man, kung dun pa lang, no, hirap ka nang ipatilt. What more pa kaya kung paano mo papatumbahin in-game ang Team Stallions? You can never weigh anything kung ano yung pinakamahirap na patumbahin dito sa Team Stallions. No? They are the living embodiment. Sila ang patunay na consistency is indeed the key. They were able to appear into back-to-back runner-up performances during PH Masters last year, and as well as sa regionals nun, and then now to PH Masters 2025. And that is something that you should look forward to kung ikaw ang franchise. Isipin mo, Sneaky Frog, from not even being scouted, hindi man lang napapansin ng mga madla, to a mediocre appearance sa Fall Qualifiers 2023, sa isang taon lang, adding new players and adding a veteran coach, pwede kang umabot ng China. And that is the story here of Team Stallions. Na patuloy pa rin silang gumagawa ng legacy dito lang sa Crossfire.
Yung golden goose nga dito ni Tanks, not gonna lie, not every team will get to have that kind of opportunity of having a vet coach and 5 young players buying into the system, no? Evidently dun sa Fur video nangyari yun. But ayun nga, feeling ko para dito sa Team Stallions, ayun nga, with the talent of the players as well, yung revelations ni KLP, especially going into the second half, or not the second half, going into 2025. Feeling ko this is a lot better of a year para sa kanya on the sniper role. Granted, there is still conversations no, kung sino ba talaga yung the best na sniper dito sa liga, whether it is him, whether it is Zetra, whether it is Rels, for some reason he is in there, or itong si Devil. There's a lot to look out for para dito kay KLP especially. Pero men, yung gusto ko talagang makita dito mag-pop off pare si Loy once again, kasi seeing him pop off, especially dun sa Eagle Eye game na nangyari not too long ago, ayun nga, no, makes you feel a bit nostalgic para dito sa Stallions.
Yeah, hindi siya tinatawag na Jailord kung walang wala lang. Literal na may God siya sa pangalan niya. And Loy has been that player that has delivered quite a significant boost dito sa Team Stallions. No? From the days na si Dolph pa lang ang naglalaro, and during that regionals appearance na naging mistulang beacon para dito sa Team Stallions na ma-recognize na not just locally but internationally. They have now become a threat from Vietnam to EU MENA, and as well as to Brazil. China, nandun na pre. They were able to take down King Zero, but in order to achieve that sort of status na nakakatakot nga talaga, Bashi Gaming pa rin talaga ang harang para sa mga teams natin dito. No? At ready na ang Team Stallions para sa ating interview, at walang iba kundi si Coach Tanks. Coach Tanks, kailan ba namin may interview ang players mo? Pero jokes aside, no? Coach Tanks, maraming salamat sa oras mo, and heading into this series against Gaon Gaming, no? Fellow natives para sa ating Team Stallions, what was the preparation for Team Stallions?
First of all, gusto mo na kayong batiin sa prod, no? Good evening, Salvatore, Sneaky, sino yung dalawa? Ramon and Bipolar, yan, tsaka sa lahat ng bumubuo ng production, tsaka sa mga nanonood ng stream yan. Hello guys. Ulit ng tanong, sorry
Ayun, no? So, fellow natives nyo si Gaon Gaming, no? So, ano ba nga ba yung naging preparasyon ni Team Stallions knowing na Jeff Rocks yesterday had a generational performance? Parang ano nga ba yung naging paghanda dito ni Team Stallions?
I've been watching Gaon play for the past weeks, and yung unang laro pa nga lang nila, nung tinalo nila yung MATTJESS, nakita ko na agad, sabi ko parang may nag-iba dito sa team na to. Kasi nakita ko like medyo mas disciplined na sila, ganun. So nag-prepare naman ako ng mga bagay-bagay na kailangan sabihin sa mga bata para at least mapagandaan namin yung team nila. So in short, respect naman namin yung gameplay ng Gaon.
Kumbaga mental note, no, Coach Tangs. Kinakailangan talaga yan ng mga ibang teams. How about you, Sneaky Frog?
Ayun nga, seems like we're on the last question. Pero yun nga, got anyone to greet dito, Boss Tanks, any sa Stallions fans, staff, or anyone watching dito sa natin, broadcast?
Yun, I want to greet everyone sa stream ng good evening. Tsaka dun sa medyo out of context to, no? Pero nakatutok din kasi ako dun sa nangyayari sa Manila, eh. So medyo nalulungkot ako. Kaya ingat kayo dyan sa mga nandyan sa Manila. Anyway, thank you sa Stallions, sa buong org na Stallions. Tapos syempre kay Boss Chris, kay Ma'am Lizelle, sa mga boys ko, kay Dolph, kay Wang, tsaka sa mga iba pa. Tsaka sa mga parents na lagi nakasuporta. Yun, wala siguro ibang dapat pasalamatan. Sa nanay ko, na lagi nanonood, tsaka sa misis ko syempre. Tsaka sa inyo. Thank you guys.
Yeah, at kay Salvatore at Sticky Frog. Maraming salamat, Coach Tanks. Good luck sa games nyo, no? And good luck sa laban ng Team Stallions.
Thank you.
Yun, Sticky Frog, no? Short but sweet, pero you can definitely feel, no, na Coach Tanks still treats anyone as a respectable opponent, no? Being able to prepare to an opponent like Gaon Gaming, no? Just speaks volumes, no? Kung ikaw ay Gaon Gaming.
Yeah, especially with yung group stage natin, with how it has shaped for the past, few weeks para sa atin dito. Especially itong with the MATTJESS upset going on. Ay nga, you can't really be so sure kung sino yung malakas for this week, who's gonna be weak for this week. So, it's better to be prepared more than not, pare.
Well, preparation is indeed something na kailangan talaga i-prepara. Preparation is indeed one of the elements na kailangan talaga pagbutihin ng mga teams ito in order for you to be well-versed dito sa tournament ito, no, na talagang walang tinitira, no? Everyone is an open target like I said a while ago. And in order for you to achieve your dreams, kailangan mo talaga magpatumba ng isang team, no? Whether it would be prepared or unprepared. Example, MATTJESS pa lang kanina, no? Pero iba na yun, pre. Ibang kwento na nga yun. This series just speaks to me na these teams are really prepared. Gaon Gaming, nakita mo nga naman kahapon si Jackban na mismo umamin after prior weeks na hindi sila naghahanda. Ngayon, pre, for that singular preparation against Vanguard Gaming, talagang ginulat nila ang buong landscape ng Crossfire. After Jeff Rocks just dropped a monstrous 27 kills sa compound, you would believe na Gaon Gaming would be sitting at number 5 or even number 6. Pero pre, nasa number 2 sila ngayon, Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, it's pretty high placing para dito sa Gaon Gaming, no? And just taking a look at yung kanilang team stats, it really is the El Clasico duo that we actually look forward to, which is itong si Ellison and si Jeprax having their really, really nice output galing sa kanilang dalawa dito, especially Jeprax on that rifle. But I feel like one of the most underrated players na naandito sa ating roster is actually si Jackpan, with the way that he covers yung kabilang side ng mapa para sa kanyang team similar sa ginagawa nga ni JJ dito sa Team Stallions. I think it really does a nice job of covering the bases para sa team na to. But at the same time, man, it's got to be Mr. X3D, pare. That double sniper is now starting to work para dito sa Gaon Gaming, and fully knowing itong Team Stallions and itong si KLB and or si Loy, I feel like the double sniper is gonna be pulled out as well para dito sa Stallion, so I wouldn't be surprised if X3D does pick up a TRG dito, pare.
I really love, no, yung naging storytelling ng Gaon Gaming, si X3D, ginawa niyang tune-up game yung Impact, tapos nung pumasok sa regionals, kinulat niya lahat ng mga tao na para bang akala nyo na wala ako ng matagal, no? Hindi nyo alam, nag-e-ensayo pa rin ako para sa mga laban na to, no? That double sniper from being touted as one of the skilled attackers dito sa tournament na natin, and di natin nakakalain na kaya na nga natin ikumpara si X3D with the likes of KLP, Revenge, and as well as Cetra being a solid sniper that can contribute to the team. Kasama niya ng kalaban dun si Ellison, yung sarili niya pang kakampi, Sneaky Frog. And that is something that Gaon Gaming should boast. Kailangan nilang ipagyabang yon that they have two solid snipers that can definitely ruin your experience kung ikaw ang kalaban ng Gaon Gaming. Stallions ang una lang mga kalaban heading into this day. Pero sa mga kasunod na mga laban ng Sneaky Frog, hindi talaga siya kanais-nais.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yung schedule's not gonna get any easier para dito sa Gaon Gaming, no? EVOS, Pacific. I mean, NV, feeling ko mas may chance pa sila doon. But the next, these three matches right ahead of them, is probably gonna be the hardest matches that they're gonna ask for dito sa regionals. Feeling ko they could probably take a map or two off of yung one of these teams. But, ayun nga, no, we did say last time about our predictions not coming through. Malay mo, di ba, Gaon Gaming, meron din silang onting lason dito.
Lason kung lason, Rakumin kung Rakumin. At wala nang ibang mas magfi-feel pa ng ganong klaseng naratibo kundi si Jeff Rax at si Jack Ban mismo, no. Yun na talaga yung naging nila, no. Parang naging impression natin from last year's Masters, being able to take games from MATTJESS, Motomac, and as well as Execration. Nandun talaga yung playstyle nga nila. But now naging proactive na yung approach actually, no, ng Gaon Gaming. If it does not work, talagang mabilisan sila nag-a-adjust. You can definitely feel na Jeff Rax does not go for lurks anymore. Si Jack ba na lang ang gumagawa nun. And Jeff Rax being able to be a strong player pagdating sa entering and as well as attacking, parang naging malaki ang pagbabago talaga sa sistema ng Gaon Gaming. No? Nung na-integrate pa nga nila yung pagpapractice, yung pag-ensayo, and grabe, no? I just know Gaon Gaming is no longer the gatekeepers of the number 5 spot. Ready na nga talaga sila para makipagsabayan doon sa top 4. At ready na nga tayo para sa ating team interview at walang iba kundi si Boss Vincent ng Gaon Gaming. Boss Vincent, maraming salamat sa oras mo at magbibigay lang kami ng onting katanungan. Sneaky, simulan mo na.
Ayun nga, Boss Vincent, meron ba kayong naging preparation para dito sa ating specific na game? Alam nyo naman na medyo mabigatin ang iyong kalaban, especially knowing Stallions ba naman, kaibigan nyo. May practice ba ang nangyari this week?
Meron po sir, gawin lang namin yung mga play namin kung paano. Gawin lang namin yung mga play namin.
Yun lang. Gawin lang daw nila yung mga play nila, no? Sneaky Frog. Tama naman, no? Gaon Gaming, malakas gumawa ng play. Ito, Boss Vincent. Sa Team Stallions, meron ka bang isang player dito na gusto mong tutukan? Kasi parang, eto, masakit to tumutok. At gusto ko talaga kalabanin to.
Wala po sir. Lahat po sila masasakit.
Ay, lahat naman talaga sila masakit, no? Pero mahihirapan ka talaga magbigay ng pangalan, Boss Vincent. Sige, Boss! Bibigay ko na sa'yo yung entablado. Gusto mong bumate, shoutout at mensahe para sa Team Stallions.
Shoutout po sa mga viewers dyan ng Gaon Gaming at kay Gaon March at kay Master Limey. At sa jowa ko na nanonood dyan, shoutout po.
Yun. Grabe, no? Shoutout nga pala kay Boss Vincent.
At good luck sa mga lahat ng teams ngayon.
Yun. Boss Vincent, pumapatay ng 5, nagmamahal ng 1. Boss Vincent, maraming salamat sa oras mo. Good luck para sa Gaon Gaming.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ay. Laking ngiti, no? Dito kay Boss Vincent, pare. Even though it is gonna be quite a slobber knocker of a series, no? Feeling ko the mood is still quite high para dito sa Gaon Gaming. And I'm pretty happy about that, no? I mean, that's really the mindset that you're gonna have to go into kung kayo yung Gaon dito. Yun nga, no? Just make sure that you don't respect Stallions as much as you should and just play your own game dito, pare. Going into the head-to-head natin from these two teams, feeling ko it is gonna be the Jeprax. Uy,
oh
Jeprax versus Kano.
Pre.
Nako po. Son and father, pare.
Anak sa tatay na para bang Aris versus Ramen, no? Ganun ba yun, boss? Both players talagang solid kung humedshot sa isang lalawigan sa Cebu. Ito talaga ang ipapadala mo kung ang competition ay headshot, no? Si Jeprax at si Kano. Sitting at the number 2 spot sa KD leaderboards natin versus the number 3 sa ating KD leaderboards. Both sharing the contribution sa ating kills per round. Ano ba talagang pinagkalayo ng matchup natin dito, Sneaky?
Honestly, I feel like yung Kano, mechanically gifted. Probably one of the best movement players as well dito sa tournament natin. His decision making is on point every single time that he is put in a spot for pressure, no? But para dito kay Jeprax, pare, I feel like his closers dito, especially yung mga rounds where he is required to go for clutches, is absolutely, insane to watch as well. Yun yung decision making dito ni Jeprox. Obviously, his experience being a Crossfire pro for the longest time dito sa Pilipinas definitely will help. But of course, yun nga, no, it is not gonna be easy to just try to crack open itong si Jeprox, pare, just like yung mga ibang players natin dito.
Okay, napapalapit na nga tayo, ladies and gentlemen, sa ating pagsimula ng laban ng Team Stallions versus Gaon Gaming. Ipakilala na nga natin ang ating mga kasama para sa battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, Ramon at Bipolar for the last time ngayong araw na to. Ayan na nga sila, ang pinaka-paborito nating duo na walang sawang binibigyan tayo ng saya na magkabilang tenga nga naman talaga. Ramon, kamusta ka naman dyan?
Very nice, pare. All 3 series coming to fruition na ngayon, at para sa STS versus GG, feeling ko this game is gonna be closer than a lot of people could expect. So mali mo magulat tayo ngayon, pre.
Tama ka nga dyan, no? Kung kaya nga nila tayong gulating kahapon, dito naman tayo ngayong araw na to, posibleng-posible pa ngayon, no? How about you, Mr. Bipolar?
Alam mo, I think the production team said it right here sa lower thirds natin. Unang rally, 2-0. Second rally natin, 2-1. Ngayon, pagdating dito sa ating third, dito na feeling ko sasabog na lahat ng mga kailangan sumabog dito for both of these teams. But man, kaya nga ba ng Stallions na maging 2-0 ang whole run nila? Looking at Gaon right now though, possibly no. Despite me saying na sa previous show, they might have it in the bag.
Kaya nga nasabi nila, no, wala nang mas kakilala pa sa isang Bisaya kundi sarili niyang mismong kadugo, no. And, kung may tatalo man sa Stallions, kapwa Bisaya niya na nga rin to, no. Heading into the map dito, ladies and gentlemen, sitingin niyo ba ano nga bang mapang makukuha nga natin dito para sa duelo ng Stallions versus Gaon Gaming? Look at that respect. Walang sub-base for you, Stallions. Tasarado rin ang compound para dito sa Gaon Gaming, no. So Ankara and Eagle Eye, not really surprising actually, no. Sneaky Frog. Ito yung ine-expect ko actually sa map dito ng Gaon at Stallions.
Oo, medyo lumaki yung mata ko nung nakita ko yung Gaon. Actually is the one who is picking Ankara this time. But I think meron na rin expectation itong Gaon Gaming that Eagle is gonna be picked dito sa 3 maps natin, so I can't really blame them for going for somewhat of a priority first dito sa mga more stronger maps nila. Port's gonna be a bit questionable para dito sa Gaon Gaming. Really is dependent kung anong form dito ni Ellison, pare.
Yes, definitely. I can agree on I can agree on you on that one. Bagalan mo kasi, Salvator. Kaya tayo napapagalitan, no. Ikaw naman, Ramon.
Alam mo, para sa akin, it really is not a surprise talaga na yung nagiging backup nga naman ng Team Stallions kapag may nagban nga ng subbase against them is that Eagle Eye map. For the longest time, they just pull that map out, then they do very much the same plays that we have been expecting from that subbase game. Yun nga lang, hindi ko alam kung magiging aggressive nga ba sila or magiging passive nga sila, kasi the last time that we've seen them, they've been pushing out throughout talaga. So, it's gonna be a different flavor para sa kanila ngayon.
Tama ka dyan, partner. Next naman, Bipolar, na masasabi mo sa ating map dito?
I'm so ready, Salvi. Kakaiba ang ating labanan dito. Kasi I feel like if kayang manalo dito ng Gaon Gaming, it's Ankara. Despite us seeing that it might be a bad map for them, feeling ko with them starting on the GR side, it's gonna be a hell of a game sa umpisa pa lang.
Well, to be fair, may mga teams talaga na kaya i-expose ang Team Stallions on Ankara, and Gaon Gaming, possible nga na kayang gawin yun, no? Let's wait and see, kasi mas makikita natin na mas maganda kung maglalaban na nga ang Gaon tsaka ang Stallions, no? What about predictions? Kayong tatlo dyan, and as well as sa ating comments, samahan nyo kami mag-predict ano nga bang kakalabasan ng serye na to. Gaon versus Stallions, sisimulan ko na. Para sa akin, Bisaya ang mananalo dito. Stallions 2-0. Sneaky.
Yun, pare, kompleto na ba natin ulit yung the double Salvatore Sneaky Frog 2-0 curse? Why not? Stallions 2-0, pare. Let's see if it actually works.
Okay, ikaw naman, Boss Ramon, anong masasabi mo dito? Tingin mo ba Bisaya mananalo?
Tingin ko Bisaya mananalo. Gawin nating triple curse dito sa ating panel desk, no? 2-0 para sa Stallions.
That's Bipolar 2.
Okay. Last but not the least, Bipolar. Ikaw may pagkakataon dito para tibagin ang pagkakatuloy-tuloy namin dito. Bipolar, prediction.
Ang bilis niya magsalita. May 1 minuto pa ako dito for talking. So gagamitin ko lahat yan, no? I mean, we're talking about these two teams na beforehand na Stallions really are gonna be dominating here. Pero Gaon Gaming, na-realize ko din after that map pick, yung map veto natin na, and sa sinabi ni Coach Tanks na nag-iba nga talaga ang dito, ang build ng buong Gaon Gaming. So they might get one map here Pero itutuloy pa rin natin yan sa pagiging 2-0 ng Gaon Gaming in terms of loss. So 2-0 win dito ang ating Stallions.
Medyo
Boss! Grabe ka mag-U-turn! Paikot-ikot ka sa rotonda, boss!
Direct, Stallions,
Litong-lito kami! Stallions daw. Tamo, pati si Direct na ankle break mo! Grabe ka na, Mr. Bipolar, no?
Nandito
Galing
si
mo talaga
Diros
sa Caloocan. Grabe na, Bipolar. Ladies and gentlemen, i-follow nyo na nga siya kung gusto nyo pa ng mga ganyang content, no? Kay Bipolar nyo lang makikita yung ganyan. And that is it for our prediction, ladies and gentlemen. Kayo ba dyan sa comments? Ano bang masasabi nyo sa laban ng Gaon versus Stallions? Iparinig nyo na nga man sa amin. Pero wala na. Alis na kami dito ni Sneaky Frog. Ibibigay na namin ang mikropono kay Ramon at Bipolar para bigyang hustisya ang laban ng Gaon versus Stallions.
Salamat, Salvatore at saka Sneaky Frog. Ito na nga, bakbakan ng magkadugo ang ihatid ng pinakahuling serye sa araw na ito. Ang Stallions laban sa Gaon Gaming. Ramon at Bipolar pa rin ang tatawag ng aksyon dito sa ating first map of Ankara. At alam mo, biruin mo, Bipolar. Akala ko talaga magto 2-0 Gaon Gaming ka dito. Pero katulad ng nakikita, medyo nagulat, pero katulad ng ginagawa lagi ng Stallions, nagugulat na lang tayo. Ano yung pwede mo ilabas, pare?
Ano yun, Ramon? Ulitin mo nga yung tanong ko.
Sino yung tanong, pre? Basta yun na yun.
Nagulat ako, may nagsalita kasi sa tenga ko. Akala ko sino yun. Grabe ka naman. Pero I mean, tama ka naman, Ramon, na parang these two teams are coming in from the Visayas region. So para tayo munang kapitbahay ng Gaon Gaming and ng Stallions, makikichismis muna tayo sa away nila mamaya here on Ankara, here on Eagle Eye 2.0 and Port. Pero I still stand by on my 2-0 here for Stallions despite me knowing that pwede makuha ito ng Gaon Gaming yung Ankara just because we haven't really seen the full potential of Gaon Gaming here. Paangat sila ng paangat, yes. Pero yung totoong angas nila, baka dito na talaga lumabas, Ramon, at baka Stallions pa ang tumanggap doon.
Kumbaga parang nakikita pa lang natin sa nobela ng Gaon Gaming is Chapter 1 at Chapter 2 pa lang. Pero mali mo, wala pa tayo sa Rising Action. Hindi pa natin nababasa yung climax na pwede nating makita sa Ankara so far. At hindi lang sa Ankara, diba? Sa buong playbook ng Gaon Gaming since bago-bago lang yung mga roster changes na meron sila dito. Pero at least, diba, set in stone na yung first impressions na meron sa atin dito na naipakita ni X3D at saka ni Jeprox sa kung ano yung naihahatid nila on the table itself. But they have proven that against other teams before in the regional finals, but they are coming up against Team Stallions this time around, pare. Ito ang true test para sa Gaon Gaming kung gaano kaganda yung changes na meron sila dito sa roster na to, kung kaya na lang stick to papunta sa ating playoffs run. Kasi mali mo mag-promote yung title ng Gaon Gaming from bakod ng playoffs to playoffs contenders themselves, diba?
Yeah, what if, no? I mean, right now kasi nakikita natin sila in a comfortable spot dito sa ating top 1, top 2, top 3, pero mukhang sisigaw na tayo in just a little bit. Kasi ang labanan ng mga Bisaya, it comes here and starts off at Ankara. Ladies and gentlemen, nandito po ang ating STS on the BL side at GG naman. Ang mag-start on the GR side, it's X3D. Si Dexter makakakuha agad ng first blood.
What an explosive start para kay X3D. Again, one of the snipers that we kind of talked about, very flexible and very much exciting to watch kapag kaganto yung simula agad ng GR nila. With him getting that first kill, Loy picked off on LA pero nagulat na lang sila si JJ makahanap dito kay Loy after ng presence na nakuha niya on the way from that LA setup pa rin. So that 1-for-1, very much a very good exchange para sa STS considering that usually is a favorable ito para sa mga attacking teams natin, pero naspat pa nga si Kano. Kita nila na may hotel pressure sila galing dito kay Jack Ban. So the clock running down, they are separated from each other, so STS will have to be careful about pushing, and Jack Ban will get the other headshot kay Kano naman.
Yeah, grabe yun yung ginawa ni Jack Ban. He was so confident on killing that. Si Kano pa yung binattle niya. But I wanna see more as well of the Jeprox and Kano combination natin mamaya. No? Let's see kung kaya nga ba nila magpakitang gilas and kung sino nga ba talaga ang pinakamagaling na Bisaya in terms of that head-to-head. But right now, 3 players coming into A side. It's gonna be Jeprox alone here, holding this down sa ilalim ng stairs. Parang si Harry Potter lang. Can he expelliarmus these people out of these places? Pero KLP, and JJ will be coming in a whiff of a second. Patay na agad dito si Jeprax. Wala man lang natamaan dito for the side of STS. KLB eating a lot of bullets dito sa entrance ng A. But nonetheless, two players coming in from that side. Mamamatay na nga si Ellison from the far side. But 2 versus 3. Jack Ban, Vincent. Separate ways. Isa sa entrance, isa sa vents. At si Jack Ban ngayon, una makakuha ng contact dito. Needs to pick off KLP. There goes 1. Needs to pick off 2 more. JJ nakita na dito sa same place na pinatay nila ang isang Gaon Gaming player. 1v1 situation kung saan si Jack Ban ay mamamatay. At ang IGL natin na si KLB will claim 3 lives in round number 1.
Masyado atang napabilis yung naging tempo ni Ellison habang nagro-rotate pa lamang yung double flank na ginagawa ng Gaon at nakuha ng control ng STS pagkatapos silang makapatay yung si player natin, kaya full trust in towards the flank watch na lang, and STS are able to regain control pagkatapos ng mga first 2 picks. Medyo nagulat pa nga tayo na walang takot na si Jack Ban na mag-initiate ng fights natin from that hotel peak. Napatay si Kano, napatay pa nga yung isang player doon sa may second mid as well. So very much a good start sana for Gaon Gaming, pero STS able to get the execute going dun sa may A pagkatapos ng beautiful shots from KLP to open up the site itself. 1-0. At baka umulit pa nga si Loy. Hindi siya napatay from the first blood. Walang nag-peak doon sa may LA this time. May Crossfire setup pa, and X3D looking to continue yung first blood na dito on the sniper.
Let's see kung kaya niya makuha ng first initial contact dito. Siya pala ang mamamatay doon. Loy able to get that started dito sa ating round na ito. Even kills off Jeprax with KLB in the mix. Vincent pushes out, gets 1 dito sa kaliwa. Great havoc! Triple kill para kay Vincent. He's on a killing spree at hindi pa tatapos dito ang GG kasi si Kano pupunta dito sa kanan, kaso nga lang mamamatay na siya. Ellison on top. Tumalon si Vincent para sa kanyang kamatayan, kaso nga lang madelikado to. Kasi it's KLP, one of the star players of STS. Makakapatay pa ata siya. That's 1. That is almost 2. But Jack Ban claims his 4th kill and a round for JG. Vincent, amazing shots.
Absolutely, pare. What could have been a clean entry for STS pagkatapos nila i-deny si X3D of a second shot from Vents. It became another triple kill for Vincent, stepping up, especially from the last time we saw Gaon Gaming. Multi-frags have been a staple for Vincent, and right now, tuloy-tuloy lang ang action para sa kanya, being one of the only rotators na nauna dun sa may A site mismo. Kahit nakakatawa yung ending talagang happy ending yung inabot para dito sa young player natin on Gaon Gaming. Natuwa with that 1-1. And this time with a lot of damage done, Jack Ban. He is the hotel player because of the spam and thanks to the presence of Kano. Mukhang nag-hesitate na ang STS na kunin yung second mid natin. This is now with the presence made over towards that A site. Kailangan maging prepared tong si Jeprax at saka si X3D kung sakali man mag-lurk ulit si Loy papunta dun sa may EA.
Let's see if he really does go for the lurk here. Nakita nga natin every time that when Loy lurks out, is able to get some kills, multiple frags pa nga minsan, pero mukhang tunnel approach and as well as hotel ang gustong kunin dito ng STS with 1 minute into the clock. Dalawa ang may kita nila. It's Ellison and Jack Ban. Jack Ban with the TRG moves between the tunnels and as well as the hotel, speaking out. And he might kill off JJ. Namatay na nga. Goes for the second and that's a triple kill para kay Jack Ban. Triple kills all across the board for JG, and this is gonna be concerning for STS. Kasi why were they shooting? Parang hindi man lang natamaan doon si Jack Ban, but he is low in HP nonetheless. So ngayon, kailangan gumawa dito ng milagro ni Kano. KLP nakapatay na nga dito sa ating bypass. It looks like Ellison will also fall down. So nauubos na mga plays for JG. 35 seconds is so much time para gumawa dito ng play. Si Kano and si KLP. May lumilikod though. It's gonna be X3D. Vincent also just holding down the site. Kano looking towards clearing these sites right now, able to kill off Vincent habang paalis na siya doon sa site natin. And they have all of site. What a turnaround, Ramon, kung saan 15 seconds is enough for this bomb to be planted. Jeprax, unang lalabas dito sa hotel, kaso nga lang masyadong tago si Kano to a point na tinalunan niya na ulo dito ni X3D. At KLP with a shot, instantly out of crouching. An amazing round, an amazing turnaround mula kay Kano and KLP.
A 2v4 converted by KLP and Kano. And what could have started as a way to actually get themselves nomination into the round it became another turnaround para sa STS. Isolated picks from KLP and Kano just started a rampage papunta doon sa may B site mismo. Tagad na biglang gulantang na lang ang Gaon Gaming. Bakit may tao bigla doon sa may B site itself? Si Kano, ginulat si Vincent sa pag one tap flick niya para ma-open up yung site itself. Buti na lang nakataningin lang din si KLP sa pag-flap niya dito dahil hold up na sana ng Gaon Gaming yung likod nila. To result into a 2-1 dahil aware na aware ang STS sa mga galawan ng Gaon. Sabi nga agad ni Coach Tanks na nakapaghanda nga sila laban sa Gaon at sa laruan nila. Mukhang preparado ang naging mid-round calling ng STS ngayon kumpara sa dati. Gaon Gaming gonna have to play catch up on the damage itong si Ellison. Flashes on in doon sa mid-setup. Mukhang lalaban for RS itong si KLB. Gets the shot kay Vincent and mukhang laban na at papunta doon sa B-site.
Let's see. Looking at it, Ellison with a kill, Lloyd though with the trade-off. At ngayon, they all have all of B-side. Kaso nga lang mamamatay si KLB. Instant kill mula kay KLP and now he's wrecking once again with this pistol in hand. Kaso mamamatay siya, overwhelmed by Jeprax and X3D. 2v2 situation kung saan si Lloyd still planting the bomb. And the grenades coming in from Lloyd not gonna be connecting. They're gonna go towards the ramp side. Trying to go for wall bangs at matataman pa rin naman ni JJ dito si X3D. Jeprax making wonders and wonderful shots as well. Flashbang in. The sides to wide peak right now. Pero si Loy is already in right next to him. Katabi niya na si Loy and that gives 3 rounds for STS.
At kung iisipin mo, ang ganda ng setup ng STS to further pressure yung mga players on that bridge setup at saka ang RS pare. Ang lack of presence for GG on RS continuing to bite them in the rear. And STS off of a good presence coming forward for Loy at saka kay KLB. Standing hand in hand para lang mahirapan lalo mga anchors at saka yung nagro-rotate pa lang for Gaon. Coming a threat now para sa mga mid-round so far for Gaon Gaming as now it's a 3-1. STS gonna kick up the tempo. All 5 people from the Stallions. Padjak ng padjak. Pasok doon sa may events. At kung hindi prepared tong si X3D at saka si Jeprox, it will be looking like an STS A-site once we get there.
The classical moment coming in from STS. Flashes will be there. Super blinded si Jeprax. Nakita pa nga ata nila si X3D dito sa kaliwa. Pero kailangan din nila masipat dito si Vincent because he was the one to able to kill them off in an instant. Kano, double kill para sa kanya. They stabilize now. Pero si Jackban nasa likuran. Na pick off si KLP pero hindi na-realize na nandun pa rin naman si Kano towards CA. And look at that, Lloyd through the smoke, kills off Ellison. A comfortable round and what an execution for STS.
Sinabi mo pa nga, Bipolar, kung sa iisang direction lang pumasok ang STS, mauulit at mauulit lang ang triple kill na ginawa ni Vincent on a top. So buti na lang, hinawalay nila ang isa't isa. Si Kanot, tinake niya ang kanan na stairs para lang maging para lang dalawang direction na kunin ng Stallions no? So medyo mas nahirapan pa yung akal sa A-top. Mas nadalian pa ang STS pero si Jeprox di pa niya alam. Ang daming tao dito sa kabilang site. Si JJ patay pero si Kano ang makukuha ng trade. Loy will get a double kill pero dito pa lang si Kano ang kukuha para sa STS. All 4 fall for Gaon Gaming as it will be Jackban to last into a 5-1. Team Stallions will get the 5-1.
So much killings and so much firepower mula sa STS, Ramon. Grabe yun. Parang iba ang firepower na binibigay dito ng STS. Dire-diretso lang spray down to a point na W plus M1 na lang ginagawa nila pero jumping all around to dodge the bullets na binibigay dito ng GG. And what a play para sa kanila. This is now a comfortable spot going into the second half kasi 5 rounds already in mere like 10 minutes ang nakuha mo dito. Siguro pagod na agad dito ang GG kasi hindi natatapos ang onslaught ng SDF.
Oh, at complete turnaround lang din sa mga round states na meron tayo for STS kung saan nanalo sila off of clutches. Ngayon, pure domination sa ilang rounds natin. And if it wasn't for hero plays coming forward for Vincent at saka kay Jackban, those rounds itself were completely close. So, talagang na-counter na agad yung mga possible na pwedeng gawin ni Vincent at ni Jackban. Wala na yung hotel pressure na ginagawa ni Jackban kanina pa. It has been the catalyst para sa kanyang naging rise dito with 9 kills to his name pero past 2 rounds haven't been the biggest of blessings para sa kanya kaya Ang STS naman na magka-capitalize, nalaman nila na ang mid ay open pero sa A sila manggagaling and possibly a replay of what happened in one of the previous rounds kung saan irarush nila ang dalawang anchor sa taas ng A pero ibang mga kalaban to. Tingnan natin kung same lang yung resulta.
Same nga lang ba resulta? Here comes the flashes. 5-man push. STS, Vincent, kaya mo ba ulitin yung ginawa mo? That's 1. That is 2. Almost a 3K for him once again. Kaso nga lang naging disiplinado ditong STS, Ramon, kung saan hindi sila nag-instant push towards kaliwa at kanan at si KLP makakuha ng isa. They know where X3D is. So that's 1 information down. KLB so full in HP. Still has some utility. Only 1 with a frag grenade. Pero kailangan niya mag-play ng life dito para kay Loy. They need to play for each other's lives. 20 seconds into the clock. KLB not spotted out pero mamamatay pa rin naman. Loy will also fall down. X3D out of nowhere connects onto 2.
Inandarang motor at mukhang biyahe tayo papunta sa second round win ng Gaon Gaming thanks to X3D. At kitang-kita na tinarabaho na talaga nila ang pagkuha ulit ng site itself relying upon the double flank that they got. Sa 2v2 na to, kinailangan na lang nilang kunin yung full HP nitong si KLB at buti na lang maayos ang trade-off para kay X3D. And it was only a matter of time before na mahanap niya yung last player na si Loy na sobrang low na rin kaya madalian na flick lamang pagkatapos niyang kunin yung kaliwa, ay yung kanan, excuse me. And so far, so good for least for both teams, but Gaon, they need to catch up a little bit. Ito na lang, hindi pa tapos ang first half natin. RS now in control of Vincent. 3 players also spotted from Gaon as STS into a mid-split na possible na mag-result into a B setup para sa kanila.
That's right, Ramon. Hindi pa naman tapos ang ating first half. 2 more rounds to be claimed dito for both sides. Jeprax, the man of the hour para sa Gaon Gaming. Can he do what Vincent has done doon sa A-site? Jeprax waiting now. He pushes and he falls down. Able to get 1 though. So they know maraming players dito. Kano with the grenade connecting onto Ellison and X3D. Pero they stabilize once again. The slow-paced gameplay mula kay Kano. Able to get 2. Loy also will claim a headshot dito. Pero si Zed, si X3D, nakakuha ng 2 kahit blinded pa. Bulag ako pero kitang-kita ko kayo. At yung C4 nasa harapan ko. Pero nandun naman si KLP with the double kill. A swipe to the left and a kill with that pistol. A headshot para Mon.
Huwag na huwag kalilimutan si KLP sa dinarami-raming sitwasyon kung saan laging nating bukang bibig si Setra. Si KLP nandito din pero si Ellison nagpakitang gilas na din nung pinag-usapan ko ang mga snipers. All the way from the last round. Saktong-sakto yung naging flank timing ni Kyle para lang makakuha ng 2 hindi nakatingin sa kanya. At gusto lang pistol pa ang tumapos sa kanya where honestly he had more bullets on the TRG kung confident siya dito pero Loy spotted si X3D at mukhang masya-shutdown ang mismong rising player para sa Gaon Gaming so far 4v4. And Ellison, wala yung timing sa kanya. Pwede niyang i-repeat at napatay pa si KLB. 3 versus 4. Gaon Gaming now having the numbers advantage.
Yeah, they have it in the bag now. Pero default play na naman tayo dito, Ramon. Sabi dito ng STS, sabi ni KLB, ulitin nyo lang. Kanina pa tayo nananalo sa A eh. So gulatin nyo. We still have flashes. We still have smokes. We still have grenades. Pwede pa tayo bumomba dito on A site. Might kill off Jackban. Pero they're gonna be going for a slow ban approach. No flashes kailangan na dito. They're gonna go in dry. Sobrang naked. At Kano, hindi pa namatay. Jackban also si Loy. Oy, oy, oy. That was 2 kills. That was the 2 remaining players on A. Ellison nakuha ng pick-off. But it's a 2v2 nonetheless. Kung saan stuck na nga dito si Jeprax pati si Ellison. Still has some smoke. Still has some utility. Pero what can you do? Kung ganito na kalapit si Loy, they're so low in HP. But the time is running out. Ellison cannot find anyone. Pero si Loy will fall down. It's KLP to give his life and 3 rounds for Gaon Gaming before the second half.
Buti na lang maayos yung recovery para sa Gaon dahil sa anchors talagang nagulat na lang sa pace and timing agad ni Kano at saka ni JG sa pag-entry onto the site. Pero pagdating doon naman sa 2v2, maayos yung reclear na tong si Ellison nung pinick up niya yung patay dito kay Loy. Trying to hope na walang magki-clear pa sa kanya dahil doon sa smoke, pero hinanap ni Ellison yung patay. Buti na lang ready si Jeff Prox with that HK to get that 3-6 scoreline para sa Gaon Gaming. A disaster sana for the Anchors dahil konti na lang, no? Parang easy kill na sana yun para kay Vincent. Walang nagche-check ng corner para sa kanila, pero he took his time a little bit too far, giving an open entry for STS. At bigyan yung tug of war, yung agawan para doon sa mismong A-site natin. 6-3, oo, pero tamo, no? Parang grabe yung labanan pa rin ng GG kahit may ilang rounds na naibigay dito sa STS, Bipolar.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, it's still really a long fight, no, for Gaon Gaming. And now, with them on the attacking side, sobrang hirap nito. Pero it looks like it's gonna be easy for Jackban as it kills off Lloyd that has been popping off for the past 9 rounds. 10 kills on him and Kano. Pero KLB ngayon, medyo tumitikim. That is a deadly scene that you don't wanna look at. Kasi out for blood na si X3D. And this is what I like about STS. They know how to use these utils every time. It denies the push right now.
Ayun!
And it denies a life for Jackban. Speaking of utilities, may bomba dito si JJ sa kamay.
Uy, si Kano, flanking all the way towards the mid side. Pero si X3D, nahanap niya si KLP. All the way from that mid-bar position, kita mo, gusto ni Kano na patayin agad itong si Jeprox. Because once he's dead, all the possibilities for the flank is open para sa Gaon. But they're looking at the time. 40 seconds. They have to push in. That's only 2 players on the anchoring positions, pare.
Anchor position. Kano able to get one. JJ also, pero sa battle inside of the site kung saan mag-isa na lang dito ang ating Prince of Crossfire. It's Christopher. It's Kano with 11 kills, trying to go for 13. Able to spot on X3D. What a flick. Down below. But he's low in HP. Vincent also, though. At ngayon tatalon siya. But Vincent already knows him 2 steps before him. And that is a round for Gaon Gaming.
Kung ano yung tawag nating hesitation ay discipline para sa Gaon Gaming. They knew that once na may info ang STS doon sa LA mismo ay magpipik sila on CA. Punishes tong si KLP at mabilisan na tinrabaho nila ang dalawang anchors doon sa may A-site itself. Walang ginawa kahit ang pinakamalakas na Pinoy sa mundo ng Filipino Crossfire. Ang laban dito kay Vincent dahil low on HP sila pareho pero naubusan na ng bala. Si Christopher Robinson on STS, 46 now. There's blood found on the second half round para dito sa Gaon as they're taking this slowly. KLP, he's been proactive dito sa kanyang sniper. And let's see if he can find the pick-off. Kaso yung Gaon kasi gustong-gusto nila kunin yung hotel pero ang problema dito is kailangan nila i-clear tong si Kano. Plus may bait and switch setup pa sila dito with JJ giving the info para lang malaman ni Kano na may dadating.
Gagana nga ba to? It's a very risky play mula sa STS, especially na mas madami ang trade-off potential dito ng Gaon Gaming. They send out X3D here in mid. C4 now being picked up mula kay Ellison. But it's peculiar yung gameplay ngayon ng GG because they don't want to push out with the bomb dito sa B. Grenade will be connecting onto Jeprox. Pero now, 4-man defense mula sa STS. Quick adaptation. And if mag-extend dito ang players natin from Gaon Gaming towards A, may nakabantay pang KLP. So sobrang ganda. Multiple angles have been already claimed by STS. Meanwhile, Gaon Gaming natin dito, hindi pa makalapas sa lobby ng hotel. Now they wanna try. Here comes the flash. Isa pa lang naman yan. You need more. Kasi nandito si Kano. 1 down. 2. Pero may trade for KLB. This is the multi-layered defense from STS. And you cannot stop it. Kasi meron pa rin namang isa. It's Loy. Still on that top position. Hindi pa nila kiniklear. Oh my God. It was like EWC. Nakita ko na to. Dati
my
pa.
God.
Double kill para sa kanya. X3D. Nagugulat ka ba? Kasi nandito pa si Loy. Pag tumakbo ka na because you don't have time for the C4. Running away. He's just like a rock star. Loy dodges all of the rounds here. Coming in from the gun of X3D. Man, oh man. Deja vu situation yun for STS, Ramon.
Ang pinakamatalinong tao sa server ngayon na si Loy, hinayaan na mamatay si JJ at si Kano dahil alam niya na nasa kanya ang kapangyarihan para ma-turn around yung mismong naging round dito para sa STS. Ang dalawa na nag-push sana all the way to slide, wala pare. Nakuha ang dalawang bungog dahil dito kay Loy at since nakita niya yung timer, wala nang ginawa kundi tumakbo para malaman ng GG na masyado na ata silang ambisyoso sa push nila onto the B site nang walang split on tunnels B. Big punishment papunta dito sa Gaon dahil dito 47 na tayo ngayon. All 5 players from Gaon now rearing to push onto the A site itself. How will Loy and KLB dodge the flashes dahil alam natin na Gaon will want to take this fight very fast pare.
Yeah, they want to take it quick as they can. Smokes really are inbound, pero punta lang naman sa hotel yon. It was coming from GG. Looking at the kills right now, 13 kills and 9 headshots for Kano, 12 kills onto Loy. For the other side, Gaon Gaming, it's X3D and Jackban holding the fray, pero papasok na sila dito. Here comes the flashes. Tatlong players ang makikita nila. JJ, first contact, pero mapatay agad dito si KLB. JJ, nakatingin doon sa corner. Naku po, that's not right. Loy will also fall down. Ubos ang STS, pero buhay pa rin naman ng 4 na players dito ng Gaon Gaming. And look at the fire mula dito kay Jeprax, instilling that he is a star player. And X3D finds KLB. That is 5 rounds now for Gaon Gaming.
Kung kayang mag-agresibo ng STS, kayang-kaya din ng kadugo nilang Gaon na pumadyak na mabilis lamang sa loob ng A-site at sinimulan yun ni X3D, pati na ni Jeprax, ang duo na pinakabago lamang sa Gaon Gaming at pinakitaan ng STS kung gaano kabilis lang ang padyak. Pero si JJ, stable lang ang kuha ng shot at si Kano tumuloy lamang with the 2 kills that he needed. Para sa STS, Jeprax umabot pa sa isa pa pero Kano with the double, possible third, but Loy will pick it all up para sa STS. Another round for them. Kailangan pang humabol ng Gaon kasi STS will get the momentum back.
It's crazy na ganito ang nangyayari for both of these teams. Just 2 points away for STS and 5 for Gaon Gaming, or at least 9 or at least 4 to force an overtime. KLP shots will not connect. Nakita niya si Ellison and that's all he needs. All he needs is information to get this instant pick-offs. Grenades will not connect. Pero re-respetuhin muna dito ng Gaon Gaming ang isang TRG ni KLP. Vincent so close by, spots out Loy. Pero nandun pa rin naman si Kano. And that is now 3 players down for JG, 2 for STS. Napapaligiran na sila dito ng mga squads natin. Ang ating horses in the mix. X3D gets that kill onto Kano. Shuts down the star player. KLB looking. Peeking, sees the gun barrel. Makakuha na siya ng isa. So 1 last player for Gaon Gaming. It's the one true king ng ating Gaon Gaming squad. He does have the C4 Ramon. And this is what you want for STS. They just wanna determine kung nasan nga ba muna magpaplanta ng bomba, then retake after that.
Madugo no? Yung naging approach ng mid-setup para dito sa parehong teams natin where Vincent has caught himself at the right place at the right time, giving all the info, kaya tumuloy ang laban para sa Gaon. Not giving up a fight to them this time around, pero si X3D na lang at spotted na yung position niya dito. KLP gonna be that first peek on down, at dahil sa gun barrel, it will be a quick scope for KLP. That will be a set point para sa STS. And with 1 more round, maayos yung laban para sa Gaon. Pero STS reminds us who really is the best team in the Philippines ngayon, pare.
Yeah, very much so. They're looking to get that 2-0 win, and they're starting it off with a 9-5. 1 last round possibly for STS. Pero pumupuso pa rin naman ang ating Gaon Gaming. Needs to at least perform 4 rounds straight, which is not a hard task. Kaso nga lang sabi ni KLP, you cannot have any wins anymore, X3D. Hanggang 16 kills ka lang, samantalang ako pangat na ng pangat, iiwan na kita dito sa Visayas. Sabi din ni Loy. Kaso may sagot naman si Vincent. Anong pinagsasabi nyo dyan? 3 versus 4, kung saan si Jake Ban gumagawa ng milagro. JJ with the easy plapla doon sa mukha ni Vincent, and it's one player left for Gaon Gaming. Si Jake Ban mamamatay pa ata, pero never mind, it's a 1v2. He's low in HP. He has to. Dalawang galamay na lang ang gumagana dito kay Jetman, pero pumupuso pa rin naman siya. Looking at Tokito Kano. Kaso nandun pa naman sa likuran niya. Si KLB nakalampas. Hindi alam ni KLB na he was so close by, pero one shot in a dream, not gonna be connecting. Still a possible round for Gaon Gaming. And he
Iikot siya ulit?
He goes back, Ramon. Rewinding time.
No way. Paikot-ikot lang si KLB at Jack Ban na narinig pa ni KLB mismo kung saan siya manggagaling at mukhang magkikitaan pa nga. Papunta dito sa mid setup, Jack Ban. Oh, so close. Bumalik si KLB papunta sa CA pare. All the time in the world. 1 minute. Saan pwede mag-plant itong C4 para kay Jack Ban ngayon? Pero pag-usapan natin yung naging rewind pare, no? What was that?
We have to later. Let's talk about that later, because right now we reset the timer into 40 seconds. STS now has so much ways, especially it's KLB. It's the captain versus Jack Ban. Jack Ban has the M4, has the M14. Ano nga ba mas maganda dito? The HK or that gun? Both similar in terms of scoreline. Jack Ban not scared, but wary. At nakatalikod pa nga siya dito, KLB splits the defense. And with that rewind play mula kay Jack Ban, hindi tatama yan kasi alam naman agad ng future dito ni KLB. And that is a 10-5 scoreline. Set number 1 goes towards the Stallions.
Di na kailangan ng kahit anong time machine o DeLorean para ma-predict kung paano yung magiging propesya dito. At yung resulta para sa STS with this 5-10, kind of expected it from the best team in the Philippines nga naman. Pero overall, a good fight nga naman para sa ibang mga individuals from Gaon Gaming so far. Especially from the likes of X3D nga, showing more of that flexibility, showing a lot more of that star power that we kind of saw from him from the Heroics roster on Impact Summer. And what a pickup from the Gaon Gaming roster itself, just showing that hindi lang naman si Ellison at si KLP yung sniper na kailangan tingnan ng mga tao dito. But still, Team Stallions just showing why they still dominate the scene. And very much an open book shot by Kano with 17 kills plus para sa kanya. Pero yun lang naman yung summary na gusto ko kasi gusto ko sana pag-usapan pare kung ano yung rewind na pinagsasabi natin
Hindi. Kailangan kasi natin i-rewind ulit yung mga nangyari kanina, no? Kasi kailangan lang natin ng setting stone para sa ating analysis, because it always ends up with Kano just fragging it all out, man, to a point na tumatalon na lang sila sa harapan ng Gaon Gaming. Hindi pa sila matamaan. Tapos, dapat ikaw din di ka makatama ng players, but sila, for some reason, the shots connect every time. KLP and Kano entering those sites was crazy enough. And nakita nga natin dito, Loy still becoming the lason, becoming the poison for any kind of team, kung sino man ang maharap nila. But man, mukhang dire-diretso ata dito ang 2-0 ng buong STS. Nagiging posible na agad talaga.
Absolutely pare, at posible pa rin ang magiging perfect record nila, not only of the run dito sa regional finals, pero yung perfect map streak na meron sila so far na puro 2-0 is still up for debate pa rin. Pero pinakita nila dito on the map pick of Gaon Gaming that Team Stallions have one of the more flexible map pools that they'd had dito in the scene so far. So with this, that's a 1-0 para sa kanila on this first set on Ankara and Eagle Eye 2.0. Yung masasabi nating parang top 2, top 3 na map nga naman dito ng STS pag nabanat ang sub-base is just proving to be a very big challenge pa rin para sa Gaon Gaming despite all their talent.
I'm just crazy kasi I'm looking at the comments. Hindi yung laro ng STS, pati Gaon Gaming pinag-usapan nila. Which is crazy. Kasi nakikita ko yung live, delayed kasi, diba? Nakikita ko nandun na may baliw na nag-time machine, may 1v1 na low HP. Pero iba pa rin nag-usapan nila. Pwede bang i-rewind natin yun, Ramon? Para at least, di ba, hindi mangyari yung mga nangyari ngayon sa comment section. Pero
Wala na,
nonetheless,
boss.
man, it's STS with the win in that first set.
Yep, definitely pare. So what if we rewind it back papunta sa ating analyst desk no? Kung saan ang pag-uusapan naman namin ang 1-0 para dito sa Team Stallions. Nikki at Salvatore, take it away.
Turo mo naman sino S mo, Polar, no? Bigay mo sa amin ni Sneaky Frog. Gusto namin malaman. Dito ko lang makakita Sneaky Frog sa isang laban. May Amerikano, may Rockstar, may nagrarally, merong time machine pabalik sa nakaraan. Ang dami nangyari. Pero one thing's for sure at yun ang absolute pre. Panalo na naman ang Stallions dito, no? With a very convincing second half. Ano ba bang i-analyze mo, pre? Utak ko, parang time machine yung laman eh.
Ayun. Ayun nga pare, it's really just another day. Honestly, para dito sa Stallions sa squad. And it's another day para dito kay Kano, especially. Yun nga, all the expectations were still on the side dito ng Stallions and they met every single one of them. Pare, granted, Dex having a hell of a good game actually dito sa series natin on Ankara, you know, having his fair share of snipes, having his fair share of other rifle kills as well. But I think yung isa sa pinakamalaking naging problema dito ng Gaon Gaming, it seems like they really just can't break the first line of defense para dito sa Stallions. And even then, pag gusto mag-set up dito ng Gaon Gaming, at times inuunahan na sila dito pare.
Pag nauna talaga ang Stallions no, parang ang hirap nila bulwagin. Like, ang hirap nila hatakin pababa to make sure that their momentum is not that consistent. From plays na ginawa ni KLP, from the pickups, Kano fearlessly entering the site, is just something that Stallions is very well known of na a lot of teams try to bank on na kaya namin pigilan to. But despite the heroics of Jeff Roxen as well as X3D, it's still not enough. It's gonna take... It's really gonna take... gonna really take a whole like 50.
And yun nga, Team Stallions of course still same mode para sa kanila dito in terms of the statistics. Kano with a 1.55 KD, 1.13 kill per round, 0.63 on the headshot per kill pare has been very high for him, especially in this week. Medyo nasayangan talaga ako dito sa performance ni Bossing X3D with a 1.07 KRO on a losing game, which is very impressive. Props to Boss Jackpan as well for his impact. But overall talaga, Team Stallions as a team in general are just better pare.
Yeah, before I get cut off, no, I was saying na yung impact na binibigay ni Kano and as well as KLP individually is not enough for the 5 players para sa Gaon Gaming. Na parang kakailangan mo pa ng isa pang second team no, lalong pangatlong team just to take down a lot of the plays na ginagawa dito na Kano at ni KLP, which speak volumes, no, knowing na how much KLP moves around the map and as well as Kano just try to spread around, making sure na hindi lang isa o dalawa lang yung nakukuha niya. I love their heroics dito ni X3D and ni Jeff Rox, really acknowledging the fact na they somehow try to emulate yung ginagawa din ni Kano with his kind of movement as well. Pero kailangan pa rin nila i-take into effect na yung pag-utilize din ng Stallions dito sa mga smokes and flashes. It's just parang barnan, kumbaga, no, na sila lang talaga yung mismo nakakagawa on how effective they are in entering and depleting yung high-lows ng Gaon Gaming in that A site.
Yun nga, no, the spirit of Eloyness is still with us, but now fortunately for the side of Stallions na dito pare. And obviously from the side of Gaon, no, it's not the same mind-blowing performance galing dito kay Jeff Rox. I think one of the main reasons why as well is his opportunities weren't as much presented dito sa match na to kumpara nga dito sa ating last na series. And ayun nga, it just sucks para nga dito kay Jeff Rox. No? I was really expecting that he was gonna have another pop-off performance, pero you set MVP Salvatore, sino pa ba pare?
There could never be another MVP, Sneaky Frog, no, na para bang alam niya na sa sarili niyang siya yung i-interviewin natin mamaya, no. Kano 1.55 KD, 1.13 kills per round. What is there more to say about the greatest player currently, no, to ever touch Crossfire? Si Kano nga lang naman talaga under a year in his belt. Nagagawa niya yun where players just uphold 2 to 3 years in their experience ito sa ating Masters, no? But for Kano, he's just been playing this game professionally in under a year. Pero kaya niya mag-produce ng mga gantong resulta na para bang sa kanya ABC lang, no? Sneaky Frog.
Yeah.
It's just that simple for Kano to dominate around the map, use his movement, use his raw aim. And I am just waiting na talagang maabot na ni Kano yung peak niya. Kasi pre, 15 years old pa lang si Kano. Wala pa siya sa mga edad tulad ni MVA at ni Justin pre. At matagal pa natin makikita ang pangalang Kano na dumudurog nga naman talaga ng mga ibang teams. And that is it for game number 1 as we head into game number 2 momentarily. Pero onting pahinga lang muna, masyadong mainit ang laban. Tatatay machine muna, papuntang break. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog. This is still CFS Regional Finals Philippines. We'll be right back.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ito nga pala ang CFS Regional Finals Philippines. Salvatore, Sneaky Frog. Pero kasi, sorry sa mga hindi nakakaalam. Pero kasi may baliwan na nangyayari dito. Meron kasing time machine na nagaganap courtesy of Bipolar no? Ewan ko ba pre, pa sa mga gantong oras nagsisilabasan yung mga kabaliwan no? Hindi lang tayo pero kundi ang ating mga viewers natin dyan no? Maraming salamat sa suporta nyo. Kayo nga pala ang 347 viewers na patuloy sumusuporta sa laban ng Gaon tsaka ng STS. Sneaky Frog heading into our next map which is going to be something else for Gaon Gaming, knowing na this is their this is also their map. Hindi sila nagkakalayo dito, no? Do you sense any macro change for both Stallions and Gaon?
Feeling ko Gaon's probably gonna be playing slightly faster dito sa game natin. I think they're gonna try to catch yung hotel players early once again. Similar sa nakita nga natin dito sa ating last na series. And I think it's still gonna be the exact same push and pull na nakikita natin, yung stop and go na nakikita nga natin galing dito sa Gaon Gaming. Obviously, EVOS very popular for doing that dito sa tournament natin. So I really feel like if Gaon can execute that same kind of style galing nga sa kanila dito to try and bait out maybe si Kano, maybe si KLB, maybe si Loy from that position. And ayun nga, no, I really want to see yung parang baity na playstyle dito ng Gaon Gaming na napapapasok dito yung Stallions, pare.
Yeah, and kind of like that approach, no, ng Gaon Gaming na they're trying to think outside of the box kung ano talaga yung nagiging normal for other teams and being able to try to innovate kung ikaw ang Gaon Gaming. Yun ang kinakailangan mo talaga for Team Stallions. Pero parang sa umbrella ng Eagle ay nakita na lahat ng Stallions, no? Being able to face all gamers, especially Navi, no? Yung naging test of time nga, no? In order to be great at Eagle Eye, kailangan mo talaga kumalaban ng isang Brazilian team. If not, EVOS Esports yung susunod na harang mo, no? Pero ladies and gentlemen, we now head into our potential last map. Pero Gaon Gaming, knowing them, kaya pa nga nilang bawiin to, heading so just to force game number 3. Bato na natin Ramon at Bipolar. Kamusta kayo dyan?
Okay naman, Salvatore at saka Sneaky Frog, no? Kasama nyo kami, ang inyong casters / time travelers na si Bipolar at saka si Ramon. At pupunta muna tayo dito sa ating Eagle Eye map kung saan masasabi natin na confident nga ang ating Team Stallions dito. This has been one of their pivotal maps nga naman right next to yung kanilang sub-base gameplay. So, tinan natin Bipolar, no? This Gaon Gaming squad has been exciting, pero for how long will the hype train run for?
I mean, it is exciting pero nanostra na nga natin tulad sa multiple time machines ni Salvatore kanina. Nanostra ko na inikot ko time tapos lumabas Gaon Gaming daw set number 2. So hindi ko alam kung other universe yun pero kasi sabi dito nung inayos ko ulit set to daw for Gaon Gaming.
Okay. So nagsasalita pala yung relo mo na parang time machine.
Hindi, umikot ako Gusto mo ba makita? Tingnan mo.
Sige. Tingnan mo nga. Sige, ikot ka dali.
Diba? Bunnies, rewind.
Galing
Rewind.
Grabe. Kakaiba ang isang CFS broadcast kung wala si Bipolar, pare. Pero, yun nga no? Parang sa isang katuwaan, wala, hindi lang top level Crossfire nakikita mo dito. Kumbaga meron din tayong entertainment nga din. Hatid ni Bipolar at saka ang ating mga esports talent as well. So shoutout sa ating mga viewers dito na nanonood sa mismong official Crossfire Philippines page. I-like at yung stream natin sa Facebook as well as panoorin nyo na rin kami sa YouTube. Mukha namang popular yung mga dual monitor setup natin. No? So panoorin nyo na kami sa pareho nating platforms. Pero balik muna tayo sa discussion natin para dito sa Gaon Gaming versus STS. No? I think we talked a little bit more about yung STS on how this Eagle Eye map will work out for them. Pero para naman sa Gaon Gaming, pare, ano ba yung expectations natin other than aggressive pushes from Jeprox?
For Gaon Gaming, I think it is gonna be a crucial point dito for Jeprox. The other players dito, kailangan lang nila mag-play towards hotel most of the time. You don't have to go to mid. Hindi na kailangan mag-tower dito because may expect nga natin na KLP always on that site sa A and just looking towards the tower or on that LA position. Kasi hindi lang naman dalawa dapat ang hindi lang naman si KLP ang abangan dito ng Gaon Gaming. Kasi pagdating sa Eagle Eye 2.0, mahilig ang STS sa double sniper kung saan si KLB naman ang kumukuha ng isang TRG. So, you have to pick your poison, kumbaga, kung ikaw ang GG ngayon. Some of the places here na sobrang mas maganda for Gaon Gaming is gonna be the tight corners na pro-provide ng hotel or ng LB towards that B side. So, possibly, pwedeng gawin nila yun or just infiltrate that mid side quite clearly tapos just basically iwasan si KLP, iwasan si Kano kasi kung nasan si KLP, andun din yung Prince natin.
Siyempre, wag din natin kalimutan kung ano yung pwede maging impact ni Loy pagka nakakalaban mo nga siya on the anchoring possessions as well. And no, so really so many people that you have to take note of when you're fighting up against a Titan like Team Stallions. But for Gaon Gaming naman, for their playstyle, feeling ka naman nagko-complement yung map structure ng ating Eagle Eye map. I can definitely see a world where they're gonna be playing yung mga slow default setups natin. Let Jackban reign supreme on the slow start sa mga pushes niya. Maybe on that hotel setup. Maybe try to bait out rotation. Possibly on the mid push as well, no? So many things that they can actually aggress with this. The last time that they played Eagle Eye as well, they kind of started with that bait and switch setup wherein kung nasa BL side nga sila, magpaparinig lang sila over towards hotel. Ibibait nila yung peak all the way towards that mid side na makukuha lang ni Ellison. Just one of the crucial things about their gameplay is that hindi lang sila punong-puno ng aggression lamang, pero may discipline na ang kanilang mga laruan thanks to the new coach na si Gaon March na mismo nag-supply lamang ng brains para sa operasyon ng Gaon Gaming.
Yeah, that is one of the things na kailangan din ingatan dito ng STS, no? The crucial plays or basically the strategies na pwedeng ipakita dito ng Gaon Gaming, with STS being one of the top dogs dito. Panigurado na ang Gaon Gaming and pati na si Gaon March naggumawa na sila ng mga set plans to get into the game, pero it looks like we're gonna head straight towards our second map, our set number 2. It's Eagle Eye 2.0, kung saan wala ng time machine, all out. Fast forward na tayo dito just because STS on the defensive side, Gaon Gaming needs to apply the pressure.
Absolutely, pare. And pressure is not gonna be on the cards for them, as discipline is gonna be the name of the game para dito sa Gaon on their BL. Just expecting that STS are gonna play that long approach, possibly to try to get themselves the setup laban dito kay KLB. That hotel possession, nakasama niya si Loy. The game plan for Gaon Gaming is to punish that. Kung may taong magpupush sa LB, masaspatan na kahit sino, possibly itong si Ellison, or maybe, just maybe, catch off itong si Loy na talagang open na yung space na para sa kanya. He's trying to work through yung LB setup natin as he hits the shot kay Jackban to start things off sa Eagle Eye 2.0.
Okay, that's good. Good start for Loy. Able to get one there, pero nga lang, it looks like some action will be instilling still dito sa mid and towards hotel. Loy has been a resident dito sa ating hotel from the multiple times na nakita natin sila sa Eagle Eye. So he knows how to play this alone. That's why sobrang laki ng trust dito ng STS na ibigay lang muna ang parte ng mapa na ito for their one player. But Gaon Gaming wants to battle it all out despite them knowing that this force coming in from Loy is a big thing. Once you pick him off, once you take him out, just like this, makakakuha ka na agad ng advantage. Pero KLP, nakita mo ba kung gaano kaliit yung butas na yun? Pinalaki niya, pinalawak niya, bumulwak dahil kay KLP.
Braso yun ni X3D, pare, no? Ang laki ng naging... ang liit ng actually ng chance na makuha niya yung shot na yun, pero precisely and calmly nakuha niya yun. Trying to get themselves at 4 versus 3. JJ, right timing, spot shot Vincent. Pero di niya nakita si Ellison. Kasama siya dun sa LB setup. Pero dahil dyan, tinaray niya kritik at kumuha pa ng second kill. Jeff Braxton, KLP will jump up and down and to rain terror all over the B side. STS to claim their first round on the board dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0.
Holy, what a great round for STS there. Nakita nga natin na paunti-unti lang naman ang ginawa doon ng STS, but it was enough to stop the force of GG. Ngayon lang tayo makita ng 4-man approach going towards LB. At magugulat ata dito sila Vincent kasi hindi nila in-expect na ganito kabilis si Loy. There's still a trade of KLB. Spray down muli kay Vincent. Jeff Prax claims 2. JJ pa. No, it's still 1. Pero napatay pa siya bago makakuha ng isa. JJ is stuck in this position. Can he capitalize with just 36 HP? No, he cannot. Over-contemplating, overwhelming odds para kay KLP ngayon. 1 versus 3. A 1 versus 3 will come into a 1 versus 2 kung saan yung C4 tinatakbo na sa lungga kanina ni KLP. Can't find anyone here. KLP, tumakbo ka na sa A.
Ayun, ang big punishment play para sa Gaon. They knew that hotel was swarming with so many players, so they played the time out. Si Loy na mismo ang lumapit para dito sa STS at mismo sa paglapit niya, binagsak siya sa bangkay. It's all gonna be down to KLP. 4 kills so far dito sa ating set. At with this, with this TRG, we can keep closer and closer. Gets the first shot at si Ellison naman ang mismong papatay kay KLP. 1-1, denying the clutch attempt for one of the best snipers in the Philippines para sa STS.
What a play coming in from Ellison, waiting for the trade-off. At yun yung maganda kapag sa Gaon Gaming, they know how to play each other's lives. They know how to trade. And this interesting angles na hindi man lang na consider ni KLP was the detrimental push for him. Loy naman ngayon ang gagamit ng TRG. So this is gonna be interesting kasi hindi naman natin na-expect na ganito pala ang gagawin ng STS. But for Gaon Gaming, all they need to do is just not give a lot of picks like this. Napakatapang mo, Vincent. I commend you. Kaso si Jackban hindi matapang. He is unaware and that is not what you want from your teammate.
That is not the best case scenario para sa Gaon, but Lloyd just keeps going for more! Another quick scoop papunta kay Vincent, and just because napatay niya si Jackban gives him an access para sa M14. He's just gonna keep on going. Tinawag pa yung attention ni KLB dahil nasa kanila ang C4. Full lockdown ang LB para sa STS as Jeprox will peek into another shot from KLB. Si X3D na lang. At hindi nila alam kung saan manggagaling to until mapatay pa niya si Kano. Pero si KLB na mismo ang susulat ng katapusan sa round na ito para sa Gaon Gaming. Another round for STS.
Hindi ko in-expect, wala sa propesya natin to na si Loy ay magpa-pop off gamit ang TRG. Ine-expect natin HKM14 pwede pa pero him holding down hotel with the TRG is not something. Wala sa bingo cards natin doon. First time natin ngayon may kita. GG testing the waters here on LA. Si JJ unang contact. And he might peek out. Jackban spraying it down. Naubusan ng bala pero able to get one. Double trade-off. Tatlo ang mawawala for GG. Pumasok na nga si Jeprox. Crossfire rocks talaga kapag ikaw ang nauuna kasi si KLB. Pinatay na nga dito ang ating star player coming from JJ. Ellison, one shot and a dream. Double shot para sa kanya. Tatlo. Pero ba't hindi ka nagstay sa TRG? That pistol is not gonna do work as Loy was not even wounded by the bullets.
Pistulan lang ang inabot sa 1v1 natin, pero sinimulan naman maayos sana ni Ellison na isolating each frag with just the TRG quickscopes. Sayang pare, that would have been clutch of the day. Pero sinimulan na maayos at least yung pagpatay niya dito sa IGL natin as Gaon Gaming able to get the LB setup, but Loy continues will dominate with that TRG, possibly with the second frag this time around, pero yun nga lang, hindi niya ma-hit yung second scope. As X3D nasa mid-side setup na naman at he's jumping up to kill up tong si JJ, expected by KLP, gets the shot through. 3v3 tayo dito sa laruan natin.
What a kill coming from KLP now. Finds out Jeprox, parang isang treasure chest opened up and even claimed immediately. Pero Gaon Gaming has another site, sobrang libre. Pero you're up against two snipers kung saan si Loy, he is just waiting like a devil. Not gonna be seeing anyone there, so immediately backs off. Jackban malapit lang dito. Nako po, no. Now titingnan mo, he gets the kill nonetheless. A jump around disturbs Jackban there, pero Vincent with an easy wallbang on KLP. It's Canodo. Can the Prince do it once more? Yes, he can. What a round for Kano and STS. 3-round deficit already, Ramos.
Such a messy setup all throughout para doon sa LB. Tangkita that Loy is willing to take the fights. Paulit-ulit with any weapon that he has in his setup. They did say na may hinahanda nga ang mga strats dito laban sa Gaon Gaming, and this could possibly be one of them. Hindi natin usually nakikita tong si Loy on the TRG, so this might be one of the things that they've cooked up against Gaon Gaming. So already you can see that they're ready to take the attempt once again. The smoke actually conceals their position, pero Jackban, alam na niya kung ano yung niluluto ni Loy sa loob ng hotel at ayaw niyang kunin ng kahit anong serving dito para sa Gaon. Possibly into the mid-fight setup yet again, and JJ has to be careful. He just peeks into X3D and it's already a first blood found.
First blood in mere 1 minute into the game. One of our slowest rounds so far, Ramon. Everybody hold out your hands for Gaon Gaming because they are now seeing the light of day. Medyo sugatan dito si Ellison as well as Jackban. Pero some good awareness kasi hindi na sila umakit dun sa tower, Ramon. They know that there's a potential of getting killed once you get up there kasi buhay pa rin naman si KLP. Loy is still alive. You know the sightlines dito sa ating mapang ito ay sobrang lawak at sobrang ganda ng spray down doon mula kay Jeprox. KLB ngayon inside, able to get one. Kaya doon naman si X3D with a trade-off, and now it's still a man advantage for GG. Pero in terms of HP, you are outnumbered. Kano, looking, bomb has been planted though, Ramon. Tingnan natin kung anong gagawin dito ng X3D and Kano.
Kaya nga medyo Na lang maging side by side para dito sa 2 versus 4 natin. Napakalapit lang ni Kano dito kay X3D. Hopefully getting the shot that he does with the 417. 2 versus 3 spotted na agad. KLP snipe done thanks to the M14. Kano na lang ang natitira and it will be another shot from Ellison precisely sa katawan ni Kano dito with a 4-2 setup. Gaon Gaming may panlaban pa despite this being the map pick of STS.
I mean, sobrang lapit lang naman ng 4 rounds for 2. Kaso nga lang, mas malayo ang tutok dito ni X3D. Shuts down these players coming in towards mid. Jackban ngayon activates here in Hotel. Trying to go for some flank plays. Trying to catch someone off guard. KLB pushes, sees the C4. Jeprax falls down. And another, what a shot mula kay KLB. Isang Ferrari pick para sa kanya is not stopping. Tulad ni Kano, let's go in hand. Diretso na lang tayo dito. Gusto ko na kumain ng lechon. Sabi ni Kano, pati ni KLB, pero Jackban and Ellison able to get 2. It's all up to Kano, the wonder kid. Oh my goodness, what a shot mula kay Kano. It's all up to Jackban. Nasaan nga ba siya?
Jackban, mid-side setup at hindi pa alam ni Kano, but what a flick shot from the 417. Kano just does wondrous things from the jumping USB shot. Tapos one tap na naman galing dito kay Jackban, 5-2. The Prince himself just does it yet again, paring bipolar. Pero si Ellison tumuloy-tuloy lamang sa LB, punishes Loy in this position. 5 versus 4 in an instant. At Gaon Gaming, galit na galit sa kung ano man ang binato sa kanila ng STS nung nag-push sila sa mid-side setup nila.
That was crazy, Ramon. Di ko akalaan yun na matuturn around pa ng buong STS, yung aggressiveness and first initial pick-off ng GG. Nagkakapalitan na nga tayo dito ng mga pwestuhan. Wala mo ng hotel push mula sa STS. KLP, first contact dito, makakatama pa din. How did he hit that shot? Buhay pa rin naman siya. So nakakapagtawag pa siya ng mga kampe. Double kill ngayon para kay KLP. Might go for 3. Kaso napatay na agad dito ni Jeprax and X3D. The backstab of the century. It's JJ with a double kill though. So it's a 1v1. Kailangan natin patahimikin yung labanan, Ramon. Kasi they're taking their precious time. Both of the players right now are full in HP. Both have utilities. Yung C4 natin going towards the A site and JJ knows. JJ knows what's up. Kaso nga lang, X3D needs to reload. The timing might be there. JJ with the shots. Grenade. Not gonna connect. JJ push. JJ shoots. And he scores! That's a headshot for JJ and enough time for the bomb defuse.
Almost a half-court shot para kay JJ to get the 6-2 scoreline for STS. Literally, a bombshell dropped by X3D with the flank of the century all the way towards stairs mid para lang magulat ang rotators ng STS. First shot round from KLP. Vincent will be down for the count. 4 versus 5 dahil dito. Kailangan mag-slow down yung momentum para sa Gaon Gaming. Masyado na ata nag-rely sa pag-punish ng setup ng STS na naging unpredictable na paulit-ulit yung mga bagong look na ginagawa ngayon ng Team Stallions. As Ellison expecting the peek on towards that house. Bibo! What a shot from Ellison! Flicks on in towards one but Kano gets a double kill in response.
Let's see, no? A good shot mula kay Kano. But the C4, they know where it's at. Nasa LA pa naman. KLB with an instant flick on towards X3D. Hindi pa na-spot out si Jeprax. Pero with that said, Kano with the 3K in the first half before it switches. A very, very confident round for Stallions going into the second half.
Oh, definitely, pare. I mean, you could tell that from the shots alone, Kano is on fire. 10 kills side by side with KLP. And it's been rare to see him miss these shots. So you know that he's on form ngayon on this Eagle Eye map. And while Gaon have been able to string some hero plays coming through from the likes of X3D and Ellison with the shots entirely, di siya enough pare sa mga conversions ng STS in the mid-round. Nakakahanap lagi ng sagot sa mga binabato ng GG. With the side swap, BL for Loy, and it will be the shot all the way from downtown. X3D lost in the sauce, 5v4 in an instant. LA also beyond priority para sa STS. Or maybe possibly iiwan dito sa Loy para lang makapag-rotate sila sa kabilang side ng mapa, pero hindi, commit na lang sila dito.
Yeah, let's go for a commitment play kung saan si Ellison will fall down as he peeks. He goes towards the line of sight of the demons of STS. Jeprax makakuha ng isa, pero here comes KLP. Let's look at his TRG connecting onto the head of Vincent. Mag-isa lang dito si Jackban. Nasa likuran ng site. Umakyat na mamamatay na lang. JJ with the double kill, Ramon.
And if we want out the clock, it's all the sound effects needed para lang ma-emphasize kung gaano ka-dominating ang naging multi-frag para sa STS so far. But what a beautiful shot all the way from KLP. The starting strong pero X3D maayos yung pagbalik. 1-for-1 setup. KLP gets the shot yet again.
What?
And this
What?
time STS continue to dominate every single map part unless GG relies upon Jackban and Vincent to turn things around. Mali mo may maabot sila ditong player na isolated katulad ni KLB. Nalaman na may tao doon sa stairs B, pero yun nga lang, A site wide open, C4 not in their hands yet, so may time pa sila para mag-rotate.
So much time. So much things to look around. Jackban ngayon pushes mid, spots out Kano. Pero may isang player pa rin naman sa kaliwa. KLP catches the foot of Jackban. A 2v1 kung saan si Vincent was popping off before, pero ngayon he is lacking, Ramon. 9 rounds for STS. Mukhang hindi pala tama ang aking propesya. Hindi tama yung time machine. Kasi dahil dito, it's already 1 round away from STS of claiming another 2-0. And now KLP activates once again. A Holy Mary kill! Double kill para sa kanya. Asan ka ba? Bakit ba ganito yung nangyayari sa Gaon Gaming? Kasi mistaken ko lang naman papatayin ni Kano. A pla-pla kill onto Ellison. Loy with the fourth last player. It's Jackban to fall down into the hands of Loy. Ramon, who would have known? 10 rounds for STS and just mere 2 rounds for Gaon Gaming.
Isang punong-punong experience sa buong regional final. Saksi sila lahat kung ano ang strengths ng Team Stallions when you put them on a pedestal. Kapag ka mataas ang momentum para sa team na ito, mahirap at sobrang hirap ibalik sa kanilang bangko talaga para lang magpanalo ang mga rounds to para sa Gaon Gaming. Congratulations para sa Team Stallions. At medyo more than dominating, you know. It was an entertaining fight to say the least talaga. So many times where we've seen punishment plays happen for the side of Gaon Gaming. Maayos naman yung mga times na may over-aggression nga from Loy as well as from JJ na napapunish lamang agad ni Vincent, especially on the hotel pushes doon sa may LB as well. Pero when it came down to the times na down sila on the man count, you never count them out talaga. They know what to do in every situation. This is why na-solidify na nga ang place ng Team Stallions as possibly, or actually kahit naman atang debate din na sila ang one of the best teams dito in the Philippines. It also is because of their mental resiliency, pare.
I mean, yeah, it's just crazy how they think, no, Ramon, na parang it's so formidable. Talagang solid na solid. Even the chemistry is there, so you have to really rely on each other para makakuha ng wins na to. And that results in a 10-2 scoreline for STS, for Gaon Gaming. Nakita naman tayo ng onting fruition, tama ba, Ramon? Nakuha tayo ng onting kills mula sa kanila. It was always a 1v1 situation, no? Kaso nga lang, they lack in closing out the rounds, which is sad, pero you can see may onting may possibility na palagi silang manalo. It's Kano kasi palagi natitira, si KLP palagi natitira.
Yeah, talagang kahit sino pwede sumabog para sa STS, and everybody, not only in the Philippines but especially around the world, has to realize that this is the prime of STS and they continue to dominate 2-0, keeping yung map streak at saka yung buong perfect record nila overall. Pero dito sa broadcast ay tapos na ang trabaho namin ni Bipolar at saka ni Ramon. Ihatid na namin sa panel namin si Sneaky Prog at saka si Bipolar para ma-wrap up ang week na ito para sa regional finals.
Thank you so much, Ramon at Bipolar. Nakakita ka na ba ng Gaon na corner? Grabe, dinurog ng STS ang kalaban in alphabetical order. Kung narinig mo yun, Sneaky Frog, sinabi talaga yun. Sinabi talaga ni Bipolar yun actually. From how the finishing moment was for Stallions, kung gaano nga ka-intense yun, the way that they paved themselves all towards the end, feeling ko isang mabilis na proseso lang yun para dito sa Stallions.
Yun nga, no? It feels, yun nga, just like we said, it feels like just another day para dito sa Stallions. No? At the end of the day, yun nga, Gaon Gaming, granted na medyo mataas yung kanilang standings here in the group stage, pare, Stallions is still quite a monster that you still have to go up against. And ngayon, 12-0 na ang kanilang map score. Salvatore won last series in the group stage. And if they can complete the 14-0 run, I think yeah, this would be the first time a team would actually go undefeated, no? Pagdating sa lahat ng map, unless mali ako dun, Salvatore.
Siyempre, no, magiging all-time roster tong Stallions na to, no? Maaalala ng lahat na ang taong 2025 was the roster of Team Stallions that paved the way for a 14-0 and as well as a 7-0 record exiting the group stage. But we want these moments, pre. Maganda yung mga ganito. Pero kung ako ang Stallions, mas hinaharap ko pa rin talaga yung mga pwedeng mangyari sa loob ng playoffs. Makakapwesto nga ako ng number 1, pero sino naman ang mga kalaban ko dyan sa number 3 spot na yan, no? Inaabangan na lang talaga ng Stallions kung sino yan habang napapalapit na nga tayo sa ating playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, nakikita na nga natin ang recap, no, ng mga nangyari dito, no, as definitely KLP 2.29. Welcome back, Mr. KLP, no, after the prior weeks na nakikita natin na it's just Kano and JJ doing the carrying. KLP now inserting himself into the roster as one player na hindi mo talaga dapat pinapabayaan. Gaon Gaming, it kind of feels like something was about to brew during the first 2 rounds. Pero it's just the momentum of Team Stallions talaga. Vincent and Jackpot was not able to recover during the second half.
For sure, for sure. And yun nga, no, para naman dito sa Gaon Gaming, it is a lot just a whooping. Pare, let's be real about this. Granted, si Ellison did get some really good kills dito sa mapa natin. X3D had some action as well. At the end of the day, it's still Stallions on Eagle Eye. They're kind of their second home, no? Other than yung sub-base natin dito. And para naman kay KLP, I think Kyle, for the past few times na nag-Eagle Eye sila, pare, si Kyle yung pinaka-palaging best player nila dito. I feel like he has gotten used to the ways of sniping dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Plus, he's a really good top A anchor. And yung MVP natin, of course, it is gonna be Kael Pegaro, pare. 2.29 KD, 1.33 kills per round. The sniper of Cebu is alive.
Man, in the conversation na merong Cetra, may Revenge, may Zac, may Devil. KLP belongs in that conversation, pero it's still arguable and debatable kung saan nga ba talaga dapat siya nakaupo pagdating sa listahan ng top 5. But it's still prominent, no, na KLP is a sniper na reliable talaga. Maaasahan mo sa mga senaryo na kinakailangan mo ng early pick-up sa mapa. And I feel like his ability to be flexible and not just being able to place around the map, but his util game, yung secondary niya na USP, nabibigyan din hostisya na kaya niya nga maging aggressive sniper. Same goes for Revenge, etc. But for KLP, it's kind of unique. No, nagkakaroon ng sariling timpla ang Stallions just because of how KLP opens up the map. And that's what separates Stallions from the other teams. Ito na nga ang ating total match result, no, for a total combined score of 20-7, with Gaon Gaming only scoring 7 rounds for the whole series. It just parang ang lakas ng sigaw dito sa May Cordoba, no, Sneaky Frag. That 20-7 total result, parang mabigat dito for Team Stallions.
Yeah, it really just goes to show how good of a team Stallions is, no, compared to yung rest of yung league natin. There is levels to this, Salvatore, and of course, coming fresh from their EWC stint, para we've seen the capabilities of this team. And now, with entirely new resources para dito sa Team Stallions, it seems like this is gonna be the year where they really push for that elusive trophy, pare. Alam mo, Salvatore, it's been 2 or 3 tournaments already that the trophy has avoided etong Team Stallions. Do you think that they're good enough for this year na?
The number 3, man, 3rd time's the charm. Pero we also teams, no, claim that number 3 na pangatlong pagkakataon para makabawi. Stallions, unless they work their miracle during the playoffs talaga, especially in the grand finals, na parang biglaan na lang nagpo-follow up si ganto, may nagpa-pop off pero talagang hinahatak na mga kakampi pababa. parang mahirap pa na sabihin to para sa Team Stallions. And hopefully that is not the case, no?
Ayun.
As they head towards the Grand Finals. KLP, Mr. Chambador. De, joke lang. Tropa namin yan, Sticky. Tropa namin yan. 1.65 KD, guaranteed kill per round. Ito ang paborito namin kakampi talaga sa PUBG game, eh, no? Kasi magulo maglaro, pero in terms of like business, ne, pre, sa usapang Crossfire sa CFS na, man, KLP, he will not let you down.
Kumbaga pare sa CFS, 100% win rate pagdating sa pub natin, 20 lang. And ayun nga, it really is a testament on how good KLP is. And yung napansin ko nga dito kay KLP, no, he might not be as flashy as your favorite snipers kagaya nga ni Devil at ni Revenge at ni Zetra nga dito. But at the same time, kagaya nga ni sinabi ko kanina kay Salvatore, KLP gets the job done. He doesn't have to be the full flash kind of player. He is on the right place at the right time. And ang kanyang positioning is actually one of his best strengths as a sniper dito sa tournament natin. And nagagamit yan ng Stallions to kind of push themselves forward dito sa mapa natin kasi alam nila na meron silang reliable na sniper that they can fall back on.
Yeah, and he has just to be there. Parang kailangan niya lang nasa pwesto siya, get those picks. Kung magiging 1-4-1, that's good. Maganda yung recovery kasi ng Stallions because it's not just one player that's doing all the work. You have essentially 4 players that can do some things individually, no? At yun ang maganda dito para sa Team Stallions. So lahat sila nagsistand out dito. Kaya nga nilang buhatin yung sarili nilang bangko. At lalong-lalo na nga rin, no, in high pressure situations, hindi talaga nadudurog ang mentalidad dito ng Team Stallions, no? At ready na nga tayo para sa ating interview. Derek, wag na! Alam niya na sa sarili niya kung ano mga itatanong namin. Wag na yung interview na yan. Pero nonetheless, shoutout kay John Rio Barco, ang pinakamaangas na manager dito ng UBEC. No? Boss KLP, congratulations. Masakit man sabihin para sa akin, no? Pero ikaw ang MVP natin para sa seryeng to, no?
Salamat,
laban mo,
boss.
Gaon Gaming, anong naging susi para makuha mo yung performance na yan?
Ano lang, FFA lang lagi para makatama.
Okay, ikaw naman, Stiggy.
Agree. Ano, kumusta yung pakiramdam pare? 12-0. Yung map score natin dito going into yung group stage. Kaya na ba bang gawing 14-0 yan dito sa tournament natin?
Kakayanin.
Uy,
Kakayanin.
daw.
Hindi lang basta kaya, pero kakayanin, no, Sticky Prat. Hindi na namin patatagalin ng celebration, no? For sure, kakain pa kayo ng sangkaterbang siomay dyan, no? Kael, baka may gusto kong patiin dyan, mensahe, shout out, sabihin mo na lahat. The floor is yours. Meron kang unlimited na oras.
Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin. Tas shout out kay Boss Chris, kay Ate Lisel, tas sa girlfriend ko, tsaka sa family ko.
Yan.
Thank you.
Oh,
Wag na pa shoutout, wag na ba shoutout Salvatore? Wag na. Bawal na.
Bawal. Wag na daw tayo, Sneaky Frog, kasi suki na daw tayo, eh, no? Maraming salamat kay LP. Congratulations sa panalo. Good luck sa mga susunod pang games. Sige na, boss. Ako na mag-shoutout, no, kay LP. Shoutout kay Boss Abdul, no, ng Team Stallions, no. Sayang. Kaya niya i-shoutout yung jowa, pero yung may-ari, ayaw. Ito, masakit, no. Joke lang. Maraming salamat kay LP. Congratulations to Team Stallions. And that is it for our games for today. Sneaky Frog, what a day for Crossfire Philippines, eh, no. 2 linggo na nga lang ang pumapagitan sa atin para makita natin ang playoffs, and the standings are now shaping up to be real nice, Sneaky.
Ayun nga, man. No? The past 2 days have been so mind-blowing para sa atin dalawa and for everyone that has been watching Crossfire in the Philippines. I think matagal na nating premonition, no, na competition is gonna be a lot more equal pagdating sa 2025. And I wasn't wrong nung sinabi ko dito sa Masters this could be the best year of Crossfire Philippines, pare, at the end of it. And ayun nga, I feel like the continuation is here. Yung mga younger teams natin, yung mga teams natin that are on the lower end ng ating standings is now starting to punch up, and I'm very happy to see it, no? Kasi nakikita na natin tangible na yung improvement ng liga natin, pare.
You can definitely feel the subtle change in environment, no, Sneaky Frog, kasi from last year's, like, nandoon na expectation, sobrang fixed na, eh. Ito yung makakapasok, ito yung makakaalis. But now, entering into the 2025 version na mas pinaganda, mas pinainit, at mas pina-intense pa na mga teams na kasali dito, they just made sure na lahat ng mga sasali dito sa Regional Finals Philippines, eh, meron kayong target sa likod nyo na madali lang patamain, no? Teams like Execration, NB Exposed, Stallions, kamuntikan na nga, EVOS on the verge, no, in that series against Execration. MATTJESS with their miracle 2-game run, no, heading into the Saturday and Sunday, no. It's everything, no. Maganda yung sulat ng mga director natin, no, Sticky Fraga, at hindi pa tayo tapos.
Yeah, we are not done just yet dito sa tournament natin, pare. There is still about, I think, 2 more weeks worth of group stage dito, pare. And we're only at the halfway point ng tournament natin. Obviously, some teams are higher ranked than others. Hindi natin ina-expect, Pacific to be that low, no, dito sa ating table. But at the same time, ayun nga, surprises still continue dito sa group stage natin. I really hope na there would be a surprise at least papunta nga dito sa top 4 natin, pare.
Yeah, and that's amazing, no, for the scene of Crossfire, because it's amazing, no. Maganda yung mga ganito. May bago. Parang alam mo naman sa panlasang Pinoy, pag bago talagang kinakaabangan yan, eh. And for the scene of Crossfire Philippines, this is something that everyone was anticipating for, no. Mga bagong storylines, mga new gods na pumapasok dito, mga tagapanira ng mga pangarap, all of those elements nagsasama-sama na nga sila para magkaroon ng isang melting pot that is Crossfire Philippines, eh, no. At itong region na to, arguably, call me biased for this one, best region in terms of storyline, pati na nga rin sa mga nangyayari dito, no. Pero commercial daw, sabi dito ni Stove at ni Smilegate, kasi meron nga silang patusta dito para sa nalalapit na Pasko. Kung gusto mo nga ng 4 na permanent weapons, paglaro ka na ng Crossfire gamit ang Stove PC client. Makakaipon ka lang ng points sa paglalaro nga ng Crossfire, no, at sa tagal, pag-ipunan mo yan at makakuha ka ng M200 Chetak Dominator Noble Gold. Kasabay pa niya ng Gatling Gun ID Gale Beast, M4A1S Obsidian Zilong at ang Desert Eagle El Dorado. Sa sapat na oras, maiipon mo yung 4 na yan at sa'yo na yan permanent. Hindi 7 days, hindi 30 days, kundi permanent. Maraming salamat Smilegate at kay Stove para sa pa-event na to. At yan nga pala, ang Stove PC Client Showcase. Runs until September 10 up until October 7, 2025. Once again, maraming salamat Stove and as well as kay Smilegate. And that is it for our promotion. O siguraduhin nyo yung gamit nyo si Stove muna sa paglalaro ng laro na yan, eh, no? cfph.onstove.com para sure talaga na magagamit nyo yung client na yan. Ito na nga, Steam standings tayo, Sneaky Fraga, para malaman nga natin ano ang naging fallout. Ito na, ready na ako. Ano nga ba ang drenowing at pinagagagawa ng mga teams na to? Look at that improvement from MATTJESS. The number 8 team entering into the weekend jumps into number 5. Gaon Gaming moves down. EVOS goes up. Vanguard and Pacific still in the waters.
Grabe, pare. Hindi ko talaga... I still can't wrap my head around that I get to see the day that Pacific is this low dito sa ating group stages, no? But at the same time, might be the future coming sooner than expected dito, pare, for some of these players. Obviously, Vanguard have yet to play yung kanilang back-to-back games, so meron pa silang chance na humabol dito sa ating next weeks. But, ayun nga, no, that 3rd and 4th spot, pare, grabe, you really don't know who is gonna take it.
Parang, could you have imagined, Sneaky Frog, entering into what? Week number 3? Ito yung makikita mo nga standings, no, pre. Parang kung nasa simula pa lang tayo ng regions, inisip ko Pacific, Execration, Stallions, EVOS. Pero hindi, pre, no? Nandito tayo sa Stallions, EVOS, Gaon, tsaka Execration, pre. That one singular difference could mean anything. And if you told me na MATTJESS, tatapusin nila tong split na to na wala silang panalo, backtrack ka na lang ng sasabihin mo, gamitin mo yung time machine ni Bipolar kasi, men, they have scored 2 of the biggest wins so far sa kanilang venture sa regionals.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have the next matchups dito right after the standings, pare. Obviously, hindi lang this week ang mainit, kundi next week as well. And we're gonna have day number 7, MATTJESS versus NV Gaming, Execration versus Vanguard, and Pacific versus EVOS. The original rivalry dito sa Pilipinas, Salvatore.
That is an El Clasico renewed. Take me back to fall finals, PH Masters, and that is it for match number 3 next week, no? Isipin nyo na lang, pre, kung ano yung mga magiging clippable moments, yung comment section natin, yung kalagayan ng mga tao, kung may mga pulso pa ba sila pagkatapos na laban na to. It's going to be a hard hitter. Knowing na Pacific, masakit sa isipan nila na natalo nga sila. So alam mo, galit na galit sila entering into the series. And for EVOS, they just want this win to prove everybody wrong. And that's one stack of a Saturday para sa atin, Sneaky Frog, no? At sabayan nyo kami, samahan nyo kami. Masaya tong Sabado at Linggo sa susunod na linggo, pre, kasi hindi hindi namin kayo bibiguin sa mga action na dala dito ni Crossfire Philippines. At pinapasalamatan ko nga pala muna si Smilegate at si Crossfire Philippines para sa patuloy na serbisyo nyo dito sa ating community. Kundi dahil sa inyo, hindi tayo magkakaroon ng mga moments na ganito. Shoutout nga pala sa pamilya ko and as well sa patuloy na sumusuporta ang Crossfire community natin dyan. Sneaky Frog, any last messages before we wrap up?
Yun nga, I would like to thank everyone for watching for today, and hopefully mag-tune in kayo going into next week. The matches are gonna be just as spicy.
Yes, definitely. No, short but sweet. Pero yun na nga lang ang oras na meron tayo dito. Crossfire Philippines. Magkikita-kita pa tayo sa Wednesday at Thursday para sa Impact. Magkikita pa tayo sa Friday para sa ating preview show. At meron pa tayong malupitang action sa regional sa Sabado, Linggo. And that is it for CFS Regional Finals. Philippines, Salvatore, and Sneaky Frog wishes you guys goodbye and good night.
Cetra gets one, pero may dalawang magkasabik. Ito sa kwentong palagi. Sa bida ang namumuno. Hindi pre, ang gutista lang yun. At si KSC tapos. KSC gets the okay. KNP. Yo, babe, with that spray down. Oh, and here comes KSC.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines.